Right, cool. Got our oh pen and paper handy. How's everybody doing? Let's wait for people to come in. Grand Rising. We got a few people already showing up. Let's see where the planets are at today. Grand Rising. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? We're gonna be talking about the astrology of the week coming up. We have so much going on. This is just like a very intense astrological time. And I'm pretty sure we can all feel it in the air that this time period is there's just a lot going on. And it seems like a lot is happening all at once, you know? What's up? Grand Rising. So I'm just gonna wave at everybody as they come in. Hi, hello. Love the haircut. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So we just have so much happening right now. We have a lot to talk about today, so we're probably going to be here for a while, for at least a few hours. We have a full moon in Aquarius coming up in 2 days. It's going to be on Wednesday, the 29th. We also have the nodes that just shifted. Well, so if you take a look, most websites like AstroSeek, they use the mean node, which is an average of the nodal position. So the nodes, because AstroSeek and other websites use the mean node, you're not going to see that the nodes switched. But the true node, the actual node of the calculation of it in the sky, we just had the node switch yesterday on Sunday, the 26th, right as Saturn went retrograde. Okay. We're still recovering from our Mercury retrograde in Cancer. So Mercury went direct last week from Thursday to Friday. So Mercury's still not moving. He's sitting in the sky. So we're going to talk about Mercury coming out of retrograde. We're going to talk about Saturn going retrograde. We're going to talk about the nodal shift. We're going to talk about the full moon in Aquarius. Yeah, we just got a lot to talk about. Also, another very important thing, okay, is the Venus Mars square, which I feel like so many of us are feeling already. This kind of like agitation and angst and this irritability and this kind of like combativeness or feeling very nitpicky with others or people being very aggressive with their speech and people feeling very judgy right now. It's definitely the Venus and Virgo, Mars and Gemini square. So we're going to talk about that because I do believe that square perfects this week. Yeah, I mean, look at they're at 20 degrees right now. So we did start this at 9 a.m. on July 27th of 2026, 9 a.m. Pacific time. But yeah, we have Mars and Venus building into a square, and it perfects tomorrow, actually, on July 28th. So we're going to talk about that as well. We also have like Sun Jupiter conjunct, which has been so fun and so exciting. And I think, the Sun Jupiter conjunction that we are actually going to have tomorrow, Wednesday. I'm sorry. I don't know why I was looking at the 28th and thinking it was today. Today's 27th. Um, the Sun Jupiter conjunction that we're going to have is actually going to align with the full moon in Aquarius. So we just have like a lot happening. There's some really cool astrology happening at this moment in time. So what do I think this means for us? Like not only collectively, but individually. I think that this is a time where, especially the end of this month, going into next month, where a lot of people are going to be breaking out of long-term contracts or commitments, or a lot of people are going to be signing like new leases, looking for a new job. A lot of like Mercury Saturn stuff, right? So Saturn has a lot to do with our long-term contracts and commitments, business obligations, real estate transactions. So I do think that we're going to be seeing a lot of people this month, but with this full moon in Aquarius, with Saturn going retrograde, Mercury coming out of retrograde, we're going to see a lot of people. Welcome everybody coming in. We're going to be seeing a lot of people put their house on the market. We're going to be see a lot of people planning to move. We're going to see a lot of people making like these foundational life changes, these big life changes. And a lot of also shifts when it comes to work and career direction. That's going to be another big theme that we're going to see. this week, next week, Saturn, they're doing their Saturn retro. So Saturn retrograde is going to be 4.5 months. So we're going to talk about this, but we're going to see this like a lot of people kind of reconsidering their life direction, their life choices, their long-term plans with the Saturn retrograde. Okay. Um, and I'll talk more about this. I'm going to go into detail with all of these. I also think that we're going to see a lot of expansion and growth, though. So another download I got with this full moon in Aquarius is kind of like these moments of like success, these moments of celebration, these moments of victory, of winning as well. Sun, Jupiter, they love both these planets, they love to exalt people. So, Sun and Jupiter, what do both these planets like to do? Jupiter loves to celebrate people, right? Sun loves to celebrate people. Jupiter loves to exalt people, loves to reward people for righteousness, for goodness, right? The Sun and Jupiter, especially in the sign of Leo, both of these planets, they love to propel people into fame and stardom. So, these are also the signs that, or the planets that can be associated with heroism or people that are heroes. So I do think we're going to be seeing like new heroes and stuff, politically, spiritually, especially once the South Node goes into Leo, we're going to see like new spiritual leaders, new kind of political heroes, stepping into the limelight. I think we're going to see a lot of young politicians also stepping into the limelight and letting us know, like, hey, I'm the next generation of what a leader is going to look like, of what a politician or what a spiritual leader is going to look like. So, these are things that we have to look forward to. But yeah, Sun Jupiter coming together is a profound moment of celebration, a profound moment of awareness. But we also have Sun Jupiter opposite Pluto, this week. And I think one of the things that we need to be very mindful of is just how leadership and the role of leadership in general is transforming and changing. And I think we're going to see this from the top down. I think we're going to see things with leadership going all the way to the highest political offices, like with leaders, with presidents, prime ministers, things like this, but also leadership in the workplace and leadership and how that shows up in family. I do think we're seeing an evolution of what leadership is, and we're seeing extremism also happen with leadership. We do have Saturn in Aries, right? Saturn's went retrograde in Aries yesterday, but it kind of like extreme leaders or new leaders or intense leaders. Like these are things that we want to be very aware of. Okay. One of the things I will also say, because Venus and Mars are in Mercury ruled signs, and we have Mercury who's going to start picking up speed this week, we're going to start to see a lot of mercurial things move forward. So, a lot of things with jobs, job processing, applications, interviews, important phone calls, important conversations, important emails. We're going to see a lot of this stuff start to move forward this week, especially if you're someone that has mutable placements around 20 degrees, or if you're someone that has cardinal placements, Capricorn, Cancer, Aries, Libra, around the middle degrees, so around the middle decan of any cardinal sign. So this is 10 degrees to 20 degrees. If you are a mutable person, you're really going to be feeling the Mars Venus square. That's going to be happening from people that have any placements from 15 degrees of a mutable sign, Pisces, Virgo, Gemini, Sag, to like 25 degrees of a mutable sign. We're really feeling the Venus Mars square, okay? And then the fixed signs, welcome, my loves. The nodes just shifted into Leo and Aquarius. It's so, destiny, fate, the eyes of the nodes, the dragon's head, the dragon's tail, Rahu, Ketu are looking at the fixed signs now. So Leo, Aquarius, Scorpio, and Taurus. You guys are the ones that are getting impacted by, Sun, Jupiter, and Leo, Moon, Pluto, and Aquarius for the full moon coming up, and also the nodal shift with the nodes going into Leo, Aquarius. What I will say about the nodes, there's been a lot going on. I have to like, as an astrologer, as an astrologer, I like, there's just so many opinions. There's like so many astrologers up and coming. Like with every passing day, we have more and more astrologers with their opinions and their ideas. And I love this. I think it's absolutely beautiful. I think it's amazing. But I also think that, we have to be very discerning with what information we are reading and we are receiving when it comes to astrology, because a lot of what I've been seeing is people, they want to sugarcoat. It's like it's crazy. I'm seeing like it's so funny because one of the things I posted a few days ago was like how people are like so many people are commenting on like Saturn and Saturn punishing people karmically, or Saturn, giving people their karma back. So that's been one. The other thing that a lot, what I've been seeing a lot of, especially on threads in regards to Saturn, is people saying that Saturn is not a scary planet or telling people not to fear monger when it comes to Saturn and stuff like this. But those of us that really know astrology and those of us that practice astrology every day, like myself, you get to see how Saturn works and how Saturn moves in the lives of people. And when you really understand Saturn, you understand that Saturn does bring hardship, suffering, delays, death, endings. Saturn does bring hardship. And I would say like 80% of Saturn transits are going to be hard, or 20% of Saturn transits are going to be incredibly rewarding. And they're going to give you something, or they're going to solidify something, or they're going to advance you to the next level if you've been putting in a lot of work and stuff like this, right? But we got to understand the planets, they are all counterbalances to each other. And the planets, they all have an intimate relationship with each other. And we can't say, oh, Saturn is a good, benefic, wonderful planet. It's just not the truth. It's not what happens in the way he manifests in our life. It's not the way he manifests in people's charts. And it's not what he embodies, what he symbolizes. Jupiter is all things good. Venus is all things good, right? The luminaries, the sun and the moon have everything to do with things that are good and benefic. And when the sun is out, oh, we just love it, right? When the moon is out, we all have this affectionate, we just feel the intimacy and the love of the moon because the moon is our mother. Quite literally, the moon is not only your mother in your chart, but the moon is our celestial mother. But Saturn, no. Okay. Saturn is, he's the planet of death and fear. And he's the god of the Old Testament. It's one of the things that I always talk about with Saturn is if you want a case study in Saturn, go read the Old Testament, okay? Where God is literally punishing people sometimes just because, right? Where Saturn is causing people to suffer and putting people through things in order to teach them very profound spiritual lessons. And this is one of the things you got to remember what Saturn is. Saturn makes us suffer and he makes us struggle and he puts us through hard things in order to develop us, in order to teach us lessons that we wouldn't learn otherwise, right? And I always think about this with death, especially like when we go through the passing away of people or the passing away of pets, or even just like certain life chapters coming to an end. There's an element of grief and mourning that we have when things come to an end or things pass away, right? And Saturn is the planet of time. So Saturn is a dictator. He's the one that tells us this is this is how long this thing is going to be in your life, and this is, I'm removing this thing from your life now. Like that, this is the time for it to end. And a lot of us, we cause ourselves a lot of suffering by holding on to things that should have come to an end or should have come to a close a long time ago, right? And this is also holding on to things that have already passed or already moved away, right? So this is something that we got to be very mindful of with Saturn going retrograde. Saturn going retrograde is really going to have us reflect a lot of times on on the past. Saturn brings up things associated with time. And Saturn, his positive significations have everything to do with discipline and hard work and achievement and, putting your best foot forward and making the best of your situation. And, these are the positive things about Saturn. Saturn is a planet that will reward you incredibly by doing good work for the world, for humanity, for the disenfranchised. Saturn rules over the lame, the deaf, the mute. Saturn rules over the disabled, the elderly. So Saturn rules over the poor. Saturn has everything to do with the people that are ostracized or outcasted from society. And we can see this how through Saturn's rulership of Aquarius. So with the North Node going to Aquarius, Aquarian people are going to be a big theme, but also the people of society or the people that make up society that are ruled by Saturn, right? Which are people that, are disabled, people that are in the foster care system, people that don't have parents, people that have some kind of limitation, right? If we think of Saturn as a planet of limitation, people have a lot of different limitations. We have mental limitations, we have emotional limitations, right? Sometimes we have behavioral limitations, we have personality limitations, identity disorder, things like this, right? I don't want to say it's a limitation, but it's definitely something that you have to figure out, right? Saturn always gives us work to figure out. He's like, here, this is the hard work that you have, and you're gonna have to figure out this hard work. And sometimes it's about your emotional well-being. Sometimes it's about, your purpose, your mission in the world. Sometimes it's about your relationship with your mom. Sometimes it's your own health and your own wellness. Sometimes it's literally a disability that you have to live with. Saturn will have you live with a disability. It could be a missing arm sometimes, it could be a lame foot. It can be, like I was saying, being blind or deaf. These are all things that Saturn has everything to do with. And you can see this in the chart. And so I think one of the things that's very important as we're moving into, we just had Saturn go retrograde, we have the North Node going to Aquarius. I think one of the things that's very important to remember is like astrology reflects the totality of our lived experience. So astrology reflects, not only the bad, but also the good as well, right? And so I just want you guys to keep that in mind. Somebody said, as an Aquarius, I lost my job on Friday. I'm an emotional wreck at this moment. Yeah, it's tough. This is a time where, we are Venus in Virgo, swinging Mars and Gemini, like we're gonna see this week, next week with the Venus Mars square, especially with, South Node. Well, the South Node is no longer in Virgo anymore, right? But Venus is wrapping up in Virgo. But we do have one more eclipse in Pisces that's going to be coming up in the middle of August. Oh, wait, end of August. August 27th, I believe. We do have a solar eclipse in Leo on August 12th, which I will talk about eventually. But we do have one kind of like final eclipse. But we need to be honest with the times, right? Jobs are kind of evolving right now, and what work means, not only to us individually, but also to humanity and the collective, is in a state of evolution and change right now, right? Like the utopian idea is that none of us will have to work anymore, right? But also the other side of that is how are we all going to support ourselves? What money are we going to have to be able to take care of ourselves, be able to do things, right? Someone said, what if a death happened in the family on July 10th? Well, there's been a lot of endings. There's been a lot of tragedy. There's been loss in various ways that people have been going through and major, huge family transformations and changes. And one of the things we always got to remember is when we have planets or even, celestial points like the nodes go at the end degrees or beginning degrees of signs, it's always when we see major transitions in general in people's lives. So like, people passing away, people starting a new job, people leaving a career they've been at for a long time, people starting a new career. And because we are in this moment where there's so many different planets at the ending and the beginning of their cycle, right? We had Pluto enter Aquarius. Jupiter just went into Leo a month ago. We had Uranus go into Gemini, right? We had Neptune go into Aries. They're all at the early degrees of these signs. They just recently transitioned from this year to last year, right? Or last year to this year. We're kind of like it's what I call the turning of the wheel, Like if you think about the Wheel of Fortune or the World card as these cards that have a wheel associated with time and how time moves, regardless of whether or not we like it to, right? Um, we're in this period right now where the wheel is turning in very fast and we can all feel it, and so we just need to honor this kind of divine moment of transformation and change, and this goes even, talking about Barbell's basket, which we're going to talk about with the full moon in Aquarius, because the full moon in Aquarius is going to activate the barbell basket formation, so this is one of the things that we always got to remember about the luminaries, about the sun and the moon especially, is the outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, they're so far and they're so distant from Earth that, they have individual impact on us, but they tend to impact us more on a collective, societal, global level, the outer planets. Unless you're someone that has an intimate relationship with an outer planet, like for instance myself, I have Sun, Pluto, Uranus. I'm sorry, Sun, Pluto, Mercury all together in Scorpio. So I'm a Pluto person. So Pluto transits for me are very prominent, and when Pluto is doing things in my life, I really see it and I really feel it because I have a Pluto signature in my chart, so Pluto hits me more, right? But it's the sun and the moon, it's the luminaries that bring planetary energy to Earth, especially the moon. The moon is Earth's satellite. The moon is and I've talked about this in lives before, where the moon's role is to gather planetary energy as it's going around Earth. It collects planetary energy from other planets and then it projects it like a satellite here on Earth, So, that's the way the moon works. The moon is the divine cosmic astrological satellite, right? So, what does this mean? This means that the full moon in Aquarius that we have coming up, that is literally aligning with Barbell's basket, this particular full moon coming up is going to bring Barbell's basket energy to Earth in a very real, practical way. Okay, we're gonna see this full moon in Aquarius coming up. It's gonna be a, it's gonna be a tower moment for some people. It's gonna be a spin of the divine cosmic will for other people. It's going to be an eye opener. It's going to be a fresh start for some people, especially for fixed signs. I think fixed signs have been needing a shift and a change. I think the fixed signs have been feeling a little stagnant. Leo, Aquarius, Scorpio, and Taurus have been feeling a little stagnant. They haven't been getting a lot of action. So now that the nodes are going into Leo and Aquarius, and now that we have this full moon in Aquarius coming up, along with the solar eclipse in Leo coming up next month, we're going to start to see the fixed signs, Taurus, Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, especially if you have anything in the early degrees. We're going to start to see things shifting and changing in their life. And, there may be one domino that falls, and then all of a sudden that domino that falls has a ripple effect in your life. So if you are someone with Leo, Aquarius, Scorpio, Taurus placement, especially within the first decan, the first 10 degrees of a fixed sign, I want you to be very mindful of what is changing, what is evolving, what is shifting in your life. Starting this week with the full moon in Aquarius. But collectively, we're all going to feel this full moon because this full moon is aligning with Jupiter and Pluto opposite each other, and this full moon is also in it's trining Uranus. It's sextiling Neptune. It's pulling in Barbell's basket. So this is going to be a really really intense one. Yeah, someone said when the outsiders finally step into the world. Yeah. The North Node going to Aquarius, it's going to put a highlight on all those that are weird or different, right? The outcasts, the ostracized ones. The North Node, what I love about the North Node, let me tell you what I love about the North Node. We'll talk about it when I get there. This is also going to be timestamped. So this is just the intro, where I'm just doing the intro right now. We're going to go into all these things that I'm talking about specifically. We're going to go into all these things specifically that I'm talking about. But the North Node going into Aquarius is going to bring success and amplification, and it's going to bring reward and recognition to Aquarius placements in general, but also to Aquarius type of people. So people that are different, weird, people that are strange, unique. Also, Aquarius is the sign that's connected to teenagers, and also Aquarius is connected to people that are around midlife. They're like around middle age. So this is like from the ages of like kind of like 40 to like 44. That's also Aquarian. That's in a very Aquarian age as well. A lot of people around that age, right? Like from 40 to 44. Hi, Christina. Good morning, my love. How are you? A lot of people from that age, 40 to 44, they go through a radical life change. They revisit their teenage years. I always say that, that period is our midlife crisis period. It's our Uranus opposition, 40 to 44. And, that's when people dye their hair pink, they get a divorce, they have a baby if they haven't had one already, stuff like this. And so the North Node in Aquarius is going to amplify this energy, it's going to amplify this energy. And this isn't just a nodal shift in a North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo. This is also the co-presence and the modification of the nodal switch and these nodal transits um, being influenced and modified by Pluto in Aquarius and also Jupiter in Leo. So we got to understand that we're not going to get just a clear, pure North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo nodal transit or nodal experience. Like this is going to be a very different, intense nodal transit with the North Node going to Leo and the South Node going, or the South North Node in Leo, North Node in Aquarius and South Node in Leo, because of the influence of Jupiter and Pluto in these signs. So this is, not just a this is not just, a nodal transit that is going to speak to, Aquarius and Leo, but it's also what are Jupiter and Pluto doing, right, in these signs as well, and how are Jupiter and Pluto playing a part in these eclipses and in this nodal shift, right? Someone said, how can I book a follow-up reading? So you can actually go on my link tree. In my link tree on my bio, it's both on my threads and on Instagram. You can click on that, and then it'll pull up, a whole bunch of links. And then the first one, it'll say book an appointment, and you just click on that, and it'll take you through the appointment flow. Okay. Let me see what people are saying. Hold on, because I've just been running my mouth here. Oh gosh, I had a brutal midlife crisis, 30 years old. Oh, that's your Saturn return. Yeah. Saturn, 30 years old is our Saturn return. So a lot of people go through really tough lessons from 28 to 30 because that's the our first Saturn return. How that's so funny. I'm a super Aquarius and I've always felt 40 on the inside. That's hilarious. My friend is at her Uranus opposition. Oh, I love that for her. It's a little scary though, I'll be honest. Sometimes your Uranus opposition, those of us with Uranus and Sag, like myself, we're going through a Uranus opposition with Uranus and Gemini. And we're gonna start to see a lot of those of us that have Uranus and Sag. We were born in the 80s, like late 80s. I think we're born from, I think I think it's like 84 to like 9, like 89 or something. 83 to 89 or something like this. It's like that 7 year period because Uranus takes 7 years to go through a sign. Um, a lot of us are going to start to, make the big radical midlife changes, A lot of us with the Uranus and Sag, now that Uranus is in Gemini, are going through a Uranus opposition. You're going to start to see a lot of your Uranus and Sag friends and family, but also yourself, if you have that placement, kind of, radically change your life and do a total overhaul, right? Or a total upheaval. Sometimes that's also what we decide. We're like, I just want to redo my whole life. So, yeah. All right, well, let's go ahead and dive in. That was like a 30-minute intro. So let me go ahead and write this down. Intro. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to start off with today, I think the first thing that we're going to start off with today is Saturn retrograde in Aries. Okay. Uh, and then I'm going to transition into the nodes going into Leo and Aquarius in Leo because these things are tied together. Because the North Node is in Saturn's sign, right? The North Node just entered Saturn's sign and Saturn just went retrograde. So, all right. So let's talk about Saturn retrograde in Aries. That's going to be at 28. I'm just doing timestamps. All right, let's take a look. Let me just see what people have said. Mm-mm-mm. Someone said Barbel's basket is a configuration of four planets at four Aries, yep, 4 degrees Aries, Neptune, Gemini, Uranus at 4 degrees, yep, and then Leo, Jupiter, and yeah. Okay, so thank you for caught. Oh, you're seeing your dog passed away. I'm sorry to hear that, my love. Loss of a pet is always hard. It was my mother best friend who suddenly passed July 10th. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's really, really. It's 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 hard times. It's hard times. Okay, let's jump in. So I don't know if you guys have noticed, um, Saturn has been sitting at 14 Aries for the last month. So for the last 4 weeks, Saturn has been sitting at 14 degrees Aries. So if you are someone that has anything around 14 Aries or even 14 Cancer or 14 Libra or 14 Capricorn, um, this is very important for you. This Saturn transit is kind of like Saturn's looking at you. Saturn's gaze is upon you, right? And I want you to be very mindful of this Saturn retrograde in particular. He's going to go all the way back, I believe, to 8 degrees over the next 4.5 months. And I want you guys to be very mindful if you have cardinal placements, especially around that middle decan of a cardinal sign, 10 to 20 degrees, any cardinal sign. This is very particular for you, okay? But generally, collectively, let's talk about Saturn retrograde, right? So Saturn retrograde is a time for reflection associated with our long-term plan, our long-term mission, and our long-term commitments. And Saturn has a lot to do with reconsiderations that we make associated with where we are investing our time. Saturn is the planet of time, and he has a lot to do with longevity, so things that we put a lot of time into, usually in 7, 8 year increments, right? So we're married for this person for 8 years. We had this job for 7 to 8 years, right? We did this, we had this contract. We signed how long are the mortgages that we sign? 30 years. A 30-year mortgage. What planet is associated with 30-year time cycle? Saturn. Okay? Saturn has a lot to do with real estate and property and business engagements as well, just as much as Mercury. And so, when Saturn retrogrades, when he goes backwards, what are we reflecting on? What are we reconsidering? We're reconsidering the long-term foundational commitments that we've made. And particularly if you are a cardinal sign, right? If Saturn is coming in to oppose you, to square you, right? To conjoin you if you're in Aries, right? You're getting squared by Saturn if you are Cancer Capricorn, and you're getting opposed by Saturn if you're Libra. Then he's particularly applying pressure to you. He's coming in and checking in on you, and he's like, hey, this thing that you've been putting a lot of time in, is this what's for you or this what's not for you? Is this thing causing you to suffer? Is this thing aligned with your higher path, your higher vision? Right? Is this thing bringing you the reward that you're looking for? Right? Are you getting the respect that you deserve? Right? Like, or is this thing causing you to feel stuck, to feel stagnant? Is this thing holding you back from success? Is this thing holding you, right? Are you not learning your karmic lessons, right? Like, and I have a good friend of mine who's also a client of mine who is a Libra, they got a Libra moon, Pluto and Libra. They're literally going through a separation right now that's incredibly hard and incredibly toxic, and all the problems and issues that they've had in their relationship over X amount of years. I think it's been about maybe 7, 8 years actually, now that I think about it, have come to a breaking point, has come to a point where Saturn is literally telling my friend, like, you cannot do this anymore. Like, this relationship is causing you so much suffering and so much struggling and so much struggle, but it's also causing you financial loss, right? So another thing, when we are engaging with things that Saturn doesn't want us to engage with anymore, when we're giving time to things that Saturn doesn't want us to give time to anymore, that thing will cause us loss, struggle, suffering in some type of way. It'll be through money, finances. So you'll go broke. Saturn will make you go broke with a partner that he doesn't want you with. Okay. If you're at a job that Saturn doesn't want you there, he will get you fired. He will bring in a boss or a leader that will push you out. He will also make you sick or make you ill. This is another thing where Saturn loves to teach us lessons through illness and through sickness. Saturn has everything to do with long-term illnesses or chronic illnesses or illnesses that come on over a long period of time. Let me actually turn on the air conditioner because I'm already getting hot. It's 72 in here. It's 72. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 77 in here. Good. It's getting hot already. I'm in LA, so but yeah, so Saturn, he'll come and get you with your illness or with your sickness or something, right? So what we need to take advantage of Saturn periods, because Saturn, he does kind of release the pressure. He kind of takes his foot off the pedal a little bit to kind of give us a little space, a little bit of freedom. Saturn is depression. Okay. So Saturn is the planet that depresses us. He makes us sad. He makes us lonely. Saturn isolates us. Saturn separates us. This is why Saturn finds his joy in the 12th house. What are 12th house things about? Isolation, separation, depression. So if you think about prison being connected to the 12th house where Saturn finds his joy, when you go to jail, what happens? What do? You get segregated and isolated from society, right? When you're in a hospital, when you're in a mental institution, what happens? What's happening to you? You are getting segregated and isolated, taken out of society. And you're left to sit with yourself, right? And you'll see this with people that have Capricorn moon or Aquarius moon, or people that have Saturn aspecting their moon. The energy of Saturn is depression, negativity, loneliness, isolation, stagnancy, also coldness, right? Saturn rules over the extreme cold. And so if you are someone that lives if you live in a place where it gets super cold and there's like it gets snowed in, you can't leave your house, right? You are living in a Saturn ruled place. That is Saturn, everything. That's Saturn, everything. Saturn rules over the extreme cold, right? And Mars rules over the extreme heat. So we got to always remember that the malefics, Saturn and Mars, they work in extremes. They tend to do extreme things. I actually ended up reading an article yesterday that showed all the wildfires happening all around the world. I don't know if you guys saw that. Did you guys see that? There's literally an article that I don't remember what news source it was, but they published an article where they did a map of the entire globe, and they're literally showing how every continent has raging wildfires right now. Okay. And this is something that we got to remember about Saturn in Aries and why Saturn has fallen in Aries, because Saturn, right? He's a malefic planet, and when he's in Aries, which is the planet, which is a sign ruled by planet Mars, another malefic, we really get the worst. We tend to get the worst of Saturn's manifestations. So this is violence, this is war, this is fire, destructive fire, wildfires raging all across the world, right? Extreme heat, extreme dryness, right? No water, no vegetation. When there's too much fire energy in the air, what happens? Things catch on fire, things explode, things burn up. Fire is a dangerous element. It cannot exist by itself naturally in nature, right? Because what is fire destroys. You just have to take a look at what it does, naturally to see what the element is all about. So when you put Saturn in Aries, right, what we get is this really destructive, malefic Saturn that causes, fires, that causes extreme heat. This is why Saturn is considered fallen in Aries. So with Saturn retrograde, we are seeing an intensification of Saturn and Aries themes. And this is one of the things I want you guys to, I talk about this all the time with retrograde planets. When a planet goes retrograde, I want you to go out at nighttime and look at it in the sky. Why? Because what you're going to see is that planet is shining brighter. It's actually stronger. You could see its color way more vividly. Saturn is a really dull brown planet if you look at him in the sky, but you'll be able to see him shining a little bit brighter during this retrograde. So, what do retrogrades do? They intensify the energy of the planet, specifically around when the planet is shifting from direct into retrograde, or I'm sorry, shifting from going forward into retrograde, or when a planet is coming out of retrograde and going direct. These are very pivotal times. So I want you guys to think about this, right? When a planet to us on Earth, when a planet goes retrograde, what it's actually doing is it's making like a cosmic U-turn. And you can literally see this. Like you can literally track a planet as it's retrograding and it goes like this and then it starts to go the other direction. It's actually not going backwards. It's just from our perception here on Earth that the planet looks like it's going backwards, but it's actually not, right? So if we think about a retrograde in that way as like a U-turn, how can that actually physically manifest in our life? It can literally manifest as a U-turn where we change directions, we shift directions, we go back to something even. So sometimes Saturn retrograde can literally be about going back to a career or restarting and picking up a career that you had abandoned long ago, right? Or something like this. So I want you guys to think about this as, think about especially like the week before and the week after a planet goes retrograde. I want you to think about like how that could literally manifest as you making a U-turn in some type of way in your life with the significations of that planet, right? So Mercury retrograde, right? Going back, conversation with old lovers, going back to old jobs, issues with siblings coming back up, right? Like the past just seems to come back up so vividly with Mercury retrograde because Mercury is a planet that's very connected to us here on Earth, right? Mercury is a planet that's very close to us. We tend to not see Saturn retrogrades as prominently as Mercury retrogrades. We tend to not see the effects of Saturn retrograde as prominently in our life as Mercury retrogrades. But if you do pay attention, you will notice the past will come back for you and will show up in some type of way during a Saturn retrograde, right? And so I just want you to really think about this. Saturn retrograde is a beautiful time to reconsider all your long-term plans, all your long-term engagements, your career direction, your long-term commitments. Also, Saturn retrograde is a good opportunity to go back to the discipline or the structures or the commitments that you've abandoned, that you kind of need in your life. So maybe you do need an instructor, maybe you do need an accountability partner. Maybe you do need to get a watch. Okay, you start setting an alarm or something. And Saturn retrograde will remind you of this. Hey, it's we got to get back to work, we got to be disciplined again. We got to get back to our commitments and our engagements. But one of the things we are going to see is a lot of people breaking out of contracts and forming new contracts. And especially because this Saturn retrograde is happening right at the end of July. So what happens at the end of the month and the beginning of a month? End of July going to August 1st. A lot of people what? They sign new leases, right? They sign new contracts because a lot of contracts happen literally, they start or begin at the beginning of a month. So, what we're going to see come August 1st, from now, this week going into next week with August 1st, or August 1st is actually, yeah, it's going to be Saturday. We're going to be seeing a lot of people making these like big changes, these big plans, or even breaking out of a contract, signing a new contract, and things like this. The reason why this is double whammy right now, or the reason why the Saturn retrograde is a little bit more impactful is because Saturn has also been delaying Mercury. And this is something we got to keep in mind. Saturn is retrograding at 14 degrees Aries. Mercury went all the way back to 16 Cancer, 16 degrees of Cancer last week, and he went direct last week from Thursday to Friday. So what's happening? Saturn and Mercury are squaring each other. Hard square. Mercury is squaring Saturn. Saturn is in a superior square to Mercury. So guess what? Saturn, he still has Mercury kind of in a chokehold a little bit. He still has Mercury kind of suspension. He's still applying pressure and hardship and tension to Mercury. Okay. So as Mercury's moving forward and separates from Saturn this week, we're going to start to see a lot of our mercurial things move forward. So, clarity with decision making, important conversations or emails finally come in. Maybe you're waiting for a government letter. Maybe you're waiting, you have to talk to the county for something. Maybe you're waiting for a conversation with a lawyer, reply for a lawyer from a lawyer, right? We're going to start to see a lot of this mercurial stuff, information, communication, emails, contracts moving forward this week, especially this week going to next week. But by midweek, I would say by Wednesday, Thursday, Mercury is going to be he's going to be within like I think 6 degrees of separation from Saturn. Oh, 4 degrees. 4 degrees. So I'm looking at Thursday, July 30th. Mercury's at 18 and Saturn's at 14. So with every passing day this week, Mercury gets farther and farther away from Saturn, who's going backwards. So this is really good for us. This is really, really good for us, Mercury moving forward. And, but we got to keep in mind, Mercury, he's recovering, right? We're still in our Mercury shadow period for a few weeks. So, Mercury, he's recovering from his retrograde. I always like to think of Mercury going direct in like the first few days of Mercury going direct. It's kind of like Mercury coming, he's like recovering from his hangover. Okay. I like to think of Mercury retrograde as Mercury just getting drunk, going out and getting drunk one night. And then when he goes direct, he's like waking up the next morning, like, oh my God, what the hell is that? And then he has to like drink his water and, go get the fruit and go, eat the breakfast to like get himself back, get him because he has work, right? He's like, I got to work. I got to get to work at 12 o'clock. So I cannot be hungover. I need to like get myself together. I need to clean myself up. I like to think about that metaphorically when it comes to Mercury coming out of retrograde and like picking up speed. He's kind of recovering from a night out. Okay. He's a little wonky. He's a little, hungover. He needs his bowl. He needs to go eat his menudo, right? Right. Right. So he needs his not his michelada. What's the one with the with the tomato juice? What's that drink that y'all drink? It's like has tomato juice and celery in it, and you drink it like the next morning. It's like a hangover drink. You guys know what I'm talking? A Bloody Mary? Maybe I'm talking about a Bloody Mary. I'm not a drinker. I don't drink, so I don't know anything about that. But yeah, many of you probably know what I'm talking about. Okay. So yeah, Bloody Mary. Okay. So yeah, as Mercury's picking up speed this week, not only that, but separating from Saturn, okay, we're gonna see a lot of openness. We're gonna see a lot of forward movement. I do believe that the signs that are gonna benefit the most from Mercury's separation from Saturn this week is going to be water signs. Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. This Mercury retrograde has been actually pretty beneficial for you. It's been a good one. Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. It's having you having a lot, it had a lot of you guys take a look at certain things associated with your habits or patterns, your routines. And Mercury going direct because it trines you guys and it's conjoining you if you're a Cancer. It's going to be good for, it's going to be most beneficial for water signs because they're getting the trine, right? Water placements. It's also going to be good for earth signs as well, I will say. Um, Ariana Grande, Capricorn rising, she went back. Thought I'd end up with Sean, but it wasn't a match. Wrote some songs about Ricky, right? She went back to Ricky, which is so funny. Mercury retrograde in her seventh house as a Capricorn rising, right? It's so hilarious how astrology just be so on point for people sometimes. But yeah, earth signs benefiting from this as well. I would think that fire signs and air signs are going to be so happy if you are someone that has a lot of fire air in your chart, especially if it's your rising sign, you are going to be probably so happy that this Mercury is moving forward, okay, and getting out of the houses that tend to be a little bit more challenging or a little bit more difficult for you. So yeah, so something to keep in mind. Mercury things moving forward, Mercury problems getting solved. So maybe you've been having, blockages, issues, delays, setbacks or certain plans. This could be travel plans, this can be work plans, career plans. This could be any kind of plans. You've been having some kind of delays. Well, now that Mercury is separating from Saturn, and he's moving forward, right? We're going to see those things kind of those problems are going to get solved, things are going to fall into place, those blockages are going to get removed. I like to think about, sometimes I like to think about, if for those of us that played Pokemon, I like to think about Saturn as Snorlax. He is like Saturn is Snorlax, right? The first time you encounter Snorlax in Pokemon, he's blocking the road. All right. So sometimes what happens is, what happens as Mercury separates from Saturn is Snorlax literally leaves. He gets up and he goes. And you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't really have to do anything. The problem just kind of solved itself. How wonderful, right? So I want you guys to think about what's some significant themes around a natal Mercury return? Sometimes that can be about the renewal of habit. So a lot of people will change habits and behaviors around a Mercury return. It really depends on how if okay, if you have a Mercury return in your solar return chart, that Mercury return is going to be super important, and that's going to be a really important year for you. I generally don't think Mercury returns can be also they can be. It really depends on what's happening in combination with other astrology, right? The Mercury turn in itself may not be too significant, but if it's a Mercury turn that's happening on your birthday and and it's locked into your solar return chart, if it's a Mercury turn that's happening in combination with something else, like an aspect to Jupiter or Venus, like let's say you're having a Mercury turn with Venus conjoining it, right? Then that tells us love and relationships are going to be a big theme for that particular Mercury return in that cycle of Mercury, right? So we always got to think about any planetary return is good for a year. It's a year long experience that we're going to have with that. So let's say you're having a Mercury return conjoin Venus, with Venus on it, then that's going to be a year of love and relationships and affection for you. And it's also going to be a year of good outcomes when it comes to work and career or work and job things, coworker things. You might, change your habits and behaviors, or a female friend or a female cousin, aunt, uncle, or even sibling could play a big part in your life that particular year. It also depends on what houses Mercury rules. For some people, Mercury is a big player in their chart. Like if you're a mutable person like myself, you're mutable rising, Mercury rules two of your angles, right? So if you like, for instance, for me, Mercury rules my fourth house of home and family, and Mercury rules my seventh house of like partnership and like business connections and business engagements. And I'm a Mercury person because I have Sun Mercury conjunct. So Mercury is a very personal planet for me. He shows up in my personality, my character, things like this. So, this Mercury retrograde that started last month, right? Like right at the end of June, was literally about, because Mercury was my fourth house, was literally about me going home, right? So, not necessarily my Mercury return, but I am going to have a Mercury return this year that will also be a Mercury retrograde, which I have in my chart. So I have Mercury retrograde in Scorpio. Mercury will be retrograde in Scorpio. So there's gonna be a whatchamacallit, a echoing of that signature in my chart. So for me, this particular Mercury return this year for me is gonna be very important. Very, very important. Okay. Because I have Mercury retrograde in Scorpio in my chart, and Mercury's going retrograde in Scorpio, right? This year. So I don't know. It might not be around my birthday. I'm not really sure. I got to check into that. I don't know if Mercury's actually going to be retrograde on my birthday, but we'll see, you know. But yeah, just to answer that question. Okay, so let's get back to Saturn. So, um, Saturn's going retrograde. So Saturn goes retrograde for about 4.5 months. So he spends about 1/3 of the year retrograde. Okay. And Saturn, what he when he's going backwards, I like to also think about Saturn things as chapters in our life. Saturn will typically retrograde around three times in one sign before he goes into the next sign. Okay. So if we're tracking Saturn's development in our chart, and if we're tracking what Saturn puts us through in our chart, no matter what house we have him in, we'll generally see some kind of story or some kind of narrative develop with Saturn. And I'm going to use myself as an example. Okay. So for me, I have Saturn in the second house of money and finances, and he's ruled by Mars in the eighth house. So for me, what happened as Saturn came in to 14 degrees Aries like a month and some change ago. This was like, yeah, no, this was like a month and 2 weeks ago. He came in to oppose my Mars in Libra. And what literally happened was I ended up getting a tooth infection. And the eighth house rules surgery, the second house rules the face, the second house rules money and finance, and Saturn rules over teeth. So literally that Saturn Mars opposition for me and Saturn going, slowing down into direct opposite with Mars literally manifested as like a dental thing, right? So for me, this Saturn retrograde Saturn's gonna tell me, all right, you have other dental work that you need to get done, buddy. Make sure you are spending the money to go ahead and get this dental work finished now, because when I come back around and I hit this degree again at 14, directly opposite your 13-degree Mars in Libra, I may decide to take another tooth. If you did not take care of your dental work from now until he's in a retrograde, he's going to go backwards to around 8 degrees for the next, 4.5 months from now, and then he's going to move forward again. And then within 2 months, he's going to come back to 14. So Saturn for me is giving me 6 months to take care of my dental work. Because if I don't take care of that dental work, by the time he comes back around to hit that opposition with my Mars, which is going to be next year, guess what? That could be another tooth infection, right? So, he's warning me already. He already warned me. He's like, "Hey, I already took one tooth. I don't want to have to take another one. So you have some dental work that you got to finish, right? Make sure you get it done." Saturn rules what? Teeth. Saturn rules over our teeth, over our bones, right? So that's my narrative with Saturn. So, if we take a look at where Saturn's at in our chart, where house we have Aries in, we should be able to see some kind of story, some kind of narrative, some kind of challenge, some kind of struggle associated with that house and what Saturn is doing, how Saturn is trying to purify, clean. He's trying to, organize, restructure, right? Sometimes he comes in to destroy that, the significations of that house or whatever, is in that house or whatever is pertaining to that house in your life. And then he has you rebuild it from the ground up, right? So this is what happens a lot of times when people have Saturn transit the 6th and the 12th. They end up having a chronic illness or, bad unhealthy habits and behaviors kind of culminate into an illness. And Saturn's like, okay, you got to change your entire routine. You got to change your diet. You got to change your habits. Your day to day, the entire thing has to change from the top down. And you got to be disciplined and commit to it, Saturn, in order to heal yourself, right? In order to bounce back from this illness, right? Sometimes Saturn going to the 6th and 12th will also have you lose a job. Saturn will have you lose a job. And your Saturn story will be about the change of your career direction and how that's linked to a job, right? So, a lot of times Saturn going through the 6th and 12th as well, he will bring an enemy into your life, and that enemy will show up as a coworker, as a boss that's unhealthy and toxic. And then your Saturn narrative through the 6th or the 12th will be about this conflict, or will be about this ostracization that you experience at that job. It will be about this negativity, this, or even like micromanaging energy that you get from a boss, because Saturn is he's the manager, right? Saturn is the rule maker. And sometimes what Saturn likes to do, he nitpicks at you. He puts someone in your environment that nitpicks at you. So, these are just things things that we need to consider in the way that Saturn could be manifesting in our own life so that we can take a look at what the Saturn retrograde is about for us, particularly, you know? And if you are someone who is not able, you're learning astrology, you don't know much about astrology, you're not able to see or tie the planets to your chart, you can always hit me up for a reading and I will do this for you. Okay. I will show you this very clearly. Okay. That's what I do professionally. So, my thing, the reason why let me tell you why I'm so good at astrology. Okay. Let me tell you what kind of separates me from the rest. I tie people's lived experience to the chart. And I am an astrologer of this present moment in time. What I see a lot of with other astrologers, especially the Hellenistic ancient ones, is baby, they're stuck in the past. And your astrology is not relevant to today. You haven't updated it because you need to know how these planets show up today in people's lives today, not in the 1600s, not in the 1400s, not 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, right? We need to know how these planets are showing up today in our life today. Astrology is in a constant state of evolution because society and humans are in a constant state of evolution, right? So if you are someone that, you can't see the narrative, the story, your own chart, hit me up for a reading and I will literally bring your chart to life for you and I will connect the dots. I see a lot of people in my comments, like on my posts, they're like, oh, I don't, how do you do this? Or I can't make sense of this. Or I don't really see this reflected on my own chart. And let me tell you, a lot of it has a lot to do with the fact that people are not doing the math right. They're not doing the astrological math right. It has less to do, it's not the fact that the astrology is inaccurate, it's that we're not doing accurate astrology. Because when someone is really good at astrology and they know what the hell they're doing, it's going to be accurate, consistently accurate. And that's one of the reasons why I stay booked and busy. That's why I have a following. That's why I stay booked out, a month at a time, month and a half at a time, because I'm consistently accurate. Because we got to know how astrology works. And a lot of times, what you're not seeing, it's not the astrology's fault. It's the fact that you don't have the experience, you don't have the wisdom, or you're just not putting together the pieces, right? You're not putting together the pieces. You're not doing the math. So that's why a lot of my content, you're gonna have to pull out your chart and you're gonna have to put in some work. You're gonna have to do some math. It's not self-explanatory. A lot of the stuff I'm doing with my threads posts and stuff for you guys and showing you, you have to figure it out. You have to figure it out. It's not simple, it's not a simple thing. You have to know how to do the astrological equations. You got to be able to put the sign, the house, and the planet together to get meaning. And that's another thing that I see with a lot of astrologers. I see a lot of astrologers that are super knowledgeable, but they do not know how to delineate. And I've had some experiences with astrologers that I met in real life where I start, I'm thinking I'm talking astrology to them that's very, what I think is what every astrologer should know. And I'm like, wait, whoa, actually, you're more on the academic side of astrology, or you're more on the teaching side of astrology. Because what I've experienced firsthand is a lot of astrologers who've been studying for many years that are well knowledgeable. They know all the processes. They know the system, their particular system very well, but they don't know how to apply it. They have very little experience actually doing readings for people, and they don't know how to bring the information to life. They don't. And it's because they're not doing readings. They're not challenging themselves to actually, they're not overcoming the personal insecurities. They're not inviting people in. They have a lot of ego and a lot of pride around their knowledge. And so they're afraid. It's just a lot of different things. It's a lot of different things. Sometimes I think also another thing is like just, then we're going to get back to Saturn retrograde in Aries. I think a lot of astrologers are really socially awkward. And I think they lack social skills. I'm going to be honest. I think like y'all, I love my astrological community, but you guys need to work on your people skills. You guys need to work on your humans, like being a human and learning how to talk to people, interact with people. Because some of y'all are incredibly rude. Some of you are really awkward. You don't know how to just sit there and hold a conversation with someone. You can't just sit there and profile and ask people questions. You need to learn how to do these things. These things are going to make you a good astrologer, or developing your personality, your character, developing your personality, your personability, your ability to talk to people, interact with people is what's going to make you a better astrologer. It's not the knowledge and the information, it's actually how you interact with people. Yeah, they're often Saturnian and they're so awkward and there's, I don't know, it's just really strange. It's a really strange thing for me, you know? I've had some really weird experiences with astrologers, getting readings and even like interacting with astrologer communities and going to astrologer meetups and stuff where I'm just like, can't relate. I don't know. This is not my scene. Y'all are really uncomfortable and awkward with yourselves, and you guys are not confident and self-assured the way I am. So I don't know what to tell you, but this is awkward. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of Portland, please. I don't want to be here no more. Socially awkward, okay? Like, don't know how to talk to people, don't know how to hold eye contact, don't know how to just like be warm and open. Like, what are we doing? These are things we got to cultivate, you know? Also, unfortunately, a lot of astrologers and tarot readers and spiritual workers, they have really bad relationship with money and they're not business people, you know? So, I think those of us that are like spiritual astrologers, tarot readers, Reiki practitioners, we need to like learn about business. We need to get really good with business. And we also got to develop our people skills, so that we can really put our knowledge to use and we can build a career or a business off of our knowledge and off of our skills. But anyways, I digress, you know. Anyways, let's get back to Saturn retrograde in Aries. So yeah, so let's do a little bit of a recap, right? Let's do a little bit of a recap, and then I'm going to talk about the nodes going into Aquarius and Leo and what that means because it is tied to the Saturn retrograde in Aries because the Saturn retrograded right as the node shift, like the same day, right? And the North Node is going into Saturn ruled sign. So I want to talk about this. Um, All right. So, little recap of Saturn and Aries. Saturn retrograde in Aries. Saturn will be retrograde for the next 4.5 months. So this is going to be what? August, September, October, November, until about mid-November. Saturn will go direct. So he's going to be pretty much retrograde for a large part of the rest of this year. He's going to go all the way back to around 8 degrees Aries. Okay. If you have anything from 14 to 8 degrees Aries, Capricorn, Cancer, or Libra, a cardinal sign, Saturn was going to be either opposing you, squaring you, or conjoining you if you're in Aries. So for you, the cardinal signs, these are the people that are going to feel this Saturn retrograde the most. Saturn's gaze is upon you, okay? This can be very beneficial though. I didn't say this, but this Saturn retrograde can be very, very, very beneficial for those of us that are fire signs or we have fire placements. I've been seeing a lot of my Saturn and Sag folks. I've been seeing a lot of my Saturn and Sag folks winning with Saturn in Aries. Because why? Saturn in Aries is the fifth house, the fifth sign away from those of us that have Saturn in Sag. So I've been seeing a lot of reward, a lot of culmination, a lot of recognition for those of us that have Saturn in Sag. If you have Saturn in Leo, you're also receiving a trine from Saturn. This can be a very amazing, powerful Saturn transit for you. This Saturn retrograde could be about reaping rewards and things like this for you, right? And it could be about positive shifts, positive rewards from Saturn. So, Saturn's not all bad. Some of us are receiving the good Saturn transits, or we're getting good benefits from Saturn's energy. Those that are getting trines and sextiles from Saturn. But yes, if you are a cardinal sign, you are going to experience probably the more difficult, hard sides of Saturn's transit because, Saturn, he rules over the opposition aspect, by the way. So Saturn rules over the opposition, Mars rules over the square aspect, Venus rules over the sextile aspect, and Jupiter rules over the trine aspect. And so this is why oppositions from Saturn tend to be the most hard, the most difficult, and squares from Saturn as well when he's hitting that part of our chart, okay? So yeah, if you have anything in the middle degrees, around 14 of a cardinal sign, going all the way to 8 degrees of a cardinal sign, also 5 degrees out of that, right? So even if you have something around 18, 19, you may be feeling Saturn's pressure. If you have anything, at 0 degrees, 1 degrees of a cardinal, you could be feeling Saturn's pressure as well, okay? Saturn is an opportunity for us to reflect with our career direction, our long-term commitments, our long-term plans, our long-term engagements. Saturn is about a restructuring. He tends to restructure the house that he's transiting when he goes retrograde, but he's also about a reconsideration or going back to in some time. So it could be about a reconsideration of commitments, of current commitments. It could be about going back to old commitments, going back to things that you abandoned or lost. in the past, right? Sometimes Saturn will bring back the past in a very profound way, right? Sometimes Saturn retrograde can literally be about you inheriting an old property. Like it could be about the passing of a family member or even the processing of like the legal process gets finished associated with an inheritance or something, and then you inherit a property or you get something, and then you're gonna have to work on it, right? You're gonna have to work on it, you're gonna have to improve it, you're gonna have to do some work on it, Saturn. And that's sometimes what Saturn retrograde's about. We also spoke about Saturn retrograde being tied to the Mercury direct from last week because Saturn and Mercury are separating from a square, but Saturn's in a superior square to Mercury, and Mercury's moving forward this week. So what we were talking about is the pressure that Saturn's been applying on the Mercury that pressure that Saturn was applying on Mercury retrograde is going to start to dissipate as like this week going into next week, especially towards the end of this week going to next week, because Saturn is separating from that 10th square with or because Mercury is separating from that 10th square with Saturn. So we're going to start to see a lot of things around contracts, business negotiations, decisions, choices, job opportunities, emails, phone calls, important conversations, important mail that you're waiting for. It's going to start to come in to move us forward because Mercury's moving forward now. Okay. So, anything else that I missed with that recap? I think that's it. I think that's it. I think we spent enough time on Saturn RX in Aries. So, all right. And then this will be timestamped. So if you want to go, I'm gonna go upload this onto YouTube later on today. So if you want to go back and watch this either here on Instagram or on YouTube, you can. Okay. So let's talk about the nodes going to Leo and Aquarius. 10:06. Okay. So we've had the nodes transiting Pisces and Virgo for the last 18 months. I must say the nodal transit of Pisces and Virgo, I think was probably one of the hardest, one of the most difficult. Pisces and Virgo are the sixth sign and the 12th sign of the zodiac. These are the signs that have a lot to do with struggle and hardship and difficulty. These are the signs that have a lot to do with loss. Pisces and Virgo, the sixth house and the 12th house, right? Pisces and Virgo, where these houses get a lot of their significations from the signs, and there's overlap with Pisces and Virgo and the sixth house and 12th house. These are like the hardest houses in the chart, right? The sixth and the 12th. And so, we're talking about Pisces and Virgo things. We're also talking about things where we lose control over our life, or we have to surrender and let things go, or where certain timelines are coming, to a close. So if we think about it, right, the nodes were in Aries and Libra, which are the first, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. These are cardinal seasons, cardinal energy, and then they went back into the last sign of the zodiac, right? So now that the nodes are shifting into Leo and Aquarius, this is like 11th and 5th house energy. So this is a very, very different energy than the 12th and the 6th. The 11th is friends, communities, social group, Aquarius is the sign of progressiveness. Sorry, Aquarius is a sign of revolution. Aquarius is also the sign of genius. It's a sign of doing something different. It's a sign of things that are unique. And so we have to understand that the North Node going into Aquarius is going to amplify all Aquarian themes. So themes around technology, things around humanity, things around data centers, things around because Saturn's in Aries, which I'll talk about, things around despotic leadership or absolute authoritative leadership. These things are going to get amplified. AI, technology, and for us personally, this is going to really show up in how our social life, how our community life, how our internet online life is going to like even take more precedent. We're going to see an increase and an uptick with the North Node Aquarius of us having friends online or friends in different places. Also, friends from different ethnicities, age groups. You're going to see a lot of us are going to be stepping into this new kind of social climate where we are inviting new types of people to connect with, or we're connecting to new communities and things like this. We're also going to see the emergence of new communities. We may see the emergence of new political parties. We may see the emergence of new nonprofit social justice groups or communities as well. North Node and Aquarius. Aquarius is the sign of social work. It's a sign of humanitarianism. It's a sign of philanthropy. It's connected to the 11th, right? So we're gonna see kind of like philanthropic endeavors, more people getting involved in social justice, humanities, more people getting involved in the revolution and, picketing and, rioting and protesting. Like we're going to see a huge amplification of this. Okay. Actually, was reading that someone mentioned that the last time Jupiter, well, this is tied to Jupiter and Leo, opposite Pluto and Aquarius. The last time Jupiter was in Leo opposing Pluto and Aquarius was during the French Revolution, actually, in the 1700s, I believe. I think that was like, what, 1774 something? French Revolution date. Oh, I was close. Yeah, 1789. Oh, I was close. 1789. Oh, I was close. I was close. I don't have a strong, I have a good Mercury for like intuition and I have a good Mercury for like downloads, but I don't have a good Mercury for like remembering facts. I have Mercury retrograde in Scorpio conjunct the sun. So when it comes to like detailed factual information, like giving you detailed dates and stuff, don't ask me. All right, go ask your Gemini Virgo friends about that, okay? But when it comes to like collective energies and intuitive information and being able to like tap into the cosmic meaning of something, I'm your guy, okay? But yeah, so with the South Node in Leo, Leo is we've been living in a society dominated by Leos. We've been seeing this. We've been seeing this with celebrity culture. We've been seeing this with Donald Trump. We've been seeing this with CEO culture. We've been seeing this with even to some extent, I would say billionaire culture. And this kind of like celebration of those in the limelight, this blind celebration of those in the limelight where there's no, a lot of these Leo figures in our day-to-day life, we see very little accountability with them. We see justice favor them more. They're not treated equally like the rest of us. They tend to get divine favor. I'm not going to say divine favor. No, that's not true. They tend to get societal favor. They tend to get social favor, right? Society caters to all these Leo people. Well, guess what? The South Node's going into Leo. So guess what? No more. The Pluto and Leo generation, South Node moving into Leo, a lot of them are leaving. A lot of them are exiting stage left. Their time has come to a close. Okay. So one of the things that we got to understand with the North Node in Aquarius and the South Node in Leo, it's going to amplify this kind of shift and change that's happening politically. And it's going to amplify this tension that's happening between Aquarius themes and Leo themes, right? Aquarius is, you know, the robots, the AI, the techno billionaires, the way everything is like becoming streamlined with online with social media and all that, right? But Leo is the sign of the child. Leo is the sign of the leader, the sign of the boss. Leo is also the sign of the king and the queen. So Leo in some ways it's a traditional sign. And it has a lot to do with hierarchy. So where Aquarius is equality, egalitarianism, democracy is an Aquarian ideal, right? Leo is monarchy, right? Leo is the king and the queen, absolute authority. And Leo has a lot to do with hierarchy, right? So one of the things that's very important, the South Node of Leo is not going to be good for Trump. I'm going to tell you guys that right now. The South Node of Leo is not going to be good for Leo placements. And this is one of the things you got to understand about the nodes. The North Node, okay, let's do just a little recap of the nodes a little bit. Many of you are new to astrology or you're learning and you want to learn. And so let's talk about the nodes. The North Node brings things in. The North Node amplifies energy. The North Node brings worldly success and recognition. This is why when the North Node was in Pisces, we saw so many Pisces people winning. Literally, we saw them winning at the Grammys. We saw them winning at the Oscars. We saw them winning, like, in sports and athletics. We saw a lot of Pisces people getting huge, monumentous wins. And it's crazy because some of these Pisces people, on the day that they won, the North Node in Pisces was either on their Sun, was on their rising, was on their Venus, was on their Jupiter. Okay, like Benito, he's a Pisces stellium. He had the North Node on his, like, I think it was on his Saturn or on his Sun or something when he won. And so the North Node, what it does, is it brings wins, it brings success, it brings worldly recognition, it brings prominence. It also brings a lot of things. So the North Node brings a lot of money, the North Node brings a lot of fame, but the North Node is also obsessive and compulsive, and the North Node is also addictive. So we got to be mindful of this. What I like, let me tell you what I like about the North Node in Aquarius. Aquarius is a Saturn ruled sign, right? So with the North Node in Aquarius, someone said what sign is winning for this nodal axis? Well, Aquarius, clearly, right? North Node's in Aquarius. Yeah, look at Michael B. Jordan, Jupiter and Pisces, Demi Moore, Jupiter and Pisces, Jodie Foster, Jupiter and Pisces, and they all won, right? So the North Node is going into what sign? Aquarius. So who are the people that are going to be winning? Aquariuses. Okay, we're going to see a lot of those with Aquarius placements: Aquarius rising, Aquarius sun, moon, Aquarius Jupiter, getting their wins, getting their fame, getting their recognition, getting their success, right? But another thing, like I was saying, the North Node being connected to overindulgence and overconsumption and addiction and stuff like this. What I like about the North Node being in Aquarius is a Saturn ruled sign. So it's a sign that's very disciplined. It's a sign that can be very controlled. It's a sign that also knows how to say no. It's a sign that knows how to abstain. And so what I love about the North Node going into Aquarius is I don't think we're going to see so much of this excessive, addictive, compulsive activation like we did with those that have the North Node in Pisces or what we saw at the North Node in Pisces. I think the North Node in Pisces was about the drug, it made the drug pandemic even worse. You know, because Pisces is ruled by Jupiter and Neptune, right? Jupiter is a planet of more, more, more. Give me more food, give me more money, give me more fame, give me more, right? Jupiter is a sign of indulgence, and we always see Jupiter people, especially you Saggies, y'all love Vegas. You love Vegas. Why do you love Vegas? Because you get to go to Vegas and you get to overindulge. We got the buffets. You get to gamble, right? You get to risk money and for the opportunity to get millions of dollars or thousands of dollars, whatever, right? When you're gambling, gambling is a Jupiter thing, it's a Sag thing, it's a fifth house thing. So, you know, we the North Node in Pisces was like, oh, all the alcohol, all the drugs, you know, all the people, all the move, all the everything. Where the North Node in Aquarius is going to be much more tamed, much more constricted, and it's going to be, I think it's a better placement for the North Node. Um, because it makes people tame and it makes people, you know, it gives people the empowers people. Let me look for the words here. It empowers people to be more constricted or tame with the indulgent, obsessive energy of the North Node. You know, does anybody know who has the North Node in Aquarius conjunct Mars? They have it in the eighth house. This is someone who's in the limelight. This is someone that you probably hear their name at least once every couple days. And they're someone that has a lot of power, a lot of influence. You know, they have influence in ways that we may not even be aware of, but they were definitely influencing the last election. I will tell you this. Anybody know who this person is? They have North Node in Aquarius with Mars. Elon Musk, exactly. Elon Musk. He has North Node Mars conjunction in his eighth house as a Cancer rising. So, you know, if we think about Mars, the planet of technology, you know, we think about Aquarius as the sign of the future. What is Elon Musk literally doing? He has been driving us into the future. And he's telling us this is the future that you guys are going to have. There's not going to be no money. We're going to get to Mars. There's going to be robots everywhere. No one's going to be driving cars anymore because we're going to have AI driving cars. He's literally speaking, okay, into existence his North Node Mars and Aquarius vision. So if we think about the North Node going into Aquarius, and Elon Musk having his nodal return, right? If we think about that, then guess what? We're going to see this amplification of all these Aquarian themes even more so. The North Node makes things real. The North Node brings things to reality. The North Node is one of the strongest points of celestial manifestation in anybody's chart. The North Node will bring you a lot of wherever he's at in your chart. He'll bring you eighth house, you know, he'll bring you a lot of Death sometimes. In the second house, will bring you a lot of money. In the fifth house, and I've seen this, people in the North Node in the fifth, tons of kids. It brings them tons of children, right? North Node in the sixth house, tons of jobs. You'll be working two or three jobs at once, right? That's what the North Node brings. So we got to keep that in mind. So the North Node Aquarius, it's like tons of robots, tons of AI, flying cars, tons of friends, tons of social interaction, tons of community engagement, a lot of rebellion, a lot of revolutionary energy, a lot, this energy is going to get amplified. It's going to be, magnified. It's going to be made more intense and it's going to be brought here to Earth in a very physical, tangible way, right? So if the north node increase, right, the north node brings increase in amplification, right? The north node brings intensity. The north node in its most extreme form brings obsession, right? What does the south node do? Everything opposite of the north node. So the south node brings loss, surrender, release, purging, clearing things out. Where the north node strengthens, it makes powerful, the south node weakens, it makes weak. Okay, we gotta remember this. This is you're not gonna learn a lot of this. I'm gonna be honest with you. You're not gonna learn a lot of this in Western astrology. You're not gonna Hellenistic astrology is not gonna tell you this. Modern astrology is probably not gonna tell you this. Evolutionary astrology is not gonna tell you this. These are things that come from Vedic astrology. Okay, and a lot of what I'm doing is I'm showing you guys in my posts that Vedic techniques and Vedic significations can also be applied to Western charts. That's a lot of what I'm doing. That's a lot of what I'm showing you guys, you know? And so we got to keep in mind when it comes to the South Node and where, Western astrology drops the ball, South Node doesn't tell us that, or Western astrology doesn't tell us that the South Node is about loss and endings. The Western astrology doesn't tell us that the South Node is about cancer, and it's about illness, and it's about infections and diseases that go unseen, right? And this is why, like, I literally saw a very prominent astrologer, a very, very big astrologer that I've had interactions with, and we're friends, but I literally saw them say that the South Node is not about loss. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let you hold that opinion. I'm not gonna say anything because I respect your practice and your beliefs, whatever. But as someone who's been practicing astrology consistently for 5 years now, the South Node is about loss. Okay, it's about loss, and it takes things away from us, and it moves us away from things, and it purges things, you know. So, what are your thoughts about being born on a lunar eclipse? Oh, it's very powerful. You're very special. People that are born on eclipses are special, and you see it everywhere. If you're someone that reads charts the way as many charts as I do, you'll see that people that are born on eclipses, they have a very unique, special life. It's different than other people's. Namely, who's one person that was born in an eclipse that is in office and the highest is what some people are saying is the highest office of political power at this moment in time, Donald Trump. He was born on a blood moon eclipse in Sagittarius. And we had an echo of that eclipse actually last year. Was it this year or last year? Are we back? You guys hear me? Are we back? Do you guys hear me? Give me a thumbs up. Give me hearts if you guys can hear me. Okay. Someone called me. Yeah. Okay, cool. We're good. So, yeah, so like I was saying, people that are born in eclipse, they tend to be very special. Also, same thing with people that are born in a full moon. So you can either born on if you have the sun and the moon together along the north node or the south node, then you were born on a solar eclipse. If you have the sun and the moon opposite each other in your chart and you have them right next to the nodes, then you were born on a lunar eclipse. The only way you could be born on an eclipse is when the sun and the moon are within 17 degrees of the nodes in your chart. So go look at your chart right. If you say that you're born on an eclipse, right? Go look at your chart right now. You will literally see the north node and the south node right next to your sun and your moon. Because why? The eclipses and the nodes are tied to the eclipses only happen because of the nodes. right? The only way that the eclipses, where the sun and the moon get blocked out in light, right? The only way it happens is when there's a lunar event, a new moon or a full moon within 17 degrees of the nodes. That's the only time it could happen, you know? So if we think about the north node and the south node being connected to destiny, north node, and fate, south node, I'm going to tell you the difference between these two because destiny and fate are not the same thing. They're not the same thing, right? A lot of people that are born on eclipses, they feel like their life is what? Destined and fated in multiple ways. There's parts of their life that feel very destined in the way it unfolds and the choices that they make and the things that happen and the direction that they go in. But there's also experiences that they have that are very fated and very written where this was like gonna manifest regardless of what they wanted, right? So we also got to understand that the nodes and the power of the nodes and the luminaries, they put us into situations that can be very, very chaotic, but that can also be very much out of our control, right? You guys, I love that you guys are asking personal questions, and I really do, and I wish I could answer them all. But because I got to stay on topic, if you do have personal questions about your chart and how this shows up in your chart, you got to book a reading, my love. You know, you should definitely book a reading. And there are plenty of people here who will tell you that, you know, my readings will change your life. And, you know, I'll be able to really, really tell you how this pertains to you, you know. So I love the questions, but I don't want you guys to get mad or offended if I don't answer them because I definitely see them. But because I got to stay on topic, you know, don't think that I don't care about the question. I love your questions and I know that they're important to you, you know, and they're meaningful. And I get that, but also I'm have to be on topic, you know, and I would love to get into your individual questions and stuff like that and talk about your charts. But we're here for the collective today, you know? Someone asked, your year ahead is we're going to cover your solar return chart. So someone asked about the types of readings that I offer. Transit reading will be good for like 3 to 6 months. Like if you're going through something particularly like in this moment, you want to know how it's gonna pan out in the next 3 to 6 months, get a transit reading, you know? Also, I think transit readings are really good for like if you're in the middle of your birth, like let's say you're 6 months into your birthday, you know, or you have like an ongoing thing that you've been dealing with, book a transit reading. If you're booking a reading for your birthday, like you want to take a look at your year ahead on your birthday or for your birthday, like you have a birthday coming up soon or you just came out of birthday, do the year ahead reading, okay? Our year ahead in astrology is not connected to the regular year. Our year ahead starts on our birthday to our next birthday. So that is your year. Your year for you is from the day of one birthday to the day to your next birthday. That is your year. That is going to be your 2026. That's going to be your 2027. So, you know, that's one of the things I always want you guys to remember when it comes to astrology is your your year start it's like based on your birth chart. It's based on your birthday. You know, it's not just like, oh, you know, what is the year 2026 going to look for me? No, it's like from your birthday of 2026 to your birthday of 2027. And that's what we look at. We look at that time frame. Okay. Okay. Let's keep going. All right. So the South Node in Leo. The South Node is going to weaken, cause deprivation, cause some kind of lack, but also bring some kind of fate or destined thing to Leo placements, to our Leo house, and to Leo energy. Okay. Um, so this is why the Pluto and Leo generation, we're going to see a lot of them kind of like passing away or going through a health crisis with the South Node going to Leo. One of the things I will say with the South Node going to Leo, if you are someone that has back issues, spinal issues, if you are someone that has an issue with their gallbladder or their pancreas, okay, maybe even the liver, because Jupiter's going to be there, right? Hip issues, sciatica, lower back, you know, your vagus nerve is always inflamed, you know, you got tightness around the vagus nerve, whatever. The South Node, Jupiter co-presence in Leo can exacerbate those health issues and make it worse. Okay, I just got to let you know this, especially as we approach eclipses or as, you know, once the eclipse season hits. A lot of people, you know, they get hit by the South Node side of the eclipse and they experience health issues. So if you are someone, with Leo placements, or you're having illnesses associated with Leo parts of the body, which are the heart, the back, the gallbladder, specifically the gallbladder, uh, partially the liver, the pancreas. Also, the right eye. So in men, the sun rules over the right eye. In women, the sun rules over the left eye. Okay. So this could also be about eye issues. So if you are someone that, you have diabetes and, you run the risk of glaucoma or something like this, I think diabetes and glaucoma are tied together. Yes. Yeah. I'm honestly, I should have been a doctor. And it's not too late, okay? Adults with diabetes face a 35% or to 50% higher risk of getting open angle glaucoma, okay? Which is when tiny blood vessels in the eyes, right? They burst and it causes blindness. Excessive sugar in the eyes, exactly. Yeah. So this can be an issue. If you're someone that has diabetes, you got to watch out for the South Node moving to Leo because you can start to lose your eyesight, with the South Node going to Leo, right? Styes in my right eye. Oh my God. Yeah, that's the sun. That's sun. You have a sun affliction. So if you have styes in your right eye, I guarantee you your sun in your birth chart is afflicted in some type of way because it shows up in your eye. So for me, so the moon rules over our left eye and the sun rules over our right eye. So I have an afflicted moon. So I have the moon in Capricorn, and in my Vedic chart it's in the 12th, but I also just have it in the 11th house squaring Jupiter in my natal chart, in my Western chart. And my left eye, which is ruled by the moon for men, is bad. My left eye is really bad. It's like really blurry compared to my right. My right eye is like good, but my left eye is my bad eye. So you literally will see this in your chart. It's pretty fascinating. But yeah, with the South Node going to Leo, if you are a Leo person, you just want to be aware of this. We're gonna see, so collectively, what we're gonna see is a lot of leaders, a lot of celebrities are gonna meet their downfall, or they're gonna step out of the limelight, they're gonna retire, or they're going to have like a spiritual or religious awakening. I'm gonna tell you one of the really good things about the Jupiter South Node co-presence in Leo. Both of these planets, well, in Vedic astrology, they consider the South Node a planet. So they call it one of the shadowy planets. So the North Node Rahu and the South Node Ketu in Vedic astrology are considered planets. They're considered the shadow planets. So if you hear me call the South Node a planet, this is why. Okay, so don't get triggered. Some of y'all the South Node is not a planet. Well, there are other traditions that consider it a planet. So relax, ma'am. Okay, relax, Karen. But anyways, um, what do the South Node and Jupiter have in common? They're both spiritual. They're both faithful. They both have a lot to do with surrender and releasing things and letting things go in the name of God, in the name of the divine, in the name of moral duty. So the South Node in Jupiter, they are going to be really good. This transit of the South Node in Leo, Jupiter in Leo, is going to be good for those of us that are walking the spiritual path. Those of us that are like very devoted, very faithful, and very connected to God or the divine, or very religious, spiritual, the South Node Jupiter is going to bring boon to us. It's going to be recognition, success. This is why we're going to see a lot of kind of like spiritual leaders or a lot of religious leaders that are really in moral alignment. We're going to see them kind of taking the stage. We're going to see them kind of getting elevated, getting highlighted. We're going to see them getting celebrated, or even, getting into these positions of authority in some type of way. So if you are someone that is a spiritual worker, if you do occult work, if you do um, intuitive work, if you're a Reiki practitioner, right, you're a religious person, you're a yogi, whatever, the South Node Jupiter is going to be so good for you. I'm going to say us because I'm one of those people as well. It's going to be so good for us. Okay. So it's something definitely to look forward to. The South Node doesn't treat all people equally. The planets don't treat all people equally. Okay. They're good for some. They're good for some, and they can be a little bit more difficult or challenging for others. Right. So something to keep in mind. But yeah. So like I was saying, we're gonna see kind of like a lot of celebrities kind of stepping out of the limelight, going through a spiritual awakening. So this is another thing that we're gonna see. A lot of like leaders, like big leaders, CEOs, bosses, people that are in the limelight, they're gonna go through like a spiritual or religious awakening, and it's gonna happen because of a loss, because of a loss. Um, I don't want to say that actually. No, I'm gonna keep that to myself. I'm just getting like downloads around like manifestations of like South Node Jupiter and Leo, and there's a download that I got, and it's like a sad one, and then so I'm not gonna like share it, but you know, we just got to keep in mind that the South Node does lead to surrender and releasing of things and closure of things and exits, you know. And I experienced this firsthand. So, you know, when the nodes are going through Scorpio in 2022 and 2023, this was also when it could have been into 2024 as well, but I think it was 2022, 2023 for sure. It was also when Saturn was in Aquarius, squaring the nodes in Scorpio and Taurus. The South node is going through Scorpio and the North node is going through Taurus at this time. I actually went through two losses, and it was tied to two eclipses that happened back to back in the same season. So it was summer, it was May, Scorpio lunar eclipse of 2022. And then I had another Scorpio lunar eclipse in 2023 that hit me in May. The first one, I ended up losing my dog. So that was in 2022. That was a really tragic one. That was a south node over my Venus. That was literally a lunar eclipse on my Venus in the ninth. And Venus rules my eighth house, and that's where I have my Mars. And so I lost my dog in a very tragic way. And then in 2023, when the lunar eclipse hit my Sun and my Mercury in Scorpio, I lost my grandmother. Ninth house rules grandparents. She ended up passing away from cancer. So when people say the South Node is not connected to loss and tragedy, I'm gonna be honest, they're lying to you. They're lying to you straight up. And they don't know how to do astrology because that's exactly what the nodes do. They take, you know. And sometimes and it doesn't have to be a significant thing. You know, sometimes or it doesn't have to be like a sometimes it's like okay, let me explain. Sometimes it's like the loss of a job, but it's a job that was toxic and unhealthy for you anyways, you know. Sometimes it's a loss of an elderly pet and you kind of knew that that pet was already you know, it was at its age. It was time for it to go. It was already in pain. It had all these health issues. It was causing you, you know, a lot of financial burden or whatever, trying to keep that baby alive, your little pet alive. But the South Node is like, no, it's time for this thing to go back to spirit, you know. I always the South Node is the shadow planet of spirit. You know, if the North Node is very conscious and is hungry and insatiable and is about the material world and bringing, you know, success or recognition in the material world, the South Node is everything opposite, or the South Node is everything opposite of the North Node. It's about surrender. It's about detachment. It's about releasing oneself from the material world. It's about purging and clearing out of things, which is also why the South Node has a lot to do with the detachment of the body from the material world, right? The evolution of the soul back to spirit. That's what the South Node is everything to do about, you know. We also saw the passing of we had a pope pass. Yeah, John Paul. His passing was literally tied to the nodal cycle, to the eclipses that were going through Pisces and Virgo. Because he has his nodes in Sag and Gemini. And so the nodal square is also very important. And this is something I want to let you guys know, something that totally a lot of folks don't notice or don't, you know, it's not something that's taught regularly. But if you have your nodes in Leo and Aquarius, this nodal cycle is going to be important for you. No matter if you have the North Node in Aquarius or the North Node in Leo, if you're going through a nodal return, that's what we call it. If you're going through a nodal return or a reverse nodal return, where the nodes are opposite of your natal nodes, this is going to be a very important period for you, you know? And if you have your nodes in Taurus or Scorpio, or if you have a lot of nodes along if you have a lot of placements in your Taurus Scorpio axis, guess what? You're going through a nodal square. This eclipse, this can be very important for you as well. And you want to track when the nodes come in to square your placements. When the nodes come in to square your angles. You know, these are aspects, additional aspects if you're, you know, using some kind of astrological software, if you're using Astro or things like this, you need to draw these aspects because these aspects from the nodes to like your planets or your angles are not going to be shown. You have to draw them. You have to go into additional settings. You have to add these aspects that the nodes are making to the angles of the planets because you won't be able to see them. Unless, you know, you've been doing astrology a long time or you're proficient at it. and you're good at eyeballing things, like I can eyeball, I can see when a planet is squaring this planet or opposing this planet, even if it's the aspect's not drawn, just because I can see it, because I've been doing astrology for a while now. So, but yeah, just keep that in mind, okay? So the North Node amplifies. The North Node brings success, recognition. The North Node, brings intensity of energy. The North Node could bring fame. The North Node really, brings material world things in. Where the South Node, it has us release things in the material world. It has us let go of things. The unhealthy side of the South Node, though, we got to talk about this as well. The South Node also has a lot to do with escapism and avoidance and toxicity, but it's not the same as the North Node. Okay. The North Node addiction energy is not the same as the South Node escapism energy. The South Node could also bring addiction, but it's more about detachment. It's more about wanting to disconnect and disassociate. Where the North Node brings addiction energy in a way that's very compulsive and very intense and very insatiable. So, not everybody that deals with addictive energy, experiences addiction in the same way, and not everyone that deals with obsessive addictive energy is being triggered by the same planets that tend to cause it, right? Sometimes addictions are caused by Neptune, sometimes addictions are caused by the North Node and the South Node. Sometimes addictions are caused by Jupiter. Jupiter. A lot of people don't think about this. Jupiter. Oh, we love Jupiter. Oh, Jupiter, the great benefic, right? He brings us gifts and blessings. But Jupiter will have you at all you can eat Korean barbecue for an hour and a half to where you're so full and you're so engorged that you cannot get up and move. Okay, that's also Jupiter. Okay, so sometimes Jupiter is too much of things, right? Excess, too much sex, too much pleasure, too much partying, too much gambling, too much alcohol, Jupiter things, too much of things, right? The shadow of Jupiter. So, yeah, so it's not the same, right? So, with the South Node in Leo, this can be very difficult for children. I think we're going to see children be targeted by the South Node. This can also be difficult for fathers for procreation. I'm going to be totally honest with you guys. I do think the South Node is going to, and the North Node in Aquarius, we're going to see a change, or we're going to see like more of an amplification of people having babies, but people having babies in artificial ways. Because this is what the North Node Aquarius has everything to do with. And this is also what the South Node in Leo has everything to do with. So, South Node in Leo is like, okay, we're having babies in unconventional ways. So this is going to be, about like artificial insemination, and this is going to be about, like adoption, or even people having surrogates, people having a baby through surrogacy. We're going to see a lot of this with the North Node in Aquarius and the South Node in Leo, people having babies and children in unconventional ways, or even adopting. Oh, another one is going to be adopting children from foreign places. That's going to be a big one. We're going to see a lot of people adopting kids that are from foreign places or foreign cultures. We're also going to see a lot of people taking on parenthood on behalf of extended family. So this is like, oh, my sister is a bad parent. Oh, my niece is a bad parent. So I'm going to take on the role. I'm going to adopt that child because they're not doing so well or they're struggling, right? Things like that. Someone asked how the North Node in the 12th house transit manifests as though the 12th house is the house of losses. Yeah, see, this is where we get into very complex significations, right? If you're having the North Node go through the 12th house of losses, then like that kind of combination is sometimes transits are contradictory. So sometimes what, you know, a transit will say in general may not manifest in the way it's hitting our chart, right? So just because a North Node brings amplification or real world success, if we're having a North Node in the 12th house, it may not be that way, right? It may bring more 12th house topics, right? It may amplify and bring more 12th house themes. So this can literally be about you being in isolation more, right? But also the changing of a job or the changing of a career, the loss of a job. So you also got to remember the North Node and the South Node never happen in isolation. They happen in conjunction with each other. So when you're experiencing your North Node in the 12th, you're also experiencing your South Node in the 6th. These happen at the same time. So this is why, it's like we can't just isolate the 12th house north node. You also got to take a look at the south node and the sixth, which can tell us what this combination is probably going to be about the loss of a job for you. It's probably going to be about a career change. And it's also going to be about you working in a foreign industry or you probably getting a job in an industry that you've never, that's different, right? Or even doing a job that's weird, that's strange in some type of way, right? Where you're working at home, you're working behind the scenes, you're working by yourself, more than likely, right? A lot of times when that combination happens, people will start working independently or they become an entrepreneur, you know? That combination of south node in the sixth and the north node in the 12th, right? So it all kind of depends. Yeah, South Node of the 12th could be about double. Yeah, it could be about a double loss. Yeah. Or it could be about loneliness and isolation. It could be about, something spiritual. It could also be about a health issue because the 12th house is health issues, right? So sometimes, and it's not, and sometimes it's not even about us. That's another thing, right? Sometimes the 12th house south node transit is like you have a parent that passes away, or you have a pet that passes away, or you end up moving or relocating and going to a strange place. You end up moving across the country and you're like, oh, I'm going to start a whole new life somewhere else, right? So it really depends on how it's hitting your chart, what planets are involved, things like this, you know? Okay, so, all right. So North Node in Aquarius with Pluto. Pluto is a planet that amplifies, transforms, and changes things, right? Pluto is a planet that really restructures, gets into the nitty-gritty of things. He gets down into the depths of things and he transforms and changes them from the bottom up. And so with the North Node in Aquarius, with Pluto in Aquarius, it's like both of these planets love to amplify. They both love to transform and change things. So I think that's one of the things that we're going to be seeing with the North Node and Pluto in Aquarius is even more intense transformation and change around technology, around AI, around humanity, around social justice, also around social hierarchies and social structures, you know? Um, I think we're going to see a lot of this. I think we're going to see, the way hierarchy works, the way democracy works. We're going to see the evolution of democracy or even new governmental systems probably, emerging because why? The North Node's in a Saturn ruled sign, right? So we just got to keep that in mind, okay? Um, In the South Node in Jupiter, we're gonna see like yeah, like I was saying, new emerging like spiritual religious leaders, but we're also gonna see corruption of religion, corruption of the law, corruption of judges. Jupiter South Node brings corruption, and South Node brings like toxicity, poison, soft node poisons. So I think what we're seeing, we were already kind of seeing it. The groundwork has already been kind of established for the South Node and Leo and corrupt leaders, but we're going to see it very much brought to the light. And we're also going to see how religion and politics are kind of like overlapping and they're like doing something really weird and strange, especially here in the States. But we're going to see this in a lot of countries where the religion and politics are going to like they're going to meet each other and there's going to be some kind of weird merging of these things when it comes to government systems and stuff, you know? Someone asked, would you ever consider providing some type of a mentorship? I actually did, but it was too overwhelming for me. Um, Individual mentorships were too much because I'm so busy as an individual reader that I just couldn't find the space and the time for individual mentorships. And so eventually I'm going to be teaching though. I'm gonna be teaching astrology. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there when we get there, you know. But the way it is right now, I do readings, you know. It's like that's where most of my time and my energy goes to. And obviously, I'm doing my content, my social media stuff. My big focus is building my social media. Been my big focus the last few months. It's been like building out my social media content and being more consistent with that. So, but I will get to a place where I'm teaching. You know, I will get there eventually. I feel like I just need more experience, though. You know, I feel like I need more experience. So, all right, let's keep going. I think I talked about that. Okay, so the North Node's going to Aquarius, where Saturn, the ruler of the North Node, is in Aries. This is the third house away. So if you put Aquarius on the rising, in the second house, you get Pisces. In the third house, you get Aries, which is where Saturn is transiting. So this North Node in Aquarius is also telling us, because it's ruled by Saturn, who just went retrograde, okay? And the nodes are usually going backwards. So if you take a look at the nodes, you can see that the nodes are retrograde always. They're all the nodes are going the opposite direction of the planets. So because Saturn is going backwards and the nodes are going backwards, what I believe the next 4.5 months are going to be about is some kind of reconsideration or some kind of needing to go back to the past or going back to what happened 7 years ago or going back to what happened 8, 9 years ago, last time the nodes were in Aquarius and Leo, or even possibly going back to 18 years ago. There could be things that kind of come up from a long time ago that like resurface or that show up have some kind of influence on the present, especially for the next 4.5 months as Saturn is retrograde in combination with the North Node in Aquarius the North Node going to Aquarius, but also the North Node retrograding through the sign of Aquarius, right? The reason why I look to Saturn as the ruler of Aquarius is because I'm primarily a traditional astrologer. So I got my uh foundational astrological knowledge in Hellenistic astrology. So this is like Demetra George, Chris Brennan, the Astrology Podcast, Judith Hill, even to a certain extent, she's a traditional astrologer. She does mix Joy Tesh in her astrology. So traditional astrology was founded on the original seven planets, and they give the original seven planets rulership over all the signs. So if we think about Uranus, Pluto, and Neptune only being discovered within the last 250, 300 years, or rediscovered, because I do believe that the ancients were aware of these planets, but we forgot it. We lost track of them somehow, some way in the Middle Ages. And we stopped. I don't know if there's no documentation of ancient astrologers using Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto. And this is because ancient astrologers couldn't see these planets, right? I do believe, though, that they had an awareness of these celestial bodies that were out there. I do. But so this is why we use traditional rulers when it comes to the planets. So Saturn rules Aquarius, Jupiter rules Pisces, and Mars rules Scorpio, right? Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars are all given rulership over two signs. Every planet rules two signs other than the luminaries, the sun and the moon. It is said that the sun and the moon were actually one planet at one point, and then they were split. They're cut in half, which is why we ended up with them ruling over their own respective sign. But they're the same energies. They're mirrors of each other in a lot of ways. The sun and the moon, they reflect each other, and they're both opposed by Saturn, by sign. So this is why we give Saturn rulership over the sign of Aquarius. So Saturn, what he does is he builds the structures in Capricorn. So he rules Capricorn and Aquarius, right? So what he builds in the sign of Capricorn, he destroys in the sign of Aquarius. The structures that he cultivates, the foundations, the society that he builds in Capricorn, he destroys those things when he gets to the sign of Aquarius, right? It's like part of Saturn's cycle, right? It's part of what Saturn does. It's part of his work. And so this is why Saturn is associated with who am I thinking of? Well, that's Shawnee, but hold on, give me a quick second. I don't know why I got so much going on in my name or going on in my brain. Shawnee. Oh yeah, we know that. Anyways, I'll get back to that. But yeah, in Eastern mythology and in Eastern Vedic philosophy and religion, there's a god that destroys and he builds. He rebuilds and he destroys. I can't think of that god. I'm like totally blanking on his name right now. But he's connected to Saturn. So he's the great, he builds things, right? He builds societies, he builds things up, but then he destroys the things that he builds as well. That's part of Saturn's function, and that's why he rules over Capricorn and Aquarius. Okay. So with Saturn retrograde, this is the third house, Saturn retrograde in Aries, which is the third sign away from Aquarius. We're gonna see, yeah, Shiva, thank you. Lord Shiva, thank you, my love. I appreciate it. Lord Shiva. I don't know how I was forgetting his name. He was like, how can you forget my name? Krishna kept coming to me because I work with Krishna. I'm kind of like a Krishna devotee. But yes, I was thinking of Lord Shiva. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. But yeah, so Shiva, right? He's the creator and the destroyer. He's the creator and the destroyer, and he has very much to do with Saturn. And people that become devotees of Lord Shiva, they are very aware of Saturn because one of the ways that to appease Saturn is to actually worship Lord Shiva. That's he's connected to Lord Shiva. So, but anyways, let's keep going. So the third house, Saturn retrograde in the third sign, third house away from Aquarius, right? So what does this tell us? Third house energy has everything to do with social media, local community, aunts, uncles, siblings, right? So Saturn, North, this combination of like Saturn, Aries, North Node, Aquarius, we're gonna see like the karma of our extended family show up, right? We're going to see the karma of our aunts, our uncles, our siblings, our brothers kind of show up, neighbors, community. We're also going to see a lot of shifts and changes associated with education, schooling, higher education, colleges. We may see attacks on these people, attacks on students, attacks on teachers, schools, things like this, professors, stuff like this. We're going to see kind of like an activation of these people as well. I think we're going to be seeing, a lot of students getting more politically involved and stuff like that. A lot of professors, teachers getting more politically involved. And I think a lot of the political stuff is going to be fought within the education system. And I think we're going to see this collectively, especially here in the States, but I think we're going to see this like kind of like collectively throughout the world. We're going to see a big change in the way education happens, right? So third house topics, third house things. Also, online communication, social media, marketing, promoting, advertising. We're really going to see social media is going to become kind of like corporatized. It's already happening, but it's going to happen more so. Where social media is like kind of like the next way. It's like how people are making money. It's how people are getting by. It's like how people are building careers, It's like that energy. We're also going to see like war, themes of war, things of, betrayals when it comes to treaties, ruptures of treaties, ruptures of agreements. Saturn is in Aries opposite Libra, the sign of peace. So, this is why we're seeing peace agreements kind of being ruptured or destroyed, or even it seems like when two countries come to a peace agreement, within like a week or two, one of them is already, breaking the peace agreement or something. Well, that's the Saturn retrograde in Aries, but I think it's going to get intensified, or the Saturn in Aries, but I think it's going to intensify with North Node in Aquarius. I think we're going to see more kind of revolution. I also think we're going to see underdog leaders. That's going to be a huge thing with the North Node in Aquarius is like, underdog leaders, younger leaders, Saturn in the third. So leaders that are possibly coming from the school or education system or that are highly educated or, things like that. So, things to look out for. Mentally, though, I'm gonna tell you right now, mentally and emotionally, this is gonna be is like a tough time. There's a lot of fire, and there's a lot of air in the water. Or I'm sorry, there's a lot of fire, there's a lot of air in the sky. So we don't have a lot of earth and water energy grounding us anymore. So we need to make sure, especially those of us that are empathic, we're sensitive, we're very intuitive, we're very, we feel things deeply. We need to pay very, very close attention to our energetic well-being with all this fire, air energy in the air, Um, because the fire and the air element, they move very fast, they're very quick, they don't wait on anything, very cerebral, they're very physical, right? Fire element is very physical element. Air element is the element of the mind, right? It's cerebral. So, and both of these elements, they move very fast. Wind moves fast, fire moves fast. So, this is why we're feeling this like collective speed up of time right now. Like, oh my God, everything is just feels like it's flying by. Time just feels like it's flying by. Things are just moving so fast. And it's because of this kind of energy of, Saturn in Aries, Neptune in Aries, Jupiter now in Leo, the nodes going into Leo and Aquarius, things like this. Okay. So you just got to keep in mind. Don't be left behind, Don't be left behind. Don't wallow in your sorrows. Don't be sad boy, sad girl energy. This energy really it's pushing us outside. It wants us to engage in community. It wants us to make new friends. It also wants us to pursue our passions and embrace our weirdo, your inner weirdo. North Node and Aquarius. Where are you different? Where are you weird? Where do you have some weird kind of talent? Where do you stand out, right? Like Aquarius can be a sign that wants to fit in and wants to belong, but it's also a sign that stands out. It's a sign of, the genius. It's the sign of the weirdo. It's a sign of the nerd, It's a sign of, the band kids, the art kids, stuff like that, right? Aquarius. So the North Node of Aquarius is going to celebrate weirdness. It's going to celebrate things that are different. It's going to celebrate mashups of things. I think we're going to see a lot of different types of mashups. Like, wait, you're mixing this with this? Like, what? That's a little strange, but I like it. It's funky, but I like it. It's a little weird, but I like it. I enjoy it. So I think it's a really good time to embrace all the Aquarian things, even astrology, things that are occult in nature, like astrology and stuff like that, right? All that stuff is going to also do really, really well. Aquarius is just as much of an occult sign, of a spiritual sign, of a underneath the surface sign, of an intuitive sign, a witchy sign as Scorpio. In Aquarius, they a lot of times the reason why bosses don't like them and the reason why their dad don't like them and the reason why the family don't like them is because they have a habit of exposing things and bringing things to the surface and calling people out on things and also challenging people. Aquarius is not afraid to challenge somebody. They don't give a shit if someone's their boss. They don't give a shit if someone's their mom and their dad. They don't care if someone's, they don't, Aquarius sees everyone equally. So Aquarius doesn't care, doesn't believe in hierarchy. They don't care if you, oh, you've been working here for X amount of years and you got this. They don't give a shit. They're like, you're a human being, just like all of us. I don't care about your title. I don't care about your badge. I don't care about your status. That shit they don't mean nothing to me. You're all at the end of the day, you're a human being, you're a human soul in a meat sack, just like the rest of us. So you'll see this with Aquarius. Aquarius doesn't get intimidated by authority or power positions. They don't give a shit what kind of award you have, how you've been celebrated. They're like, are you a good human being? Right? Are you a responsible leader? Are you a good parent? Right? If you're not, then that's all I care about. I'm gonna judge you accordingly. I don't care about your accolades. I don't care about what other people see you. Like Aquarius does not give a shit about that stuff. Right? And so with Aquarius being a sign that challenges authority, with the Aquarius being a sign that takes out authority figures, that also leads the revolution, with Aquarius being a sign that is also incredibly occult in nature, where does this come from? Why? If we put Aquarius on the rising, where does this come from? Where do we get this? The occult influence of Aquarians. Aquarians having a strong intuition. Aquarians, challenging authority figures and overthrowing authority figures and being the betrayer. Aquarius is also known as the betrayer sometimes. Aquarius can be the one that kind of betrays, the family, the boss, whatever, because they're not acting right. They're not being considerate and thinking about the people. This is because in the 10th house of the father, in the 10th house of authority figures, in the 10th house of public image and public reputation, in the 10th house of career, Aquarius has what sign? Scorpio. Scorpio. It's Scorpio. Opposite of Aquarius, in the 7th house of the enemy, and the 7th house is not just your partner. It's not just love and marriage. It's also business. It's also the house of the law. It's also legal engagements, but it's also the house of open enemies. And what does Aquarius have in the seventh? Leo, the sign of the father, the sign of kings and queens, also the sign of children. This is why Aquarius can be one of those that really don't, they may not like kids. Aquarians, they may not like children. They may be like, get your kid away from me. Keep him over there. The seventh house is what? The farthest house away from the ascendant. So a lot of times the sign, the significations of the seventh house, whatever that sign is, whatever rules over, those are the things that we want very far away from us. Keep that away from me. I have Virgo in the seventh house. Keep that job away from me. I don't want that job over there, yonder. Okay. I A job over there, please. Not for me. Not over here. A job. You want a job? No, thank you. Virgo is my seventh house. Okay. I don't want no job trying to get me a. We think you'd be great for this position. Well, you know what? I'm about the one or the two or the three. Okay. You keep that job very far away from me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, when we're talking about, Aquarius, Leo ruling the seventh, Scorpio ruling the 10th, right? We got to talk about Aquarius as the one that's going to tell the king you're an asshole, you know? The one that's going to be like, hey, I'm putting up the plans, I'm drafting the plans, Scorpio in the 10th house to overthrow the king, right? That's what Aquarius is here to do. Aquarius is here to hold Leo and Scorpio and also Taurus accountable, right? So if we're thinking about the North Node going to Aquarius, we also got to think about like what is Aquarius not like? Aquarius doesn't like kings and queens. Aquarius doesn't like centralized authority. Aquarius doesn't like secrets and betrayal and deception, right? Even though they will embark on that stuff for justice, right? To bring justice, you know? Yeah. So I just want to share that with you guys because we the best way to understand the signs is to put the sign on the rising and to look at what houses that sign has in relation to its chart. And this is what you guys see me doing. This is literally what I do with a lot of my posts. All I'm doing is putting the sign on the rising, and I'm literally delineating that sign's energy based on the other signs and what area of the life that the other signs rule for that particular sign. That's all I'm doing in a lot of my posts. That's all I'm doing. If you are a good enough astrologer that is really good, they can give you an amazing reading just knowing your sun, moon, and rising and looking at a transit chart. A really good astrologer can give you, even with just, they don't even need to know your sun or your moon. They just need to know your rising and the transits, and they should be able to give you an amazing chart or a good chart reading. That's all you need. That's all you need to give a good chart reading. That's all you really need. But a lot of folks just don't have a good understanding of the houses and the signs and the basics. The basics. These are just the basics. Planet, house, sign. If you could combine those three things together and you can delineate meaning from those three things, the combination of those three things, you'll be able to be a great astrologer. You know, you'll be able to be a great astrologer. Okay, let's move on because we got a lot more to talk about. We've only talked about a few things. We talked about Saturn retrograde. We talked about the nodes in Leo and Aquarius. You know, it'll be an ongoing conversation. Obviously, we're going to talk about the nodes going to Leo and Aquarius again when we talk about the full moon in Aquarius. And that's exactly where I think we're headed. I think that's the next thing we're going to talk about. So let's talk about this. Because this actually blends into the themes that I'm literally discussing right now. Because all these themes that we've been talking about with Aquarius, that's going to be the full moon coming up. So it's 11:08. Hold on. Full moon in Aquarius. All right. So let me pull up the full moon in Aquarius chart. We're gonna go over this. Thank you guys for being here. So it's gonna be called a buck moon. Okay. It's July 29th at 10:35 Eastern. So it's Wednesday. So that's what, 7:35 Pacific time? 7:35 a.m. Yeah. Yeah, North Node in Aquarius calling Leos to be authentic. Yes, this is true. Someone said, "What the buck?" That's funny. It's a buck moon. So we have a full moon in Aquarius coming up that's literally activating the Pluto in Aquarius and the Jupiter and Leo opposition. So we have Sun Jupiter directly opposite Moon Pluto. Okay. So we're gonna break this down. All right. And I'm gonna probably close my eyes for some of this so I can like just have my thoughts organized and I can like visualize what I'm talking about. So the most powerful thing that we're gonna feel is Pluto's influence on the full moon. Okay. A full moon is when the sun and the moon are opposite each other. And the fact that Barbell's basket, which is the formation that's happening between Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, and Jupiter, is caught in this, is going to tell us that this full moon is going to be extremely pivotal for many people. It's going to be a life-changing moon. It's going to be a cathartic moon. It's going to be a moon of definitive endings and closure and release. And it's going to bring up shit. I'm going to tell you that right now. We just had Saturn go retrograde. It's a full moon ruled by Saturn, and it's a full moon conjunct Pluto. So if we think about Saturn going backwards, if we think about Pluto hitting the moon, what is this about? Excavation of emotional things, excavation of the past, realizing that there's certain things of the past or certain patterns that we've been stuck in or certain commitments, obligations, contracts, friendships, Aquarius, friendships, social groups that we've had, Saturn influence of Aquarius, career goals, career aspirations, certain things that we, right? Certain career goals, certain friendship groups that we no longer want to be a part of, that we no longer align with, or that we got to get back into alignment with. So if we have abandoned a project, we've abandoned a goal or a dream or a vision, if we've abandoned something because family's taking it away from us, because unhealthy habits are taking it away from us, right? Because of family drama, relationship, whatever, the full moon in Aquarius is going to be like, okay, clear that shit up. Whatever is blocking your way, whatever is blocking your path, whatever is holding you back, clear it up, clean it up, release it, purge it, transform it, change it in some type of way. I'm thinking about like the Bop It game. Release it, purge it, transform it, change it, transform. You guys ever play Bop It? It was like bop it, pull it, like ring it. Like that just started to come to me. But that's literally what we're gonna be experiencing, many of us, during this full moon in Aquarius cycle. This full moon Aquarius cycle, it starts on Wednesday and it's going to be for 2 weeks and it's going to impact those. If you have anything around a fixed sign, around in a fixed sign around 6 degrees, hold on, let me put this chart up. Let me pull the chart up. You are going to get impacted this by this full moon. Anything within the first decan of a fixed sign, Scorpio, Taurus, Aquarius, Leo. Anything, if you have anything from 0 degrees of 10 degrees of Scorpio, Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, this full moon is putting in work on you. It's going to show you something. It's going to reveal something. It's going to try to trigger something. It's going to try to expand something. You had a Bop It. I had a Bop It too. They had different versions too. They had like the big Bop It, like the expensive one that had like 10 things on it. And then they had like the little Bop It. So if you have anything within the first 10 degrees of a fixed sign, baby, you are getting conjoined, you're getting opposed, or you're getting squared by this full moon. So this full moon can be very pivotal for you. Can activate that planet in a very intense way. I will say, okay, Leo, the sun and Jupiter in Leo. Leo's a sign of drama. Okay. So the opposition of Sun, Jupiter to the moon, Pluto can literally bring up drama from the past. If there's unresolved shit that you have with friends, with your dad, with your children, okay, with aunts, uncles, siblings, neighbors, cousins. I'm thinking of Saturn in the third house away from the full moon. Neighbors, extended family. Guess what? This full moon will bring it up so that it can be healed, transformed, changed, excavated, worked through in some type of way. Okay. Yeah, this full moon is not at 20. This full moon is at, that's going to be the solar eclipse in Leo that we're going to have on the 12th. This full moon is not there. What's going on here? Can I do a refresh, please? Thank you. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, let me just put in the chart really quick. Hold on. July 29th, 7:35 a.m. here in LA. Put in that chart. Just so I can see it exactly. What year are we? 2026. Okay, here we go. Los Angeles, the city of angels. Oh yeah, it's at 6 degrees. Yeah, 6 degrees. So 6 degrees is a Virgo degree. 6 degrees jobs. Oh, oh, hmm, interesting. Hey, Monica, by the way, I'm gonna reply to you. I had a really busy weekend. I had to like help my brother with his baby shower. I was running around like a crazy man this weekend, by the way. Like I did so much for for my brother's baby shower. I was like running errands, I was picking things up, I was helping set up the tables, I was helping set up the party. I was like doing a lot. So, but I will hit you up, Monica, okay? Later on today. So, anyways, 6 degrees is a Virgo degree. Okay, so this tells us that this full moon, because it's activating Virgo energy, there's something transforming and changing with jobs, with routines, with our habits and our behaviors, with our day-to-day life. This full moon may bring a change that's gonna influence our day-to-day life. So this can be about the exiting of a job, the bringing of a new job, something like this, or it could also be about some kind of changes with routines and habits and behaviors, you know? And the full moon may also show you like, hey, this is something that's got to change and transform. Like this is something that's got to go, you know, like this is something that's no longer for you, right? So that's going to be the moon Pluto aspect. I think the moon Pluto is going to be, it's going to be digging up a lot of deep shit emotionally. Also, it's going to, oh my gosh, okay, let's kind of go deeper with the moon Pluto. Okay. Wounds that you have around rejection, around abandonment, around ostracization, around not being included, wounds that you have if you are someone that's a step parent, stepmother, stepfather, things like this, or you have stepchildren, or you grew up in foster care. This moon Pluto full moon could bring up some trauma, it could bring up some triggers, it could bring up some fears, it could bring up some emotional stuff that you've been holding on to associated with these experiences that need to be like healed and transformed in some type of way. Look what Stephanie said. Oh my God, I'm about to start a new business and making a potential big purchase this week for that new business venture. Exactly. Yeah, we're going in those new directions. I love this for you, right? So if you are, Moon Pluto, this Moon Pluto, the full moon, conjunct Pluto, it will bring up stuff from the past. It could also, because it is a Virgo degree, it can be connected to, experiences of ostracization or being bullied or even being racially targeted, you know, sexually targeted, racially targeted in a weird way at the workplace or from others. It could bring up these themes, okay? I just want you guys to be aware of this, all right? What is hidden, what is unknown, and what is unseen can definitely be brought to the surface during this full moon. What is a full moon? A full moon is when the moon is at maximum illumination, maximum light, maximum capacity, right? You go out on the night of a full moon, if it's clear and you can see everything, everything is very illuminated. The full moon is very bright, right? So, what does this say? Plutonic things, hidden things, secret things, things that people are wanting to hide. Well, guess what? These things can be brought to the surface. They could come to the surface. They can be brought out very, very clearly. All right. So if you are someone, let's say you have a question, there's some kind of mysterious something that you're wondering about, and like, hey, and you know that someone could be keeping a secret or hiding something. What you can do is you can set an intention and ask the full moon, a few, because, we're still 2 days away. You can ask the full moon to reveal the truth of this situation to you, to reveal the intentions of this person to you. What's coming to me right now is Nolan Wells. So I don't know, has anyone been tracking the Nolan Wells tragedy? It's the Nolan Wells murder, but the boy who disappeared off Horn Island in Louisiana, he went out with a group of white friends on a boat, and he's the only one that didn't come back. His body washed up ashore 2 days later. Everyone's looking at each other like, oh, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. And, on social media, it's become a big thing over the last few weeks because there's no closure, there's no answers. The authorities are like, oh, he must have died accidentally in some way. He must have just drank too much. But we've been getting more and more information that, we do suspect foul play. So one of the things I did say was that with Mercury direct, we were going to see more information come to light with that. And that's exactly what happened. So I don't know if you guys been following, but the case, but there was a breakthrough, not like a breakthrough in the case. Oh, Mississippi. Oh, okay, my bad. It's in Mississippi, not yeah, not Louisiana, Mississippi. My bad. Thank you. I sometimes get little details like that, like because I have so much going on in my brain. I get little details like that mixed up. But anyways, yeah, Nancy Grace is on it. Yeah, I saw that too. I love Nancy Grace. I love her chart. She has a really intense chart. She has a really intense chart. But anyways, um, the day Mercury went direct on Thursday, there was a phone call from the Coast Guard that was released where you can literally hear the kids in the background asking like, "Oh, is he dead?" And someone's like, "Oh, Nolan," and oh, someone's like, "Okay, oh, we'll be able to cover it up," or blah 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 blah. And so yeah, like we literally got a phone call. We got information from a phone call, Mercury, that was released by the Coast Guard, right? Cancer. Gotta think Cancer is the sign of the ocean waters, right? So with this full moon in Aquarius coming up, he's a Leo, right? So another thing is, uh, Nolan Wells is a Leo stellium. He has tons of placements in Leo. He has his Sun, his Saturn, his Mercury. He has like a lot in Leo. And so I do believe that this full moon in Aquarius is going to illuminate him. And this Moon Pluto conjunction in Aquarius can bring us more hidden information or more information that's been trying to be kept secret to bring it to the surface. So we want to pay attention to that as well, Nolan Wells, okay? All right, so we have that, right? We have I'm sorry, Moon, Pluto, and Aquarius on for the full moon. On the opposite side of Moon, Pluto is Sun, Jupiter coming into Cazimi. And let me tell you, this is a moment of success and celebration for people. I do think this full moon, there's going to be people birthing new things. Birthing a business, birthing a child, birthing a new identity, birthing a new public image or a new public reputation. This can happen through social media. Um, Not some like birthing their career as someone who's going to be in the limelight or as an entrepreneur. Because Leo is a sign of what? The celebrity, the performer, the person that's in the limelight. This could also be about leadership. So this could also be Sun Jupiter for the full moon, a leadership position. Someone's birthing their career direction, or they're stepping into a new career direction that's associated with them being a leader, them being a boss. Okay, because Leo is a sign of leaders and bosses and CEOs. So I do think we're going to see some CEOs, leaders, or bosses stepping down during this full moon cycle, and we're going to see other ones getting celebrated, getting supported, or even getting promoted into those positions. We're going to see a lot of changes with leadership associated with this particular full moon, but good positive changes because Sun, Jupiter, I want to bring good things, you know? Moon Pluto is the purging and the releasing of the things that are not for us, the things that are kind of stagnant, the things that are make us feel abandoned or make us feel rejected or make us feel depressed. Where Sun Jupiter participating in the full moon is like, these are the things that bring you joy. These are the things that are fun. These are the things that are exciting. These are the parts of your life where you feel passion, where you feel seen, where you feel celebrated. So the Sun Jupiter part of the full moon, it wants to bring some kind of activation and some kind of illumination to that Leo side of our chart, right? And there may be also, because we got to think, the nodes are also part of this. The nodes are not going to be included in, they're not going to be a part of the new moon, full moon stuff, the eclipses. The nodes are going to play a part in the eclipses come August 12th, right? Starting August 12th. But we're not really, this is a lunar eclipse in Aquarius that's not being influenced by the nodes at all. So we get the pure manifestation, the pure energetic form of Sun Jupiter and Moon Pluto, right? So, but the other thing that we got to consider is that Sun Jupiter are trining Neptune. Sun Jupiter are sextiling Uranus. Moon Pluto are trining Uranus. Moon Pluto is sextile Neptune, right? So we also have the influence of not just Sun Jupiter, not just Moon Pluto, but we have Uranus and Neptune also coming into this full moon. Their energies are coming into this full moon, right? So we have all the outer planets, or a big portion of the outer planets, Neptune, oh, sorry, Uranus, it's so funny. Neptune, Uranus, Jupiter, and Pluto, we have all of their energies being brought into the full moon, into the luminaries, the sun and the moon. And this full moon is going to be projecting the barbell basket formation, all of these planets, all their planetary energies on Earth. So this tells us that this particular full moon is going to be extremely pivotal for a lot of people, especially for fixed signs, early degree fixed signs, anything around 6 degrees of fixed sign. Okay. If you're someone that has early degrees of any sign, though, I guarantee you, you are getting impacted by this formation in some way, by this full moon. If you have anything around 6 degrees, anything around 4 degrees, you want to take a look at how this formation is sitting into your chart, impacting your chart. Because it's not just it's not simple. It's complicated because there's so much planetary energy, interacting with one another, talking to each other, and bearing influence upon us at this time. So, the Neptune and Aries and Uranus and Gemini wants to take you somewhere new, wants to get you a new job, wants you to do something totally different, wants to change something radically, right? Neptune and Aries wants you to align with like a spiritual vision or a spiritual dream. Neptune and Aries wants to connect you to, those dreams that you have around independence, independent success, or even connecting you to your individual power in some type of way, right? If you think about the influence, like Gemini and Aries, with Uranus and Gemini and Neptune and Aries, these are signs that are very progressive and pioneering. These are signs that like to initiate, right? If we think about if we think about the first four signs of the zodiac, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and Cancer, they're all the first sign of their given element. So they represent the beginning signs. Cancer is the beginning of the water signs. Gemini is the beginning of the air signs. Taurus is the beginning of the earth signs. Capricorn is the beginning of the fire signs. So if we think about Neptune and Aries and Uranus and Gemini having an influence on this full moon, we got to think about where in our life are we being suggested, are we being encouraged, or for some of us, being forced. Some of you are being forced, okay, to step into a new timeline, to embrace something new, pioneering, or different. And a lot of us, we don't like change. We don't like new things. We don't like to be told that, hey, you got to move in this direction. We don't like to be forced into change. We like to experience it on our own terms. But many of us, we are very resistant to change, right? We just got to keep in mind that's what the planets are kind of instigating right now. That's what this particular full moon in Aquarius is instigating. It's instigating some kind of change, some kind of transformation, some kind of evolution when it comes to the spirit and the soul, but also when it comes to the way that we promote ourselves, the way we show up in the world, Sun, Jupiter, and Leo, and the way that we interact with community, the way we interact with each other, and also the way that we conceptualize what being different means, right? We are entering a timeline where being different is going to come with a lot of reward and recognition, and it's not going to come with ostracization or neglect, right? Many of us were raised to blend in and fit in, but the way society is trending, those that are actually going to be, successful, or those that are going to, be find accolade or celebration, are going to be the ones that are different, are the ones that are going to be weird, are the ones that are going to be progressive or pioneering, or they have something new to add to humanity. They have something new to bring to the table. That's something new, something progressive to offer. Okay. And I want you guys to think about this. Many of us were told, oh, don't stand out, make sure you fit in. You don't want to get singled out. But no, this is the time where we really gotta, step up to the plate. Also, I will say this: the full moon in Aquarius with the new moon, with the solar eclipse, new moon in Leo coming. We are every morning when the sun rises, the sun is rising with Jupiter every morning for the next month, okay? Or for the rest of Leo season. So, not for the rest of Leo season, but particularly this week and next week, because, sun is going to keep moving. Sun keeps moving and it's going to move past Jupiter. But let me tell you something. If you are someone that has been thinking about putting yourself on display, putting your work, putting your talent, doing lives, doing YouTube videos, releasing music, putting your art on display, like showing off. If you're someone that wants to do this, this is the time to do it. This is the time to do it. Every morning, right? This for the rest of this week and next week, the sun and Jupiter are going to rise together. And if you want to go live and you want to start to get an audience, you want to practice being seen and being recognized, go live in the morning. Go live in the morning, especially right now during Leo season when the sun and Jupiter are rising together. You're going to get the support. I have do not disturb on. So, can you guys hear me? Are we back? Can you guys hear me? You guys hear me? Give me thumbs up. Give me hearts if you can hear me. My brother was calling me. I don't know why, but he was. Okay, cool. Um, How about if you start dating? Yeah, putting yourself on display. You need like my loves. I love you all dearly, and I really, mean what I want what's best for you. But many of you guys, you need to start practicing advertising yourself, marketing yourself, promoting yourself. Like I'm gonna tell you right now, if you feel weird about putting yourself on display, showing off, sharing your talents with people, sharing your creativity with people, that's your insecurity. You're insecure. You're insecure. Oh, it's delayed. The sound's delayed. Hold on. Let me try to fix it. Is it better now? Oh, is it better? I closed it out and I came back. It should be better now, I think. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's insecurity, my love. If you feel weird about being seen, if you feel weird about being judged, if you feel weird about putting yourself on display, it's because you're insecure. And you gotta work on your confidence. And the only way you're gonna develop confidence is by putting yourself on display. So that's the irony, right? The thing that you want to develop, you gotta do, you know? So if you want to develop confidence, you got to put yourself on display. You got to allow yourself to be seen so that you can develop, because that's the way you develop confidence. You develop confidence by putting yourself in the situation where you need it, you know? Is it better? It should be better by now. Someone said you gotta close out and come back to the live. Hold on, let me close every extra stuff too. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Are we good? I literally, it's good for you. Is it better? Well, I closed out my phone and I closed out my phone and I closed all the other apps and everything. So it should be good now. Okay. But in order for you to develop the thing that you got to work on, you got to do that thing. And this is like a rule of life. Like if you want to become a better astrologer, then you got to do astrology readings. You got to study astrology, you know. If you want to develop confidence, you got to put yourself in situations where your confidence is going to get tested. If you want to become more resilient to being judged, then you got to put yourself in situations where you have to endure judgment. It's how it works, you know? And so, this is a beautiful opportunity, Sun, Jupiter, and Leo, to literally put yourself on display. Start to see yourself as a celebrity. Start to see yourself as someone who's worthy of being celebrated. Start to see yourself as someone who's talented, and start to see yourself as someone that wants recognition and wants to be seen, you know? I truthfully, deeply believe in my heart that everyone wants to be recognized, everyone wants to be known, everyone wants to be seen, and everyone wants to be celebrated. I think this is a natural tendency. I think deep down within ourselves, if we all just sat with our inner child and asked our inner child, what do you really need? What do you really want? Our inner child would consistently, all across the board, say, I want to be seen. I want to be recognized. I want to be known. I want to be celebrated. You know, I want people to clap for me. You know, I want people to notice me. You know, I want people to notice my work. I want people to notice my hard work, my efforts. You know, I want people to treat me with kindness and affection, but we're not always going to get that. And I think this is one of the things that you have to understand when it comes to Leo energy. Opposite of Leo's Aquarius. And Leos know this all too well. Leos get rejected all the time. They get rejected by their friendship groups, by community. They get ostracized. They get bullied. They get picked on. You know, Aquarius is not the only sign that goes through this. A lot of Leos go through this as well, or they get bullied, ostracized, and picked on and things, right? Because the price sometimes of standing out is not fitting in. And this is one of the things that we got to remember with um this upcoming full moon in Aquarius, but also with the nodes going into Aquarius and Leo. Sometimes your light is going to illuminate other people's shadows. You know, sometimes your confidence is going to illuminate other people's insecurities. Sometimes your talents, your gifts, your skills, the things that God gave you to be successful in this world are going to trigger other people's lack or other people's inabilities or incapabilities. And, you know, and you will become an enemy, right, to those people. They will target you. You know, you will get unfairly judged, unfairly criticized, unfairly attacked because you take up space, because you shine, because people celebrate you. And the reason why, deep down inside, the reason why people attack those that are getting celebrated or seen or that are successful or that are climbing up the ladder or whatever is because deep down inside, they want that for themselves. They think that they deserve that. And they do. We all do, right? But it's one thing to be like, hey, fuck this person for getting success and getting accolade and getting celebration. I deserve that. They don't. Right. And it's another thing to be like, I know that I deserve to be seen and recognized, but I also know that this other person's success is no threat to my own, you know? And so a lot of times this is why people get so triggered by other people's success or other people's, you know, popularity or fame or when other people take off. They get so triggered by that and they become such haters is because deep down inside there's, you know, they have an envious, jealous heart. And they're thinking that they deserve that recognition. Why did they get it and I didn't? You know, a lot of people think this way. And we got to be very honest with this, with the way that people, we may not think this way, but other people do. And you know, and it's super important that we understand um that we have discernment associated with the way that people think sometimes, because our own naiveness and our own kind of like, let's say we're a moral, ethical person. Let's say we're a very loving, kind person. We're not a competitive individual. We don't compare ourselves to others. We don't have envy or jealousy in our hearts. We don't covet what other people have. We don't want what other people have, things like this, right? Or compare ourselves to others. Um, we're not going to think like this. We're not going to think like, oh, fuck that bitch, right? Like she's, you know, screw her success, right? Like she doesn't deserve it. Like we don't think like this. But other people do. And just because you're not thinking like this, you got to be discerning when other people can be thinking like this around you. Because a lot of people will give you some weird, funky energy just because you're successful, just because you shine, just because you have charisma, personality. And I would be honest with you guys. I see this firsthand, not every day, but many of my days, especially in the last few years as I've gained like recognition and kind of, you know, got a little bit of a following and stuff like this. Like, I just get people hating on me just because I'm handsome. Just because I have a personality, just because I know a thing or two about astrology. Like, I get hate for no reason from strangers, random astrologers, random people that don't even know me, you know? And we have to learn how to not take it personal. You know, we got to learn to also be judged. We got to learn to accept the fact that many of us on our pathway towards success, you're going to experience enemies. And I want you to think about this with video games that you play, right? Any video game that you play, especially like an RPG, as you're progressing in the stages and as you're developing your character and you're leveling up and you're getting better weapons and stuff, what happens? The bosses get harder, the enemies get harder, things get more challenging and more difficult, right? And so we have to understand that's also how life happens when we're on the road towards success. You know, there are going to be enemies that appear. There are going to be final bosses that we got to defeat before we can progress into the next level. And it's not always going to be a person. Sometimes it's going to be a situation. Sometimes you're going to be tested with a choice or an option, right? Like the road is gonna separate. There's gonna be a fork in the road, and your test is to make the right choice, or make the most informed choice, or make the choice, that can be rooted in like faith and hope and not rooted in like fear and doubt, right? So it's just something I want you guys to keep in mind, because I think a big part of developing Leo is understanding, or the Leo, our Leo parts within ourselves, is understanding the repercussions that we're going to get from it with the opposing sign of Aquarius, right? Sometimes, like I said, the price of standing out is not fitting in. Sometimes the price of being a star or a celebrity or shining really bright is like everyone else is like, oh, fuck this person, like. So I want you guys to just think about that, right? But what I want what I'm doubling down on, and what, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the Sun Jupiter Cazimi for this full moon is giving us an opportunity to launch ourselves, to prepare us, to propel ourselves outward, to allow ourselves to be seen and celebrated and recognized. And there's going to be blowback. You're going to have haters. You're going to have people that don't like you just because of your success, just because you shine, just because, they think they're more deserving or whatever. But you keep going. You got to do what you got to do. You have to keep doing it. You have to, it's the nature of the sun to get challenged by Saturn. It's how it's written. It's how it's scripted. The astrology teaches us this, right? Every sign has an enemy. And for Leo, it's Aquarius and it's Saturn, and planet Saturn. So this is why kings, meet their end. Why kings get overthrown, right? By the community at large. It's because, well, the moon and Saturn are kind of enemies to Leo. Cancer is 12th house. The moon is the 12th house to Leo. And, in the sixth house and seventh house of Leo, we have Capricorn and Aquarius, which are Saturn ruled. So all the enemy houses for Leo are ruled by Saturn and the moon. So this is why the people, the community, the people, and even their own family could be their worst enemies. Scorpio, I mean, Leo, the mother could be their worst enemy. They have Cancer in the 12th house and they have Scorpio in the fourth. Not always, but a lot of Leos have a very difficult relationship with their mom because they have a different relationship with the moon. The sun has a challenging relationship with the moon. It has Cancer in the 12th house to its sign. So I just want you guys, so if you are someone you've been thinking about like, hey, I want to put my art on display. I want to start doing lives. I want to start doing public events, local events where I'm going to be sharing my art, or, I'm going to be sharing my talent, or performing if you're an artist or if you're a musician, or if you have some kind of, you a dancer, right? Oh, start performing. Start performing. Use this full moon as an opportunity to kickstart a performance. I think it'll be really healthy, really good for you. And I think that the sun and Jupiter is really supporting us in this. But you got to understand, right? Sun and Jupiter are opposite Pluto and the moon. So it's literally like this the sun and Pluto are enemies, right? The sun and the moon can have a difficult relationship. Jupiter and Pluto also are enemies. So we got to think about this kind of like conflict and tension that's happening between Moon, Pluto, and Sun, Jupiter. It's like the good guys versus the bad guys. It's like the king and the queen versus the people. It's like the robots versus the human beings, right? Like it's like this dichotomy and this push and pull that's happening with Moon, Pluto, and Sun, Jupiter. You know what I mean? Oh my God, my new business is about doing live embroidery events. Oh, that's so cool. I love that for you. Could it be grandmother instead of mother? Oh yeah, definitely. It could be grandmother. Just female lineage. Sometimes it could be the mother of your own kids. Sometimes Leo's enemy, right? Leo's enemy is baby mama. Cancer in the 11th or Cancer in the 12th house. Sometimes it's their own children. Sometimes a Leo's hidden enemy is their own kids. Cancer in the 12th house. Yeah, I'm a Scorpio. Yeah, I have Sun, Mercury, Pluto all conjunct in Scorpio. I have Venus in Scorpio in the ninth, Pisces rising, and then I have a Capricorn moon. So I'm very Saturn. But I'm a whole Libra stellium though. I really see my Libra stellium in my Vedic chart though. I really see that because the good skin, the shining skin, and all that. I'm like, I have a bad Venus in my Western chart, but my Vedic chart I have a really strong Venus. I have Venus in Libra, and I really see it in my skin quality because I have like pretty good skin. I don't get like breakouts and things like that. I don't get pimples. I don't have blemishes and stuff, and that is attributed to a good Venus. Let me plug this in real quick. All right, I'm gonna have to stand this up and make this work. Hold on, guys. Hold on, I gotta make this. I have to plug in my phone. My phone is dying. Let's do this, maybe. Nope. Nope. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. It's a little tilted, but I need to charge my phone, so I don't want it to die. Okay, so right, so that was kind of like the full moon in Aquarius. It's gonna be most important for fixed signs, Taurus, Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo. This full moon is very, very important for you. This is the kind of like this full moon is gonna be tie into our solar eclipse in Aquarius. So what I will say is if you are a fixed sign, especially if anything in the first 10 degrees of a fixed sign, this full moon can literally be about big foundational pivots or changes for you. It could be about some kind of restructuring, but also some kind of. So Moon Pluto was giving me tower moments, but then Sun Jupiter was giving me like expansion, lucky opportunities, forward movement, promotion, growth, like going in new directions, really, really excited about things or being successful and recognized and seen. So I think it really depends on what side of this full, are you on the Sun Jupiter side? Are you on the Moon Pluto side? And this could also be something that where we're caught in between like timelines, or we're caught in between situations where like there's like really good, beneficial, opportunistic, fun stuff happening, celebratory stuff happening, but there's also like really sad, tragic, difficult, hard things, or clearing things or letting go of things. We could find ourselves in this like really complex moment of transition right now where the good and the bad are happening simultaneously. So I just want you guys to think about that, okay? Because Saturn just went retrograde yesterday, right? Like, Saturn's also ruling over this moon, this full moon in Aquarius. So there is some kind of reflective needing to go backwards before we can go forwards, needing to like figure some stuff out, having to take a look at our obligations, our contracts, our commitments, our burdens, the things that we're supporting, the things that we're making sacrifices for, and asking ourselves, are these things that I continue to kind of like suffer and struggle for? Are they bringing me the reward that I'm seeking? Are they just blocking me? Are they causing burden and hardship? Are they stagnating me? Are they holding me back from expansion and growth and travel and fun and success and promotion and individuality and all those other things, right? So just keep that in mind. Because I do think Moon Pluto opposite Sun Jupiter, this is like it's like there's a complexity here. There's another layer that's being added to this full moon where it's not things aren't just so clear. Things are very pivotal. Tower moments, but also so it's like the Tower card and the Wheel of Fortune. This full moon is Tower card energy, but it's also Wheel of Fortune. So, it's a little bit, it's like good, but it can be really challenging, really difficult at the same time, right? In my Saturn return, and I've circled back to an idea for my legacy, and I feel like I'm buzzing. Everything just clicked yesterday. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Saturn is the planet of how you want to be remembered, right? Saturn is like, what do you want your legacy to be? What do you want to be written on your epitaph? What do you want on your gravestone when you pass away? How do you want to be remembered, right? For your accomplishments, whatever, right? So when Saturn retrogrades, we go into a reconsideration associated with all things associated with legacy, with all things, connected to time and longevity of time and even death, right? How we want to be remembered after we pass. So, it's a beautiful time. I think this full moon in general, but also the Saturn retrograde in Aries over the next 4.5 months, it's a really good time to kind of reconsider our foundations, to reconsider big life directions, big goals, big dreams, big ambitions, and to kind of be like, hey, is this in alignment with my passion? Is this in alignment with my individuality? Is this in alignment with, how I want to leave an impact in society? Okay. All right. We started at 9. Oh my gosh, we've been here for 3 hours already. Holy moly. Okay, so we're going to do I'm going to talk about the week ahead Astro now. I think we're going to wrap up on the full moon in Aquarius here. I think I went into pretty good depth with it for folks. Um, and we're gonna kind of do the week ahead Astro now. So the way that we like to finish these Monday lives is with an overview of the transits of the week. And I'm gonna talk about the Venus Mars square when I'm talking about the weekly transits. Okay, I'm gonna include the Venus in Virgo and Mars in Gemini square. I was gonna like talk about that exclusively, but I'm just gonna wrap it into the weekly overview. Okay, weekly transit overview. So we're gonna go. This is where we go. We take a look at the moon and where it's gonna be at throughout the week, and we talk about transits. Okay, 11:50 a.m. I know time just like went by today, huh? Well, time, you're gonna feel like time is moving very, very fast. With the North Node going to Aquarius, yeah, we're gonna feel like time is even moving faster. Okay, so just be prepared for that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a snack really quick. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. Give me like 1 minute. I'm gonna go get a snack because I'm a little hungry. Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm back. I got popcorn and chocolate covered pistachios. Someone said time in summer is moving like it's got somewhere to be. I know, right? There's somewhere to go. Yeah. Okay. So let me go back to Monday. And we're gonna dive into the weekly transits. Everyone that's been here for the last 3 hours, thank you for being here, by the way. Chocolate covered pistachios with popcorn. See? Together. Mm. My brother. Oh, you want pistachios? No. Mm-mm. What's this shape? What nut is this shape? Cashew? Chocolate covered chocolate covered cashews with popcorn. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're the fire horse as well. Hmm. Yeah, my brother like combined them yesterday. It's actually really good. Yo, all right, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Current planets. Oh, we got Libra on the rising. Oh, I'm eating. I love astrology. It is so funny. Libra's on the rising, and Aries is my seventh is my Aries in the seventh house, right? Saturn is like right on the descendant. Saturn is actually just is like going, he's just set. So Saturn is setting right now. Well, it's so funny is Libra and Aries is my second and my eighth house axis. So Aries rules my second house of food and eating and like consumption, and Libra is in my eighth. And so Libra is sugar and sweets. What am I eating? Chocolate. Chocolate covered nuts. It's so funny. So literally in the chart, it literally says I'm eating something right now based on the transits in the sky that is sweet and junk food. Astrology is crazy, y'all. It is. Once you really start to like put it together and see it happening in real time, it's nuts. Like yesterday, no, not yesterday. This was on Thursday of last week. Around this time, actually, I ended up getting a really bad tummy ache, like out of nowhere. Like I ate something. It was like around 12:30, because that's when the rising is gonna be at 13 Libra, which is my Mars. Literally right at 12:30. It was like my first few bites of food I got for lunch. I started to get a really bad tummy ache. And I was like, what the hell? Oh my God, it got so painful. Then I had to go use the restroom, and it was like this whole process, right? Anyways, I went ahead and looked at the rising. The rising was exactly at 13 Libra when my stomach ache started, and that's right when the rising was going over my Mars. And because I have Mars in the eighth house and it opposes my second house of food and diet, literally like that Mars activation, the rising activating my Mars is what triggered the stomach ache. And I was like, let me look at the chart. I was like, let me just look at the chart and see what the chart is saying. And it was right there. Like exactly. Like to the minute. It was crazy. Someone said they question free will. You shouldn't. You know, if you have any questions about free will, read Edgar Casey, The Sleeping Psychic. Okay. This guy. Let me show you. He does a book on free will. Let me see if I have any other books of his. This is the one I'm reading right now. Read this guy. He talks about astrology right here. This is about reincarnation and karma. Edgar Casey, he's a sleeping psychic from the 1920s, 1930s. They asked him tons of questions. When he'd go into a trance state, he would go ahead and give medical readings, very detailed medical readings in a trance state. But they also asked him questions about spirituality, about reincarnation. They also asked him about astrology. So one of the things that he said yeah, I've been having sweet cravings, definitely. One of the things that he said is that because they asked him about astrology and they asked him about free will and fate, and he said the most powerful thing that humans have is their free will. And the chart, the more that we claim our free will, the more that the chart and our astrology works for us and not against us. And what we are experiencing, what many people experience in this lifetime, is a total misuse, a total neglect, and a total misapplication of their free will. And this is one of the things he says. He's like, the biggest thing that does humans in is themselves. It's their choice. And it's the choices that they make, but it's mostly the choices that they don't make. It's the things that they don't take action on. The universe is telling them, jump, go, do this thing, and they don't do it. So it's actually the lack of exercise with our free will that lets our life lead more towards fate. When you embrace free will, when you embrace your power of choice, when you live intentionally, when you live purposefully, when you are like doing things with reason, when you come up with reasons for everything you do has reason behind it, the world is your oyster. The world opens up to you, and you really see just how powerful you are, you know? And I see this every day in my own life. I'm a living testament of this. Okay. Like I exercise my free will and I beat people in the head with it sometimes. Okay. Because we've been given choice. You think the planets have free will? I have a question for you. Do you think the planets have free will? Do you guys think the planets have free will? Someone said yes, and they said JK. They don't. They don't. They don't. Why? How can we see this? Because they are forced by the sun to orbit. And they can't decide to stop orbiting from one day to the next. They can't decide, hey, I don't want to go retrograde. Oh, fuck that. I'm not going retrograde this time. I'm going to keep going forward. No. The planets have a written script. This is why prediction works. Because the planets, we know where they're going to be at 100 years from now. We know where they're going to be at 200 years from now. We know where they're going to be at 1,000 years from now. We also know where they were 2,000, 3,000 years ago. The planets, they orbit in a very confined, measured way. They orbit the sun. And they're constricted to their orbit. They're not allowed to deviate. They don't have choice. They don't have free will. Okay? We do. This is why we're so special. This is why we're so unique. We're so special. It's because we're given choice. We're given the test, the burden of choice. Choice is as much as a gift as it is as a burden and something that's hard and difficult. You know, at any moment in time, you could choose to do whatever you want. Who came up with that? Who thought that was a good idea? Oh, God was like, here you go. Here, you can do whatever you want. Good luck. Figure it out. That's the test, though. The way that we're being tested here on Earth is through choice, right? Is through choice, what we're going to do, you know? Let me ask, please. It was a craving that led you to eating candy. You could say it was your free will, but looking at the chart, we are playing the script, or do I not understand free will? Yes, but I also could have said no. I also could have been like, you know what? Let me wait and not eat this because I know that I'm gonna go to lunch in like 30, 45 minutes, you know? I could have also been like, hey, you know what? Because Saturn's been trying to tell me, Louis, you're not supposed to be eating sugar anyway. Saturn's in my second house opposite my Mars and Libra. That's why my teeth are so bad. Saturn's been telling me, bro, you need to like clean up your diet. So this is also what Saturn doesn't want me to be eating right now. But it was my choice. I looked into the refrigerator and there was a piece of fruit there. There was a banana. You know what I grabbed? I grabbed the chocolate covered nuts with popcorn. Right? So this was a choice. I chose, I went into my fridge and I chose. I was like, I want that. I want that. Even though it's bad for me, even though this is what I shouldn't be eating. I could have ate something Saturnian as well. I could have just had a cracker. I was thinking about it too. I was like, maybe I'll just eat bread. Plain, bland, no flavor. I was like, maybe I'll just eat a piece of bread to hold me over. And then I saw this, and I said, no, no, no. My Mars and Libra. So even in that situation where I'm eating something and the chart is showing I'm eating something, the choice of what I'm eating is still there. So even though the fated act, we could say that maybe the act of eating at this time was fated for me. I was going to eat something, but what I was going to eat is where my agency is, where my free will, is where my choice comes in. And this is why I think, this is why I know, I'm going to say I know because I'm confident with this. I know that life is a very careful balance between free will and fate. That, certain things are scripted, but within that script, we do have agency. We do have free will, you know? So always remember this. We want to have, it's healthy for us psychologically and spiritually and emotionally to have a free will based relationship with astrology. Let me tell you why. Because the moment that we start to believe that everything in our life is fated, and I've talked about this before, that we have no control over things, is the moment that apathy sets in. And it's the moment that victimization sets in. People that have a fate-based relationship with astrology, and you'll see this all the time, they feel like victims in their life. They feel like they have no agency, no power, no control, and it's not good for the mind or the spirit. It's not good for the body, you know, because if we like are if we're like, okay, Jesus take the wheel and I surrender and have no control over anything in our life, you know what happens? Apathy sets in, avoidance sets in, escapism sets in. Well, fuck this like fuck it mentality, you know? And Saturn does not like that. Oh my God, I cannot tell you how much that planet hates apathy. He hates apathy, you know. He hate all Saturn and Mercury also hate when we waste time. They hate it. They hate it like they hate it so much when we waste time when we don't do anything. Like they'd prefer us to do something instead of nothing. Like they don't want us to just sit around doing nothing. They hate boredom. Oh my God. And they are like they will get us out of boredom. They will do it. They will drag us out of boredom by putting us into crisis, by causing something to kind of bring some kind of shift and change in our life. They don't want you to just sit there doing nothing. Oh, they hate that. The planets hate that, especially Saturn. They want you to work. They want you to be doing something. You know, Saturn loves productivity. He loves action. He loves doing. This is why Saturn people get out our way. I got work to do. Get out my way. Okay, you're not gonna do it. Let me go get someone else who will. This is how also manifestation works with ideas. Like when the divine gives us ideas, right? So what happens? Ideas are showered down from the divine, Aquarius, the card of Aquarius, okay? Ideas pour out from the cosmic consciousness to down here on Earth to us humans. And this is why multiple people will get the idea of inventing a light bulb. Multiple people will get an idea, a business idea, all around the world at the same time. It's gonna be the person that acts on it though that is rewarded for it. Because Saturn, Mercury, the planets will give you the idea, but who's actually gonna build it? Who's actually gonna act on it? Who's gonna create it? Who's gonna manifest that idea into the physical world? And if you're wasting time, if you've been given that idea by the divine and you're not acting on it, they're going to give it to someone else. Spirit, the divine, the cosmic consciousness is going to give it to someone else to do something with it. Oh, you're not doing nothing with it? Okay. I'm giving it to someone else then because what are you doing? You're wasting my time that I gave you. Literally the star card. Yes. Exactly. Yes. You know, Saturn wants us to be busy. Saturn wants us to dedicate ourselves to something. Saturn wants us to be productive, and Mercury too. The luminaries, Saturn, Mercury, they want us to do something. They want us to figure out something. And this also leads me to another thing that I was actually talking to someone about yesterday at the party. What I was telling them is purpose is something that we cultivate. And it's something that we create and it's something that we discover. A lot of us, we feel like purpose needs to be given to us. We feel like purpose should be something inherent, or purpose should be something that we stumble upon randomly. Those that are kind of like lucky or blessed, those that kind of have certain placements, yeah, purpose will be ingrained in them. Like they'll know from the age of like 4 or 5 what they're here to do, but not everyone has this. I would say more people do not have this than actually have this deep sense of like calling and purpose and passion in their, from a very young age. So for those that don't have it, that don't have it ingrained in their chart, right? Purpose, intention, meaning, these are things that need to be discovered, created, and cultivated. Like we have to experiment with life to figure out what brings meaning and purpose into our life. And we got to cultivate it. It's not something that's just going to happen overnight. It's not something that we're going to randomly stumble upon. And I had this conversation with someone yesterday because they were feeling a little lost and everything. And I was like, well, you know what? Get silent, separate yourself from all the things that are taking you away from wellness for yourself. First, get used to taking care of yourself. Get good with taking care of yourself, right? Like you got to do that's the foundation of everything. If you cannot take care of yourself sustainably, if you cannot also, or just create an environment where you are being taken care of, maybe it's not you, maybe, you have family members, friends, spouse, whatever, helping in the self-care, right? Good luck building anything because that has to be the foundation. Your self-care, yourself, that's the foundation of your success. If you can't be consistent and disciplined with that, good luck with building on top of that. That's the first thing. And then with the self-care, then comes the process of discovery. So this is like going out in life and trying different things, seeing what you're good at, seeing what you like. And this is what I was talking to my cousins and a whole group of my brother's friends and everything about last night. I was saying, you know, we're not going to be good or great at everything. And even some of the things that we're good and great at, we don't even like or enjoy. Right? So it's up to us to experiment and see what is it that I could be good at? Where do I maybe have a natural talent that I'm sleeping on? Or where is there a curiosity or a calling towards something or a attraction or pull towards something that needs to be explored and investigated because it can mean something. You could be gifted at it, you could be talented at it. And that's what I was telling them about astrology. I was like, astrology was something that I never really took seriously until 2019, 2020 when I left my banking career. And what astrology, when I got deep, I don't want to say when I came to astrology because I've loved astrology ever since I was young. But when I really started to study it, and go deep with it, 2019, 2020 is when it started to like come all together for me. And when it just started to make sense and it started to click. And I took to astrology so quickly because astrology aligns with my own energetic being, aligns with the way that I am. Mamash, go. Not now. No, not now, not now. He's sleeping. Go. Later, later. Sorry, I just shoo my grandma away. I'm in the middle of a live. Let's see. What's on? Well, see, that wasn't free will. Right? That wasn't my free will at work right there. That was fate. But anyways, I was telling them like how, I came to astrology and I became very efficient at it and I kind of discovered that a talent for it, right? But then I was telling them about like I had a deep desire when I graduated college back in 2010 to like become a guitarist and to like learn guitar, learn how to sing. And I was like, oh, maybe I could be like a musician or an artist or something, right? So even though I took classes for like a year or so, it's just like guitar is hard for me. And I don't have the technical skills. I don't have like the finger dexterity to like be a good guitar player. Like just picking individual strings is hard for me. I have to like really sit down and slow down and right. Where with astrology, it was like this right away. Just seeing things, connecting the dots. And so sometimes, we want to be good at things that we have limitation around. And I can see this on my own chart. I have Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde in Scorpio. So my Mercury's weak. I have a strong Mercury because it's next to the Sun, it's in the ninth house. I have a strong Mercury for certain things, astrology, tarot, intuition, higher wisdom, higher knowledge. I have a very philosophical Mercury. I have a very philosophical mind. I'm able to think about really big concepts, really grand concepts, and bring them down to earth and make them relatable to people and connect the dots in very big ways. Because my Sun Mercury conjunction in the ninth. But when it comes to technical skill, technical ability, like doing things with the hands, oh, I'm terrible. Also, when it comes to like mercurial things, like counting and numbers and stuff like that. Oh, don't ask me. That's not me. Like I was an amazing banker. I was great at banking, right? I was really good as a banker. I was a terrible teller. Horrible teller. Oh my God, I was so bad. I would come up short all the time. And I was only on the teller line when I was working in banking for like a month. before my manager was like, "Oh no, we got to get you off that teller line because listen, I already know you're gonna make a mistake. I already know you're gonna like end up getting yourself fired. Let's go ahead and put you on the baker side of things, because that's what you're good at anyways. You're good at talking to people. You're good at profiling. You're more of a personality, conversation person. You're not so much a technical processing type of person. So we also got to acknowledge our strengths and our weaknesses, and we got to play to the things that we're good at, right? And we also got to be honest with the things that we're bad at, or the things that we struggle with. I'm not going to go ahead and try to be a musician knowing damn well I can't even I'm like not that great at guitar. You know? Like and I gave it a go though. I gave it a go. And that's like I feel like I adopt this from like Australian, mentality, Australian philosophy. They're always about just giving it a go. Just give it a go. You never know. You might be a genius at it. You might be super talented at it, but you're not gonna know until what? Until you try. You gotta try. That's the only way you're gonna know. So, you may pick up a violin and 3 months in, you're a fucking violin prodigy. Who knew? All right. But yeah, these things can also be shown to us in the chart, like the things that we're naturally going to gravitate to or naturally be good at, or things that we're going to have natural talent at, but also the things that we're going to be bad at. The limitations, the things that we're going to struggle with are also very much shown in the chart, right? So the reason why I'm sharing this is because I think it's important that we cultivate an air of curiosity, and we cultivate an air of confidence when it comes to trying new things and in experimentation and kind of figuring out what it is that we're good at, figuring out the things that we like, that we gravitate towards. And then we got to develop security within this, and be able to be honest with yourself when you're not good at something, when you have shortcomings, right? This is what keeps the ego very, very humble, and it keeps the ego in right relationship with the spirit, is when you're honest with yourself around things. That south node energy, correct? Yeah, you can look at your south node. Your south node will tell you what you have natural gifts and talents at. Like I have south node in Libra in the eighth house, so I'm talented. I carry past life talent with me in this lifetime, connected to psychological engagement with others and also intuitive occult work at the south node in the eighth house. And I have it in Libra, so I also carry past life talent that where I'm really good at working with people in one-on-one spaces, right? I'm really good at sales, I'm really good at marketing. I'm really good at banking, helping people with their finances because I have the South Node in the eighth house in Libra. It's something I did before. I remember one time and I tell this story all the time. And then we're gonna get to the astrology because I know I'm just like rambling right now. This will be like a what do you call that? Like a this will be like a break period or something with the way I'm gonna go ahead and break it down in the uh when I upload it. But I remember that when I was sitting at the bank and I was looking at my chart and I was like looking at my eighth house, my Mars, and I was like literally sitting like just looking at my chart at the bank. And I had this download when I was looking at the South Node and Mars in the eighth house in Libra. I was like, oh my God, I've already been a banker. I literally saw myself like weighing products and assigning value to products as people were unloading cargo off of like shipment or off of like shipment. So what I saw myself doing is I was like next to like a scale, and I had like this ledger, and people would bring products from like foreign countries or foreign places or whatever, and I would literally like assign it value. I'd literally be someone that'd be like, okay. And then I would like help with like navigating big purchases of products that came from like foreign places and stuff like this. Like I was literally like a merchant, but I was like a merchant that was tasked with like dealing with people financially and like assigning value to things and helping people like manage products and stuff like that. So the download I got was like, you've already been a banker. You've already done this before. You've already dealt with financial transactions and doing financial transactions for others and dealing with ledgers and dealing with debt and stuff like this, and dealing with what this person owes this person and stuff. Like I already done this before. And when I had that realization, I was like, oh my God, I gotta stop. I can't do banking anymore. I was like, I gotta get out of this. This is not the life for me. I was like, this is not. I'm not gonna do this again. This is not gonna be my life again, you know? So what I'm doing now is still eighth house South Node and Libra stuff, but it's way more aligned spiritually with my chart, with the spiritual intention of my chart in this lifetime. I'm doing it again, just in a different way, in a more cosmic, psychic, intuitive way, right? So, and I think this is one of the things that astrology could show us. It's like, wait, where are you just like on repeat? The South Node is like, where are you on repeat? Where are you just on repeat? Where are you just like doing the same shit? You're not like changing anything. You're not advancing as a soul, right? So, all right, enough about me. That was the intermission. We're gonna call that intermission. Kill Tony. Okay, let's jump in. So we start today with the moon in Capricorn. Today the moon's in Capricorn opposite Mercury in Cancer, and Mercury, is direct as of last week, as of Thursday, Friday of last week. Mercury stationed on Thursday, starting going direct on Friday. So, today, Moon in Capricorn opposite Mercury in Cancer. Today could be about business negotiations, business transactions, important business decisions that need to be made, important conversations that you need to have with your family, with your mother, with your father. Okay. Today could also just have been or will continue to be a very, very busy day. Information that you can receive today can give you clarity around things to come. All right. I also do think today to tomorrow could be very auspicious or very positive. I think we can see some forward movement associated with jobs, with applications, with emails, phone calls, even important decisions that we may need to make. We may feel the pressure of making those decisions today, tomorrow, but it could be very positive though. Like, oh, I have everything I need and I feel very confident. I feel very good about making this choice. This choice makes me feel good. This feels like a good choice. There's no what is it, confusion or anything around it, right? Maybe there's a little bit of burden. Maybe, okay, let me tell you what I will say. Moon opposite Mercury, Moon squaring Saturn though, but also Moon trining Venus in Virgo. So we have Moon in Capricorn at 14 right now. Moon's coming in to oppose Mercury within a few hours. Moon is going to trine Saturn or trine Venus in Virgo, but Moon is also coming up against the square with Saturn. Moon is squaring Saturn. So let me tell you what this is. A decision or a choice that you need to make or something that will be good for you, there may be other people that don't like it. There may be other people that are telling you no, or there may be some kind of burdens, or there may be some kind of responsibilities, or there could be some tasks that you gotta like do in order to let that choice fully manifest, or in order to like feel confident around that decision. What I will say is the moon square Saturn right away was giving me haters, naysayers, or someone were like, oh, you're being selfish and doing that thing. Um, Your shirt is wow as a movement of Capricorn. Yeah. So I think today, it could be very today, tomorrow could be very pivotal and very opportunistic, very positive. But there may be some kind of burden or setback, or there could be some kind of delay, or there could be some kind of challenge that you got to overcome. Or there could be some kind of naysayer that you got to like not listen to in order to feel confident in making that choice or decision. Okay. The reason why I really like the Moon and Capricorn transit opposite Mercury trining Venus is because we're closing out our new moon in Cancer cycle, and this moon in Capricorn is also directly opposite the new moon in Cancer that was conjoined Mercury, who was retrograde, right? So what I'm kind of seeing is like take a look at the last 2 weeks, things that have been kind of stuck, things that have been stagnant, things that you've been waiting for them to manifest, or maybe you've been sitting on a choice or a decision. Maybe you've been waiting to take action. You're like, oh, timing has to be right, or I want to make sure I have all the pieces, all the information, all the people together, all the tools, whatever it is. Well, this Moon in Capricorn transit opposite Mercury trining Venus can give you the yes, can give you the go ahead, can give you the approval that you need, can also give you the information, the validation, whatever it is that you need to move forward. Okay. This is a very important transit, I feel. I think it's a very positive, auspicious transit. We just got to keep in mind, though, the pressure from Saturn to the moon. So if you are kind of feeling stagnant, tired, you're feeling a little depressed today, or you're feeling like, you got to do that thing. You're like, fuck, I got to do that thing and I don't want to do it, but I know I got to do it. That's Saturn telling you you got something to do, okay? And that's also Mercury telling you, hey, get it done like soon, you know? And maybe there's certain things for some people, you know, this can be manifesting. Before you can like move forward, you got to take care of certain stuff first, you know? It's like, oh, I want to buy a house, but before I buy a house, I got to make sure my credit's together. I got to get pre-approved for a loan, you know? I got to get my income together. You know, I'm gonna need a cosigner, right? So it's like before you do the thing, or there may be a thing that you want to do, but in order for you to do it, you got to take care of something very serious or very big, and you got to like take some kind of accountability. Or it could be like, oh my God, I got to really confront this thing that I've been avoiding, you know? And that's what the moon square Saturn can be in combination to moon opposite Mercury and moon trine Venus. Okay. But what I will say is, I'm expecting jobs to come in. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're gonna have Mercury sextile Venus on the new moon. As also as wait a minute. Oh, wait, no, no, no. We have Venus separating from a sextile with Mercury. Anybody have some really cool solutions or anybody have some really cool things happen this past weekend with the Mercury Venus sextile? Like someone came in to help you out or someone came in with a solution. There could have been someone. Like another person that was like, "Oh, I got this fixed for you. Oh, I'm gonna solve this for you. Oh, you know, we're gonna figure this out together." Anybody have that? Or they got like some kind of support, some kind of help, you know, over the last few days? Because we did have Mercury and Venus sextile each other on, I believe it was Friday of last week. So this weekend, you know, very solution-oriented energy in the air. Okay. I got gifts all day long Saturday. Yeah. Yeah, this is like very positive, supportive, solution-oriented energy, especially compared to the astrology that we've been like dealing with as of late. Yeah. Okay. Oh, your brother unexpectedly paid for the renewal of your real estate license. Oh, I love that. And this is like, yes, this is a good time. You know, Saturn retrograde. I was literally talking about Saturn retrograde being about real estate transactions, because that's what Saturn has everything to do with. You know, Saturn has everything to do with like our real estate and property and things like that. So that's really cool how, you know, Saturn goes retrograde and the nodes are shifting and we have that beautiful Venus Mercury sextile between Cancer and Virgo, and you had a sibling, Mercury, show up for you. Look at that. Mercury rules siblings, right? So you had a sibling come and help out, right? It's super cool how that manifested. So yeah, Moon and Capricorn opposite Mercury, trining Venus, and then squaring Saturn. Okay. This is the new moon cycle building into the full moon. So we're building into the full moon on Wednesday, right? Today, tomorrow, up until Wednesday. So what this kind of says is that there's going to be an intensification of energy. Like things are going to start to feel very erratic. Things are going to start to feel very alive. We're going to start to feel very awakened, you know. Our lunar energy, our emotional energy can also be amplified, you know. And one of the things how I like to explain full moons is the full moon amplifies however you're feeling. So if you're feeling very sad, you're gonna feel more sad. If you're feeling very happy, you're gonna feel more happy. If you're feeling angry, you're gonna feel more angry. So, you know, the full moon has no bias and prejudice towards what emotions it is amplifying. Okay. Whatever your emotional state is can be taken to a larger, deeper, darker, higher, more intense proportions. So keep that in mind. Okay. I just want you guys to keep that in mind. All right. All right. Hold on. Why am I lagging? Oh, hold on. I don't know why this is lagging. I swear, like, and I know it's not like, I know it's my parents' internet because this happens whenever it gets really hot outside. Like, things start to lag and get really slow whenever it's hot outside. Okay, so then tomorrow the moon goes into hold on. Come on, really? It's like not even loading. Yeah, my internet's just slow. Silly. Silly of me to think that I could ever have you as my guy. How I loved you. You're just around to score. Okay, here we go. We're good. Sorry, a little musical intermission. I know that I should be looking for more. What could it be in you I see? What could it be? You guys know that song? Oh love, stop making a fool of me. All right, so I want to talk about. So we're still gonna have the moon in Capricorn tomorrow, okay? And I do believe the moon is gonna be. Oh, actually, the moon is not void, no, because the moon is gonna be trining Venus tomorrow. The moon's also gonna be making a quincunx to Mars. We have Venus and Mars coming to square, okay? So tomorrow, another really good day. Tomorrow's going to be a good day. Moon is trining Venus, building up into the full moon. So I'm expecting good negotiations, good engagements, good business transactions tomorrow. I am feeling like this is going to be positive. Also, we got to think the moon is transiting Saturn sign and Saturn just went retrograde. So let me tell you something. With the moon in Capricorn trining Venus and Virgo tomorrow, and Saturn recently retrograded in Aries, this can be about opportunities of the past coming back into the present. This can be about going back to something of old or something of old showing up in the present, okay? But it could be like good, positive. This could be like, wait a minute. Maybe you weren't ready back then. Maybe it wasn't the right time back then. Maybe the opportunity wasn't there back then or the position wasn't available. But now Saturn retrograde, Moon in Capricorn, trining Venus, and now it's time. Now it's moving forward, or now that thing coming back from the past, it's gonna say yes in some type of way. So I just want you guys to be very aware of this, okay? Tomorrow. So the other thing that I want to talk about while we're here on this particular day of Tuesday, July 28th, I want to talk about Venus and Virgo square Mars and Gemini, okay? And if you have anything from 15 degrees of a mutable sign to 25 degrees of a mutable sign, Pisces, Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius. Um, I want you to be aware of this Venus Mars square. So Venus is the planet of what? Love and money, and Venus is the planet of abundance and ease and grace. She has a lot to do with friends, she has a lot to do with all things that are good, harmonious. She's the planet of balance and fairness and things working out and us also not having to exert too much effort. One of the things I love about Venus, which is a signification that I've been assigning to her more, is effortlessness. Like things that are just easy and graceful. Like, oh, this is so easy. Like, oh, I don't have to try that hard. That's a Venus thing, right? So Venus is fallen in Virgo right now, though. So Venus is in a sign where she has to work. I always think of Venus and Virgo as the maid. You're putting the queen or the princess to work. Venus and Virgo is very much Cinderella story, okay? And we can see the story of Cinderella. We can see Virgo influence in it so strong. Because what is opposite of Virgo? The sign of Pisces, the sign of fantasy, the sign of the feet, the sign of footwear. And so what happens, right? She has a glass slipper. Glass is also ruled by Pisces. Pisces is opposite of Virgo. So she goes from being a slave, an indentured servant. She goes from being the stepsister who's treated like crap, and she's wearing a maid. Virgo's the maid. She's a maid to her sisters. to being a princess, Pisces, with her glass slipper, right? And then the prince is going looking for her by trying to fit the shoe with the foot. Pisces rules the feet. Pisces rules fantasy. She's in a giant pumpkin. That's also Jupiter. Jupiter rules over big, big fruits and things like this, right? So watermelons and pumpkins and melons of all sorts are ruled by Jupiter, okay? So it's so interesting. But anyways, Venus in Virgo, she has to work. That's why she's in her fall there. She don't want to work, but she has to. That's Venus in Virgo. So the Venus in Virgo square Mars in Gemini, Mars is coming in, right? And they're forming a tense aspect with each other. This is when Venus comes under attack by Mars. And Mars in Gemini is about verbal abuse, verbal neglect, people nitpicking at you, people prodding at you, stuff like this, or people wanting to argue, right? So Gemini is what? The sign of ideas. It's a sign of communication. It's also the sign of siblings, aunts and uncles, extended family. It's also the sign of our neighbors. It's also the sign of the day-to-day people that we run into. So, your milkman, your postal worker, the person that you talk to at the checkout line at Vons. That's all Gemini. Okay. So with Mars, the planet of attack and war, in the sign of Gemini, squaring Venus in Virgo, and this aspect perfecting tomorrow on Tuesday, July 28th, we must anticipate an element of drama, an element of arguments, an element of disconnect, an element of disagreement with relationships, and also with the signs involved. So Virgo is a sign of jobs. It's a sign of work. It's a sign of employees. It's a sign of coworkers. It's also the sign of pets. Okay, it's also the sign of our everyday health, right? Our everyday routines and habits. Um, Gemini is a sign of communication. Gemini is a sign of decision making. It's a sign of, um, paperwork, emails, phone calls, all those things, aunts, uncles, cousins, like I was saying before. So with Mars and Venus squaring each other, these things could come into conflict. So I'll go ahead and share a few ways that this could possibly manifest. Venus and Virgo square Mars and Gemini. Getting into a fight or an argument with a coworker, okay? Having a disagreement with a coworker, getting to a fight or argument with a sibling or an aunt and uncle. That's also how this can manifest. Mars and Gemini could be very critical of Venus and Virgo, where Venus and Virgo could be very judgmental of Mars and Gemini. So Venus and Virgo could be like, hey, you're not doing this right. You're not doing this correctly. We have a process. We have a way of doing things around here, and you want to do shit your own way? That's not okay. I'm gonna write you up, right? Mars and Gemini squaring Venus and Virgo could be like, hey, you know what? The way that you're doing this, yeah, it's all perfect and it's all right, but I don't really like it, I think you got to do this a different way, right? Or even you can have someone that kind of criticizes you or attacks you. Mars and Gemini, they can say something verbally abusive where they're criticizing you, attacking you, or judging you, okay? That's the harsher manifestation of this, all right? The kind of like more higher vibration, fun manifestation of this can be about people flirting with you in the workplace. This can be about scandalous, taboo relationships. This can be about duplicitous lovers, lovers that, are being dishonest with you. The Venus in Virgo square Mars and Gemini could be about a work crush. All of a sudden you got a work crush or a neighbor is crushing on you or someone that you see every day, your Uber driver, the mailman. You notice one day that his legs look really nice. He's got really nice calves. I don't know why, but all the FedEx men and the mailmen, they got really nice calves. But I digress. And you may be like, hey, you know what? I might want to say hi to him today, Or he may say hi to you and be like, hey, I got an extra delivery for you. All right. So we just got to be mindful of this tense square, though, because the Venus and Virgo square Mars and Gemini can bring some kind of drama. It can go ahead and cause, some issues and problems with communication. It can also it can invite or entice very flirtatious behavior, very scandalous behavior, things like this. Thank you, I appreciate it. Someone said nice haircut. So that's yes for the UPS man. I know. I don't know these FedEx UPS man. I'm telling you, man, their legs and them calves be looking so good in those little brown shorts. I must say. Okay. But yeah. Anyways, but those they say that the drivers and the UPS drivers and stuff, they're the ones that cheat a lot. They're the cheaters. They're ruled by Gemini. So I don't trust it. Also, like people that work at a convenience store, they work at like CVS or I don't trust it. That's Gemini energy. I'm sorry. Oh, you work at the drive-through? I don't trust it. It's Gemini energy. Who you talking to every day? Who you flirting with? Okay? Who you flirting with? Hair with the paisley shirt. It's you we're finding attractive. Oh, thank you. I was getting a lot of compliments yesterday on my on another shirt that I wore. So with Venus and Virgo square Mars and Gemini, I just want you guys to be aware of this tense aspect. You know, Mars is not that comfortable in Gemini. Venus, she's in her fall in Virgo. You know, they're in signs that they really don't operate well in or function well in. So be mindful about communication this week. Okay, today, tomorrow, going to the end of the week. Be mindful of communication. Be intentional with what you say. Run things through a filter. Okay, people can feel extra sensitive right now. People can feel like they're easily judged or easily criticized. People are wearing their insecurities right now. People are wearing the insecurities right now. Let me tell you why. It's because Venus is in Virgo. Okay, so that's why. Venus, the planet of our beauty and looks, and the planet of affection and adoration, and the planet of fashion is in Virgo in fall, we collectively feel, okay, that we're more subject to criticism or we're more sensitive to criticism. We're subject to, judgment. Like if people say something to us where they're commenting on our looks or our fashion, we can take it personal. It can hurt a little bit more right now, especially if it's not something positive or good. So I just want you guys to be aware of this, okay? With the Venus and Virgo squaring Mars and Gemini, because this aspect is going to be in the air even going into next week because Venus and Mars are kind of like traveling together. So even when Mars gets into Cancer, like a few weeks from now, and Venus goes into Libra, they're going to do so in a square. Like they're literally going to ingress into Cancer and Libra within a few days of each other. And they're traveling in a square with each other. So I just want you guys to be very aware of this, okay? Eventually, Venus will slow down though as she gets closer to Scorpio. Why is Venus going to slow down as she gets closer to Scorpio and she goes through Libra? Why is this? Because Venus is having a retrograde. She's going to go retrograde, right? In October, I think. I think it's October. It may be late September or early October, but I know for sure she's going to go retrograde in Scorpio, right? So I just want you guys to be mindful of this, okay? Oh, yeah, Venus and Virgo. Okay, so just, if you do have Venus and Virgo, just be a little careful because the Mars in Gemini, if you are getting a square from Mars and Gemini to your Venus, this can show up as a lot of different things. The Mars in Gemini square Venus and Virgo could also show up as digestive issues or could show up as a lung infection. Mars and Gemini. Gemini, the lungs, the arms, the wrists, your breathing, your bronchial tubes, right? Mars, inflammation, right? Venus, Virgo. Virgo is a sign of health, a sign of wellness. Virgo is also the sign of our digestion and things that we eat, especially Virgo rules over your upper intestine. Virgo rules over your pancreas. Virgo has partial rulership over the gallbladder, but it's actually the sun that rules over the gallbladder. But Virgo is all this up here, like this part. This is why when you get nervous, you get scared, Virgo is ruled by Mercury. Where do you feel it? Where do you get butterflies at? You get it right here. Virgo sits right around the stomach. The intestines that sit right around the stomach. So it's Virgo and then Cancer, right? Virgo sextiles Cancer. So this is why Virgo, Cancer, and Scorpio, like also Cancer trines Scorpio, the moon, your upper intestine, and your lower intestine, they all are part of each other. They all have one system. They all are connected. We see it through the sign. The liver is Sag. The liver is Jupiter. Your liver is ruled by Jupiter. Same thing with your hips. Um, so with that being said, this could also manifest as like a health thing. You can also get sick. So if you are having, if you do have anything around 20 degrees of a mutable sign, especially if you're rising your moon or your sun there, if you have anything around 20 degrees of Gemini, Virgo, Sag, or Pisces, this Venus Mars square can literally be manifesting in your life very physically. Okay. So I just want you to be aware of that. Okay. But this perfects tomorrow, Tuesday, July 28th. 20 degrees, when it comes to degree theory, is a Scorpio degree. So this is a degree of transformation and change. It's also a degree of like revelation, epiphany, bringing things to the surface. It's a degree of also trauma and crisis. So with Venus and Mars perfecting at 20 degrees, This could also, Venus Mars square could also say that there's something evolving or changing around relationships, or something evolving and changing around decision making, or even communication with particular people. There's something evolving and changing around your work life, your career life, something like this, Venus square Mars. You have a custody case tomorrow? Are you fighting are you fighting a man? Are you fighting your baby daddy tomorrow for custody of your baby? That's Venus square Mars. Women and men going to war. The square aspect is an aspect ruled by what? What planet rules squares? Mars. This is why squares put us in situations where we got to fight. So for you, Venus and Virgo square Mars and Gemini, you're gonna have to fight against your lying husband or your lying ex or your lying baby daddy tomorrow. That's literally what it's gonna be about. Expect him to lie. Okay, he's not gonna be honest. He's probably gonna try to include information to kind of like throw you off, or he's probably going to say some things that trigger you emotionally, or, he's probably going to try to do like a sleight of hand type of thing. Mars and Gemini. So whenever Mars is transiting Gemini, I'm very skeptical of men and their choices and their words. Only because Mars and Gemini it's a placement of liars. People that are pathological liars have Mars and Gemini. Also Mars in the third house can be like that as well. He's not showing up, so I'm winning automatically. I love that. That's awesome. Oh, thank you. Someone said I'm handsome. Um, so yeah, I just wanted to talk about that Venus square Mars because the moon is going to trine Venus, but he's also gonna the moon's a she. The moon's also going to quincunx Mars tomorrow. And this is about 12 p.m. This is around 12 p.m. on Tuesday, 12 p.m. Pacific time. So if you're on the around 3 p.m. for you. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. If you're on, oh yeah, no, it's right. Yeah, 12 p.m. here, 3 hours over there. You guys are 3 hours ahead of us. So yeah, it'll be like 3 p.m. over there. Yeah. Okay. So just be mindful of that. Moon and Capricorn. Also, Moon and Capricorn has us get back to work. Moon and Capricorn is about, responsibilities, obligations, taking life seriously. Moon and Capricorn can also be a little, today, tomorrow can also be a little sad, a little depressing. Capricorn moon, tends to bring up heavy burden emotion, you know? So just be mindful of that, okay? So then come Wednesday, we move into our full moon in Aquarius. And this is the door opener. This is the tower moment. This is the moment of success and accolade. This is the launching point, the expansion point. Oh, Cancer moon, third house, that's good. It's a good place for the moon. Someone said Cancer moon at third house. Are you a mother to your siblings, or do you have a sibling that you really look up to? Also, do you feel like your mom is more like your sister because she was to you in a past life? Also, are you really good with, do you like knitting? Do you like sewing? Do you like writing? Do you also like cooking? Are you into any of those things with your moon and Cancer in the third house? Also, do you like performing? Do you like cartoons? Do you like theater? Um, do you like to be on stage? Cancer moon in third house. Anyways, let's keep going. So we have this full moon in Aquarius coming up on Wednesday. And this full moon is going to kind of break the thing open. Okay. It's going to kind of illuminate. You love singing to your kids. Oh, I love that for you. Third house moon. Oh, I love that for you. Yeah. Third house moon in Cancer. You're like, are you a teacher? You take care of kids? Did you babysit growing up? You babysit kids growing up? Are you a teacher? That's a really good place for like a teach. Oh, that's like you should have you should open up your own nursery, or you should open up your own daycare. You could do really, really well with that. You can actually make a lot of money doing that. Also, business or anything, you should invest in your own space, your own business space where you can have clients or maybe have a store, things like that. All good things. I love Cancer moon in the third house. The third house is where the moon finds its joy in Hellenistic astrology. So They always, the third house is actually, it's interesting because we don't think of the third house as being a good house for the moon. But actually, the moon does really well in the third. You know, the moon does really, really well in the third. So, anyways, all right, let's keep going. Um, so this full moon in Aquarius that's coming up on Wednesday is the definitive energetic shift point for us. We're fully out of our new moon in Cancer energy. We're fully, well, we still have Mercury retrograde. Well, Mercury recovering in Cancer. He's recovering from his retrograde. But we kind of, it's like this huge energetic reset come Wednesday with the full moon in Aquarius. And I'm telling you right now, okay, this full moon in Aquarius is going to activate and open doors for people. It's going to be about a significant transformation point. It's going to be about a really big moment of success or accolade or a big win. They're going to be celebrating a big win or something because the sun Jupiter opposite the moon Pluto. So I did already cover the full moon in Aquarius earlier in this live. So when I go ahead and upload it to YouTube, you'll be able to go ahead and take a look at the timestamps. So you can go ahead and take a look at everything I said about the full moon in Aquarius. But yeah, our full moon in Aquarius is, that's the highlight of Wednesday. The moon goes into Aquarius. And this can be also about community gathering. This is about community celebration. This full moon, we could see some new friends coming in. You may want to be a part of new social groups and things like this. But what I also will say is this full moon is going to illuminate all the bullshit. It can also bring up issues with belief systems associated with others. So this full moon may show you like, wait, this person doesn't really believe in me, or me and this person don't really share the same beliefs or morals or ethics, or me and this person, they have an idea of life, or they have a certain, moral foundation that's like this, and my idea of life and my moral foundation is like this. So it could bring up some kind of tension or some kind of conflict, okay? Jupiter loves to bring in the truth. Pluto loves to expose the lies and the secrets. So, with Jupiter being on the sun opposite the moon, in Aquarius, and then also Moon Pluto for the full moon in Aquarius. This is about excavation. This is about revelation. This is about bringing things to the surface and being able to see things very, very clearly. Okay. So you have to have a hard convo with your homegirl. That's good. I love that for you. That's good. That's Mars and Virgo square Venus, or Mars and Gemini square Venus and Virgo. It may, correct people. Let them know where they've wronged you, but be mindful of the way of your word choice, right? Because that Mars and Virgo, or I'm sorry, that Mars and Gemini square Venus and Virgo could easily turn into an argument. The full moon will be in a trine to my natal ninth house. That's great. I love that for you. That's wonderful. Yeah. We also gotta be mindful that this full moon's probably gonna trigger big world events. It's activating Barbell's basket this full moon. So we got to keep in mind that this full moon is going to make Barbell's basket a really real, tangible thing for us. Okay. So we're going to see how this kind of full moon manifests and brings kind of like really intense change. And I think we're going to see big announcements from leaders, from politicians, and stuff like this. And we may even see some people choosing sides, politically when it comes to international governments and stuff. We maybe see them choosing sides, like, oh, I'm on America's side, or I'm going to be on, China's side, something like this. Okay. So something to keep in mind. So yeah, so Wednesday is a very energetic day. We might also find it really hard to sleep there Tuesday night going into Wednesday morning when the full moon hits. I could never sleep during a full moon. So I will say that night, Tuesday night going into Wednesday, July 29th, we can feel a little restless. We can feel a little tired. We can feel a little exhausted. Okay. So that's the full moon, but the moon's opposite Jupiter and the sun. Oh, we love that. Ah, it just feels so good. It's just the moon Pluto. It's going to be a little hard, a little difficult. Also, the moon is trining Uranus, so our minds and the moon is sextile Neptune and trining Uranus. So our mind, our nervous system, our emotions, our spirit could be very, very activated. We can be feeling very angry. We could feel like we want to fight for something. Moments of injustice can be very triggering for us. So. Is it okay to do my hair with the new style? Someone said, yeah, definitely. Yeah. We're going in new directions with this new moon, or with this full moon. Like, it's weird because the new moon that we had 2 weeks ago was conjunct a retrograde Mercury in Cancer, and it was like kind of like squaring Saturn. So that new moon did not feel new at all. Like, that new moon just had us all twiddling our thumbs and feeling very stuck and feeling very much on our feels and stuff. This, even though it's a full moon in Aquarius, this full moon is actually going to be opening up doors and expanding things. Why? Because Jupiter's activated. We have a Sun Jupiter Cazimi, you know? That's been a theme this week, actually, anger and justice. Yeah, that's Saturn retrograde in Aries, you know, like Venus and square Mars. So, we always got to think about, Aries is the sign of anger, Libra is the sign of justice. So, if you are experiencing issues around anger and justice, it's probably because the Saturn retrograde is hitting you, or the Saturn retrograde is going to work on you in your life. All right. So, we keep moving on Wednesday. We're going to be in the full moon energy Wednesday and Thursday. The moon is still going through Aquarius. What changes about the following day, Thursday, July 30th, though, is the moon is going to trine Mars. It's going to quincunx Venus, but it's going to trine Mars. So you know how we had the moon trine Venus, quincunx Mars on uh Monday to Tuesday? Well, we're having that moon trine Mars and quincunx Venus on Thursday. Like, yeah, on Thursday. So the moon trine Mars is gonna give us a lot of energy. It's a full moon in Aquarius, ruled by Saturn, who is just retrograde in Aries. Mars in Gemini trining the moon. So Thursday can be a very active, very energetic day. It could also be a very busy day. We could also be a day where we start or we initiate something. Moon trine Mars is a good day to usually start or initiate something, especially something around Martian things. So if you want to start going back to the gym, I would say start doing it on Thursday, okay? Or if you want to start building muscle mass, you want to start taking, let's say you need to take your iron supplements, you want to start taking iron supplements, iron is ruled by Mars, then you will do that on Thursday, okay? It's to load so I can see other aspects. Come on. What is going on with my internet? My internet has just been terrible. Oh, you're starting jujitsu? You're starting Mars. Wait, are you really starting jujitsu on Thursday with the moon trine Mars? Are you really? That's so crazy. That's so moon trine Mars. She's starting jujitsu. Did you guys hear about that? That is nuts. That is very tied to moon trine Mars. That's funny. Yeah, so I am looking at Thursday, July 30th. We have the moon trine Mars. Um, oh, Mars and Venus are at 22 degrees. So, yeah, that day could be a little climactic, could be a little dramatic, okay? It's also probably going to be a little bit of an aggressive day, okay? Venus and Mars are at 22 degrees, which we all know about that 22nd degree is very karmic, very problematic. That it's the degree of crisis and drama, 22 degrees. Day is don't get kicked in the face that day. But my love for you starting jujitsu, be careful getting kicked in the face. Okay, don't get kicked in the face that day. Um, Start small, start easy before you go hard. All right. What I will say about Thursday is be mindful of arguments. Be intentional with what you get into disagreements with, or who you get into disagreements with. Um, We have the moon trine Mars though, so it's a good day to integrate Martian energy and to like do something and put Martian energy into practice. But we got to keep in mind Mars and Venus are squaring each other. The moon's gonna quincunx Venus on Thursday. So the moon in Aquarius, quincunx Venus in Virgo could be like you don't love me, you don't support me. I feel like you're not here with me anymore. I feel like you're always working. We're living two different lives. You're always working, and then when I come home, or when I go to work, you come home. Like there could be something that's just kind of off, or something that's kind of clunky that gets illuminated on Thursday about our relationships, our engagements, or things like this. Or people may just be feeling very bold just to speak their mind, and they're not going to give a shit what people think or say. with moon trine Mars. Okay, so but it's a good day. It's a good day for physical activity. It's a good day to do Martian things. So if you want to do any kind of welding, you want to get your car fixed, you want to get your computer fixed, you want to play computer games, you want to go ahead and do any kind of sports where there's some kind of combativeness, some kind of competitiveness in the air. Thursday would be a good day to do it. Okay, that's moon trine Mars on Thursday. And then the moon on Friday goes into Pisces. And I'm going to tell you something. The nodes, well, the true nodes at least, are out of Pisces and Virgo. So this is our first buying a car. Yes, buying a car. Yeah, buying a car. Yeah. Yeah, buying a car. That's definitely possible. Yeah. So, um, oh my gosh, my live is gonna end in 2 minutes. So then the moon goes into Pisces. And actually, let's go ahead and pick up the live there. This will all be one video on YouTube, but I'm gonna have to end this because this is gonna end in 120 minutes and we still gotta go over the weekend. So I'll see you guys back here in like a minute, and I'm just gonna do another live. We're just gonna start another live, and we're gonna wrap up. It'll be like maybe just a 10-15 minute live. It's not gonna be that long because we're almost done. Okay. We just gotta wrap up with the moon in Pisces, and then I gotta say my goodbyes and give you guys some updates. And yeah. So I'll see you guys back here right now. I'm just gonna restart the live. Okay? I'll see you guys back here right now. All right, let's wait for folks to come in. And we're gonna pick up right where we left off on the moon in Pisces as we're wrapping up our week ahead Astro. Dang, we were here for a long time today. That's crazy. We were here for like 4 hours today. How can I talk for 4 hours? That is nuts. Love how you're in sync with my cat Moon today. Let me tell you what's so crazy about my Capricorn Moon and my lunar return. Okay. Oh, this is time to move and relocate, my love. Yeah. A lot of people are going to be moving and relocating this week, or I'm sorry, this month and next month. We're going to see a lot of people moving and relocating. A lot of people are also, I'm going to post this. I have a whole bunch of threads I need to finish. I've been busy all weekend helping my brother with his baby shower. So there's a lot of threads that I was working on that I haven't finished about the Venus Mars square, about Saturn retrograde and combined with Mercury direct. And one of the big ones is people putting real estate and property on the market to sell. That's gonna be a big one. So what I wanted to say was we're gonna wrap up right now with the moon in Pisces and I'll give you guys some final thoughts. But thank you for everybody coming back. Thank you for being here. Um so for my parents' party, or sorry, for my brother's baby shower yesterday, the baby shower happened right when the moon went into Capricorn and I started having my lunar return. I have a Capricorn moon. So it's so cool how Saturn going retrograde yesterday, the node shifting into Leo and Aquarius, and the moon going to Capricorn, the Saturn ruled sign. There was actually tons of family members that I hadn't seen in years yesterday at my brother's baby shower. And so it's so interesting how I have a moon in Capricorn, Saturn went retrograde yesterday. My brother, right, celebrating his baby shower. My brother's having his Jupiter return in Leo. We have this full moon in Aquarius coming up, but Sun Jupiter together. We had tons of people show up. But for me, my lunar return on top of Saturn retrograde was literally about seeing family members that I haven't seen in a long time, like years, years. So it was so cool how that really lined up in my chart as well. The other really funny thing is the theme. I don't know if you guys saw my stories, but the theme of my brother's baby shower was kind of like bears and like forest and camping and hiking, and it was like a dark green color, like, and we had a giant tree, right? So with all the decorations and stuff, there was like a giant tree, a giant artificial tree that was put in between like the dessert table and stuff. The baby's due Virgo season, so first week of September. But that's also Moon in Capricorn. Like the theme of the party, it was like rich, dark green, it was wooded, it was nature, it was trees. That's all Capricorn. Capricorn rose over trees. Capricorn rose over the earth, you know? And that those like darker shades of green, those like really darker, dull shades of green, that's ruled by Capricorn. So it's just so fascinating to see how the moon going to Capricorn yesterday for my dear brother's baby shower, and how he had a um, very Capricornian themed celebration. It was very interesting for an Earth baby. Yeah, yeah. Me and my brother, we both have our Jupiter and Saturn are an aspect to each other. So it's really interesting, actually. Both of our charts, both of us have Saturn in aspect to Jupiter. I have Jupiter trine Saturn, but my brother has Jupiter opposite Saturn, so he definitely has the harder aspect. But what it really speaks to, the Jupiter Saturn contact in both of our charts, it speaks to how long our parents have been together. So my parents have been together for 30 something, maybe even going on 40 years at this point. They've been together since their teenage years, and they're now in their late 60s. So when you have Saturn and Jupiter in aspect to each other in your chart, this can literally say that your mom and your dad are like in it for the long haul, like loyalty, commitment, devotion. Um, Even if things get rough, like they'll stay together. And sometimes that's what Saturn and Jupiter in the chart will signify. It'll signify this kind of loyalty, this devotion, or this depth of connection, and this investment of time into things, this awareness of time with things. So, anyways, all right. So we're gonna wrap up with the moon in Pisces. Um, and then I'm gonna give you guys some final thoughts about the week and this month ahead and stuff like this. But the moon in Pisces, this is our first, technically the average nodes or the mean nodes are still in Pisces and Virgo, but since we're going by the true nodes and the shift of the true nodes into Aquarius and Leo yesterday, the moon in Pisces starting July 31st, this is going to be the first lunar transit where we don't have the influence of the nodes. The first Pisces lunar transit where we don't have the influence of the nodes. So this moon in Pisces is responding to not only Neptune, but traditional ruler of Pisces is Jupiter. And what do we have with Jupiter? Jupiter just conjoined the sun. And Jupiter was part of the full moon in Aquarius that we had a few days later. So this is on Friday, July 31st, that the moon goes into Pisces, but just 2 days before, right? On the 29th, we had what? We had our full moon in Aquarius where the sun was conjoined Jupiter. So the moon going to Jupiter's sign, the moon pulling energy from Sun, Jupiter, and Leo. What does this tell me? This is going to be a fun weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, moon in Pisces, moon pulling from Sun Jupiter conjunction, right? From the full moon. This tells me that there's going to be a lot of celebration, a lot of people going out, doing things. It's going to be a very active, a very social, very busy weekend. A lot of people are going to be they're going to make friends. That's going to be a big theme this weekend. Is going to be friends, new friends, expansion with community. Some people are going to be taking the stage and performing, or like being in the head or in front of a group of people for the first time. So this is like, oh, Yeah. This is my first time performing this weekend. This is my first time giving a speech. This is my first time running a leadership conference. This is my first time starting a business. This is my first time presenting my product. This is my first time. We're gonna have a lot of that. A lot of that this weekend. Okay. A lot of people, it's gonna be a first time for a lot of people doing something. Okay. And this is also going to be a weekend where kids are going to be a theme, education, graduation are going to be a theme. Also, this can be a weekend where you meet foreign people that you wouldn't have met otherwise. You're going to be meeting people this weekend that are from different countries and different ethnicities and all this. So there's going to be that. The other thing is going to be people getting information around schools, colleges, higher education, people thinking like, oh, I'm gonna go look into this school, I'm gonna go look into that school, going to a Filipino Mahjong meetup this Sunday. Yeah, Leo is connected to games. Well, that's also Mars and Gemini, right? Squaring Mars and Gemini. But Leo is the planet of parties. Why am I saying planet? Leo is a sign of parties. Leo is a sign of celebrations. This is why you see people with fifth house placements and Leo placements. They become party planners. They become wedding planners. They throw events. They're like the event organizer. They're the person that is throwing the meetup. They're the person that is throwing the parade. They're the person that's getting everything together and for the big moment, for the big event, for the big party, for the big celebration. So this is why Leo is connected to games, connected to parties, connected to celebrations. So with the moon in Pisces being disposited by Jupiter, Sun, and Leo, this tells us that this is going to be a very fun weekend. Also, we may see some people are going to be traveling, leaving for vacation or even making travel plans this weekend. They may be book a big vacation or something this weekend for later on in the year, right? So, yeah, we're gonna be learning new things. Yeah, also this weekend we're learning new things. Moon and Pisces, Sun Jupiter conjunction. Okay. We're learning new things. So yeah, I think this is gonna be a very fun and very exciting weekend. What I will say though is that there may be some egos flaring this weekend, and we just gotta be mindful of excess. Okay. Too much drinking, too much partying, too much smoking, too much. Also, I don't, there's just been a lot of tragedies in the water. I have just been reading. It's just crazy. I read the news. I'm always looking at the news and, I'm always like tracking stories, because I like to see the astrology manifesting in real time. So one of the ways that I see astrology manifest, which is I'm always sharing in my chart, in my stories, is through news, through the media, through news stories, And so what I've been noticing is a lot of drownings, a lot of drownings, a lot of people passing away, getting, swept up in a river, and then all of a sudden, their families jumping in and trying to save them, and they're all going. So what I will say, alcohol and water do not mix. Just the same way alcohol and fire do not mix. Alcohol in the ocean, alcohol in the river, alcohol. These things we need to be careful, especially if you are someone that doesn't feel safe on the water. If you cannot swim, I better not see you with your beer in your hand in the river. If you can't swim, what are we doing? Why are we going out there if we don't know how to swim? Why are we drinking alcohol going out in the water if we don't know how to swim? Water is very dangerous. Okay, water is dangerous. We don't think it is, but it is. Water is it can be just as dangerous and just as deadly as the fire element. So I just want y'all to be mindful of this. Good time to do self-care for the feet. Yes, who's getting a pedi this weekend? The moon's gonna be in Pisces. Sun, Jupiter. You booked your solo trip for your 30th to Miami. I love that for you. Yeah, so moon in Pisces this weekend. Be mindful of overindulging though. But I will say, it's moon in Pisces, Sun Jupiter responding to Sun Jupiter, who just recently conjoined, right? They're still within 2 degrees of each other on Friday the 30th, come Friday the 31st. So Friday, Saturday, be mindful of overindulging, doing too much of things. Okay. There may be some tempers flare, like I said. This could also be a weekend because we are coming out of the full moon in Aquarius. So this could also be a weekend where there's some like protests and there's people wanting to picket or riot or there's people wanting to gather, Aquarius is the sign of gatherings, gatherings. We gather. This is where we gather. We're doing a community event. I always think of Aquarius as like expos. You guys have ever been to like a tattoo expo or a video game expo, or you went to like a football expo? That's so Aquarian. Like an expo is an Aquarian thing because we get one topic, one theme, even like the drag expo. I had a friend who went to drag expo and I wanted to go, but I was in Portland and I wasn't able to because it was in LA. Um, but those are all Aquarian things because we're all coming together as a community around a unified topic, around a unified goal, a unified passion, a unified dream, a unified hobby, a unified interest. That's what Aquarius is about. Aquarius gathers, it gathers people. So that could be another thing this weekend is people kind of gathering for various things. So, but yeah, it's gonna be Moon in Pisces. So the moon goes into Pisces around evening time of Friday. So it's gonna be around like what is it, 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. Friday? Oh yeah, 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 like Comic Con. Yeah, the con events are also very, very Aquarian. Yeah. Yeah, like Comic Con and Anime Con and there's been like a Drag Con. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, I think it's called Drag Con is actually what it's called. Yeah, the moon goes into Pisces on Friday, July 31st at 6 around 6:30 p.m. Okay. So then let's see how long is the moon going to be in Pisces? The moon's going to make a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trine to Mercury. We have this very interesting thing that's happening with Mars, Mercury, and Venus this week. I must say. There's a lot of Venus, Mercury, Mars activation this week. This is going to be the moon in Pisces is also going to activate the Mercury, Mars, Venus thing happening. A stationary and pen convention this weekend. That is so Mars and Gemini. Oh my God. That's so Mars and Gemini. Mars and Gemini. There is a stationery and pen convention this weekend. Like that is if there's anything that's Mars and Gemini, that is it right there. That is definitely it right there, I must say. All right, let's see. It could also be kind of Venus and Virgo, but it's really giving Mars and Gemini. Um, let's keep going. August 1st, stationery store day. That's funny. Let's keep going here. Come on. I'm gonna stop eating this because I'm gonna go eat food in a bit. Hold on, wait a minute, guys. I'm just waiting for this to load. There it goes. What did I do that for? Hold on. Just waiting for this to load. This whole slow internet thing is not working for me, man. It's not working for me. I gotta figure this internet thing out because why is our internet so slow? It should not be this slow. Even if it's on Wi-Fi, it shouldn't be this slow. Pisces placements always have beautiful eyes. I know, don't we? Yeah, Pisces are like, see my eyelashes? Like, it's like a Pisces rising thing. You always know a Pisces rising because there's like something about their eyes. Like they have sparkly eyes or some kind of glimmer around the eyes or something very, they have long eyelashes. Long eyelashes is a Pisces thing. Especially when the women get all the like when they get all the like the layers and layers of like extra eyelashes and they got like that's a Pisces thing. Venus exalts in Pisces, which is why the eyes and eyelashes are considered beautiful, you know? This is why when people, this is why also why foot fetishes are a thing. Right? Venus is like desire, right? Venus exalts in Pisces, the sign of the feet. So what is like one of the biggest fetishes, right? What is one of the biggest fetishes? Like there's a whole industry around this fetish. Foot fetish. The fetishization of the feet. The sexualization Venus of the feet, Pisces. Venus's exaltation in Pisces. And this is like across cultures. Like this is like across cultures all around the world. Like, even like Chinese culture, Asian culture, there's, the feet are like a very sexy, sacred thing. Like being able to see a woman's feet is like was very particular. This is also why women would bind their feet, you know? All go all the way back to Asian culture. I don't even know. I think the foot binding was Japanese. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this. I don't know much about this. But even like the foot binding, right? You bind your feet so you can have prettier feet. Like that's also Venus and Pisces. Come on. What is going on here? Hold on. Why is this not loading? This is crazy. Hello? I might just have to start going on my like cell phone Wi-Fi or something because this is crazy. This is like not loading at all. I've been stuck on one screen for like ever. The binding of the feet was also keep the feet as small as possible. Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep going because I've been here forever. Um, so Moon in Pisces on Saturday, the moon is going to yeah, the moon's gonna go into the middle degrees of Pisces and it's gonna try Mercury. So this is a really good day for unfolding of plans, for purchasing of tickets. If you want to put in an application for something, you should definitely consider doing it on Saturday with the moon trine Mercury. Also, if you want to have an important conversation that is emotional in nature, or if you want to present like information to get someone to make a decision where you're trying to get a yes, you want someone to say yes. Um, you want to lean into Saturday, okay? Because you want to lean into the moon in Pisces trine Mercury. This is a very, very wonderful aspect that the moon and Mercury are going to be making between one another. The moon is also being supported in Pisces by the Sun Jupiter conjunction that happened. So I really do think that Saturday is a good day to do any kind of processing of information, any kind of submitting of information. Also, you might want to send up follow-up. If you're someone that needs to follow up with something, let's say you have to send a follow-up email, you have to do a follow-up phone call with somebody. Let's say there's something that, we've been putting we're putting on the what do you call this? On the side burner or put on the back burner, I mean. This would be a really, really good day to pick that thing back up and to readdress it or to get going with it or to like move with it in some way. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm at odds right now with AstroSeek. It's literally not working. It's just like not doing anything. So yeah, so Saturday will be a really, really good day for that. All right. As we get into the like Saturday afternoon going into Sunday, we the moon will come into an opposition with Venus, and the moon will also come into a square with Mars and Gemini. So the moon will form a T square with the moon will be opposite Venus, and then Venus and the moon are both squaring Mars and Gemini. So what I will say is Saturday night going into Sunday, just be mindful of conflicting decisions or choices if you're out with people. So let's say, Saturday night, you're out with your friends. Someone is like, "Oh, let's go to this party. Let's go to this event." And then someone else is like, "Hey, let's go to this party or this event." Just be mindful that that moon in Pisces opposite Venus squaring Mars could put you into a situation where people are conflicting around choices or decisions, or people are conflicting around plans as well. Like, "Oh, well, I thought we were going to do this, or I want to do this." But the other person's like, "Oh, I thought, well, let's go and do this instead." Or, "Hey, you know what? That's not going to happen anymore. I booked this over here." Just be mindful of this on Saturday evening because there could be an argument that comes up. There could be some tension in the air. There could be some conflicting information. There can also be people feeling very emotional around certain topics that are coming up for them. You got to think, right? We're coming out of a full moon in Aquarius that was conjunct Pluto. We had that Venus Mars square between Virgo and Gemini on Tuesday, and that's still going to be very much in the air all week, all weekend, going into next week because Venus and Mars are transiting together. They're traveling together, right? So we just need to be very mindful of this kind of tense energy between Mars and Venus, and whatever the moon comes in to activate that square. Especially if she's coming in to like form a T-square with them or create a T-square formation with them, then we can kind of see how that can like open up the door to like some drama or some disagreements and stuff like this. Okay, but this can also be a very sexy fun evening. The moon in Pisces opposite Venus and Virgo squaring Mars and Gemini is like, it's like flirtatious, it's like fun, it's like meeting new people. There may be some wallflowers, we may feel a little apprehensive. Venus is in Virgo, so we're feeling a little, some people are feeling a little bit more conservative. They're not feeling like bearing all right now. Venus is in a Venus is in a conservative sign, but the moon in Pisces and Mars in Gemini, these are playful placements. These are placements that don't take things too seriously. These are placements that just want to know your name. They just want to get your number and see where things go. They're very fun. They're not really thinking about, oh, how is this going to unfold? And no, they're just like there for the moment. They're there for the party. They're there to have fun. They just want to see where things go. So I think we just want to be very open and very receptive to that on Saturday night. Okay, I'm going into Sunday. All right, are you going to work with me here, or are we just going to be kind of stuck in time? Let me close this window and just open up a new window. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe the browser's the problem. Look at it. It's not even closing. Okay, there it goes. Let me open up a new browser. The real Slim Shady. Hi, my name is Ficky Slim Shady. Okay, come on, dude. Really? You're not even opening anymore. Holy moly. My internet browser is not even opening. Hold on, guys. I would go and check the whatchamacallit right now, but I can't. I would check the rising right now, but I can't. Let me close it out on this side. Maybe this is like a browser problem, maybe. Oh, let me close this one out too. Why is this open? New task. Why is that open? It's weird. Okay, let me open it up again. Oh, there it goes. Oh, maybe. Oh, whoa. Maybe I just needed to refresh my browser. Oh, whoa. Oh, it was not an internet problem. It was not an actual, it was literally my browser. I just needed to, I'm gonna have to restart my computer and update it and do all that afterwards. It was like, yeah, look at it's like fine now. Everything's like fine. So that's crazy. Yeah, it was my computer. And it was my internet browser that was like acting funky. So yeah, so it's like so Sunday, right? From Sunday evening going to Monday, the moon goes into Aries. So we wake up on Monday morning with the moon in Aries conjoined Neptune. So, so we could be feeling very inspired, very spiritually or emotionally motivated on Monday morning with the moon conjoining Neptune. The moon is separating from an opposition with Venus. Moon opposite Venus though can on Sunday, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, Sunday Moon opposite Venus, Moon squaring Mars. That kind of like Moon, Venus, Mars, T square, it like really is going to be strong on Sunday. So one of the things I want to make you guys aware of is Sunday is possible shifting or changing of plans or redirection of plans. What I will say this weekend, you want to stay really flexible, really mutable, really bendable, you know? This is a weekend where things can kind of just go in any direction, and there could be like serendipity to whatever we're experiencing this weekend. Like, you never know who you can meet. You never know where you're going to end up. You never know what you're going to end up doing. You know, Venus is in Virgo, right? Mars is in Gemini. The moon's in Pisces. Like, I don't know. Where are we going? Where's the journey taking us? You know, it's kind of like Lord of the Rings. You're leaving for the journey, but you don't know where you're going. Let's just see where life takes us, right? That energy could be very much in the air. So, what I will say is, don't do the Venus and Virgo thing where you're trying to like control things, you're trying to keep the plans together. I think we need to really surrender to the mischief and the fun of Mars and Gemini and the Moon in Pisces, so that we don't allow Venus or Mars in that square to create any drama or any crisis, you know. You may have certain friends, Venus and Virgo, that are like, hey, no, this is the plan and we got to stick to it and blah, blah, blah. But you just work with those people this weekend, okay? Work with your Venus and Virgo friends and family members and people this weekend, okay? Try to get them to be a little bit more flexible, a little bit more patient. Or if you're like that, you want to be very adaptable, very flexible this weekend because you never know where the party's at. Hey, where the party at? Na 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 na. I've just Sun Jupiter is like, where's the party? Moon in Pisces, Sun Jupiter, where is the party? I'm trying to go party. I'm trying to have fun. I'm trying to go ahead and meet new people, you know? So that's kind of like the energy of the weekend. I love the moon in Pisces though. One thing though, we it's a full moon in Aquarius. The moon's gonna be Pisces, so some people will be kind of feeling like depressed and lonely and sad. This energy does kind of lean towards for some people that are more on the Aquarian moon Pluto side of things. The moon in Pisces transit this weekend can show them that they need social interaction. They need some kind of connection. They need some kind of stimulation. They need someone to talk to. They need to have an important conversation with somebody. So, if you're finding yourself more on like the heavy side of things, I think it's important that you take advantage of this Moon in Pisces weekend to kind of like go outside and interact with people and maybe connect to people that you haven't seen in a long time. Saturn just went retrograde. We had a full moon in Aquarius coming up on Wednesday, right? But by next weekend, we're already a few days into our full moon cycle. So this can be about you need to connect to old friends. Maybe there's friends that you haven't seen in a long time that you got to call, that you got to talk to, you got to hang out with to bring that fresh energy into your life, right? Or to bring an element of reinvigoration or bring an element of excitement or just to, bring something new, right? They may bring you somewhere new. You may want to do something with them that you haven't done before, that you haven't done in a long time. So I think we need to be open to also friends of the past and kind of being open to building bridges and all this, right? With this particular week, with this full moon cycle, with this Sunday that's going to have the moon wrapping up in Pisces, separating from Venus. Um, and yeah, also I will say, Friday night, Sunday morning, one of the aspects I did miss was Moon square Uranus. Okay, so um, Friday night, Saturday morning, if we have events planned around that time, things can take a sudden turn. Something random can happen where it's like, oh, we got invited here. We're gonna go ahead and do this. This opportunity opened up for us. Oh, we just met this person, Uranus and Gemini. Oh, we just met this cool new person. They want to take us somewhere. Let's go ahead and have fun. Let's go ahead and do that, right? So just be open to like redirection. Be open to shifting plans and things suddenly changing. Starting Friday night, going into the weekend. Okay. Someone said looking very handsome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got my paisley on today. I realized that I watched a video today where a guy was talking about he was like, don't believe what you hear about people saying like you don't, they judge you on your character. No, he's like people judge you on the way you look. He was straight up. I was gonna repost it and be like, oh yeah, this is very much about Venus, you know? But I was like, no, his language got a little rough, so I was like, no. But he's so right though, you know? Presentation is everything. Like how you present yourself, how you look, you know? Are you taking care of yourself? Is your hygiene good? Is your haircut? Like people judge you on these things and they look at these things from the very beginning. That's the first impression, you know? So that's why you always, when you're outside, when you are public facing, when you are putting yourself on display, right? You want to do yourself up. You want to doll yourself up. You want to look good because this is how you strengthen your Venus. This is Venus, you know? Venus, the power of Venus works through beauty. She works through presentation. She works through harmony, you know? I'm gonna be honest with you. I look at a lot of Instagram pages and I look at your guys' stories and posts, and some of you need to work on your aesthetic, okay? Your posts and your content, listen, the big blocky characters, having things in all black, that's not attractive. That's not nice to look at. When I see a page, an astrology page, a spiritual page that's all black, ooh, 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 no thanks. I'm good. That's not inviting to me. It doesn't give me good vibes. It gives me Saturn energy. I'm like, ooh. You know? Color. Look at this. Color, life, you know? Illumination. Look at, what if I change let me change the lighting. Look at this. What if I was doing this? Hold on, let me change my lighting real quick. Look, look at this color. Ugh. Ugh. Ew. Let's do this color. Hold on, let's do this. Red. Oh, this is kind of nice. Yeah, this is kind of nice. This kind of goes. This kind of vibes, you know? But like, no, light, illumination. Look at this. Hold on, let me change it. My little control. I have all my LED lights around me. Color, light. We want to see you. People want to see your face. People want to see you. We want to see you. Don't shroud yourself in darkness. Don't make yourself hard to see. Don't make your work, whatever you're presenting, hard to look at. You know, we love the deep reds, we love the deep purples, but listen, people, we want to also give people aesthetic value. People are so much more receptive to what you're saying, to what you're doing, to what you're teaching, to what you're sharing when it looks good. When it looks good. When I'm doing my content, even when I'm doing my stories, I'm literally thinking about like, okay, proportion. I'm thinking about, what is it? I'm thinking about proportion. I'm also thinking about like space. Like, okay, this has to look good with this. I'm gonna layer this right here in the corner because it has to look visually appealing to me. If it doesn't look nice, I'm not gonna post it. And sometimes I will delete something and repost it for the entire reason that the geometrical alignment is off to me. It doesn't look right. You should, even with these paintings, when I was hanging these, oh, you know how long this took me? This took me like 3 hours. I was just shifting them around. Because why? I need proportion. I need straight lines. Okay? Like even this, look, it's a little off. I can see it. It's a little off. But you know what? I can't really do much about that. It's a little off. I can't do much about that because that painting got a little warped a little bit when in travel. The heat kind of warped its shape. But we got to think about this, Venus. You got to think about the aesthetic of what you're presenting, you know? When you look good, when you feel good, when things are proportional, when things are aesthetically pleasing, people are more receptive to it. A lot of times, they'll meet you, especially love. Listen, especially if you are looking for love, you got to work on your Venus. You got to work on your Venus. Dress good, look good, eat the healthy foods, work on your skin quality. Venus is the planet of magnetism and attraction. And Venus calls people in. You don't have to do anything. You just have to go out in the world, look good, present yourself, whatever, right? That's why Venus is connected to modeling. She's connected to music. She's connected to art. All Venus does, what does she have to do? Put herself on display. That's all she has to do. Easy. And then she gets money, she gets success, she gets love, she gets all the things that she wants. Simple. But most of us, we're not in alignment with our Venus. We're not working on Venus. We're not working on our aesthetic. We're not working on our style. We're not working on our dress. We're not looking at our working on our health. Venus is a health planet too. She was Taurus, right? So good skin quality, good food, like treating the body well, looking good, feeling good. That's all Venus stuff. People notice this, people see this. We don't want to, and people don't want to do business. They don't want to partner with people. They don't want to date people that aren't in alignment with their Venus. Venus is the planet of attraction. When you are in alignment with your Venus, what does she do? She makes you look beautiful. Doesn't matter how you look, right? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Beauty is a very subjective thing. Obviously there is objectivity to beauty. There are certain faces and certain things that we find objectively beautiful, right? Collectively, right? Right? Subconsciously, we all have a collective agreement around what is beautiful. But in general, personally, when we embrace Venus and invite Venus into our life, attraction, love, romance, all these things, all the Venusian things become so much easier and so much more fun. And also they become like we're able to manifest love. We're able to bring in the partner. I just want you guys to think about this because, we really have to think about building a relationship with the planets and strengthening particular placements. I don't have a strong Venus. In Vedic astrology, I do, but not in my Western chart. I have Venus in Scorpio. Venus and Leo, I get the most compliments wearing bold colors. Yeah. I have Venus and Scorpio, so I also get compliments wearing really bold colors and stuff, right? But I also get compliments when I wear like, because I have Venus trine or sextile the moon in Capricorn. When I wear like older styles, or also because I have a ninth house Venus, when I wear foreign wear. Like right now, let me show you. I have like I call them my MC hammers. Look at these pants. They don't match the shirt. They don't. That's not the point though. I do have brown ones. These ones are but those ones are dirty. So I'm wearing these. But look at these. These are I call these my MC hammer pants. They're like baggy Aladdin style pants. And I get so many compliments on this. And because I have Venus in the ninth house of like foreign affairs and foreign people, I've been feeling called to wearing more spiritual regula and also to be wearing like foreign clothing, like clothing from different cultures. Like I've been really feeling this. You love black on Scorpios. Also, red looks really good on Scorpios too. Like a really deep red or a really bright red would look good. I look good in black. Yeah, I look good in black. See, that's my Capricorn moon. Like I have Capricorn moon touching my Venus and Scorpio, so yeah, I look really good in black as well. I don't like to wear black though, because I'm like a light person. I don't like me and black, we have an interesting relationship. Like I love black for like protection, and I love black sometimes when I go out at night as well. Like when I love wearing black, but if it's Sunday, I'm wearing color. I'm wearing white. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna see me wearing brighter colors a lot of times. I'm a Pisces rising. Pisces lives color. Pisces is a sign that loves color, loves watercolor, multiple colored rainbows. Pisces rules rainbows. So you'll always see Pisces people, Pisces Venus, Pisces rising, Pisces. A lot of them will love wearing rainbows, or they'll love wearing multicolored things. You know, I always think of people that have like the combination of like Aquarius and Pisces. They'll wear all black, but then they'll have like rainbow shoes, like shoelaces. Or they'll have like a rainbow backpack, but they're wearing all black. She said there's someone on here, or they said there's someone on here that teaches Venus placement styles. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not that complicated. You can go look it up. The gays at Pride. Mm-hmm. That's funny. But yeah, so the moon wraps up in Pisces on Sunday. It separates from an opposition of Venus. Moon opposite Venus is like love and romance, though. So if you are planning on, you want to take someone on a date, you want to do something, like go to the beach this on Sunday, you met someone, you want to take them out to go eat, take them to the beach, you want to do something romantic, Sunday evening is a really good day to do that. Or Sunday evening specifically is a good time for that because the moon's going to be opposite Venus. So if you want to get like a kiss, if you want to get your first kiss with that person on a date or whatever on Sunday, if you want that to happen, do it on Sunday night, okay? Do it on Sunday nights because that's going to be moon opposite Venus. Oh, we love that. Moon's also separating from Mercury, so. And then yeah, we wake up on Monday with the moon in Neptune, the moon conjunct Neptune in Aries. So some of y'all are waking up hungover. Some of you are waking up having had a crazy dream. You know, I had a client tell me that they had a dream that they were pregnant with twins. And we've talked about that before. We talked about their probability of them having twins and stuff. So they messaged me like, Louis, you would never guess what dream I had. Moon Neptune can bring up dreams. Neptune brings up dreams. Yeah. Okay, my loves, but I think we're gonna end here. I think that's it. I think we have been here since 9 o'clock and it's 2 o'clock night. We've been here for 5 hours. That's so crazy. 5 hours. Whoa. Whoa. Craziness. They were here for that long. But everyone that stuck around with me, are you kissing Sunday? No, probably not. I ain't got nobody to kiss. My love life is so mad. It's so bad. Oh my God. My experiences with love. Oh Lord, why are you putting me through this? Why? I'm already gonna be 40 and we're still going through this. Why are men so weird? These gay men, I can't. What's wrong with y'all? I can't get like gay men be getting on my nerves. Oh, they be getting on my nerves. And you know what? Honestly, I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. Like I'm disappointed. I just end up being so disappointed all the time. And I really try with my Capricorn moon, I have Venus and Scorpio, I really try to like let go of the high standards and to be compassionate, to be understanding and to, be patient and all this and all that, right? Um, but these men are just always dropping the ball. Like, don't know how to be honest, don't know how to tell the truth, really insecure, really like, what's going on? You know what it is though? I have all my personal placements, my personal love placements afflicted. So I have Mars in the South Node in the eighth house in Libra. I have my seventh house ruler, which is Mercury conjunct the sun, conjunct the sun in the ninth. Okay, that's why foreign lovers and foreign men have been a theme for me. I also have a ninth house Venus, but my Venus is in Scorpio at 22 degrees. Okay. I also have a Capricorn moon. So all my relational planets, Mars, Venus, and the moon, and my seventh house ruler, they're all afflicted. They're all in detriment. Moon in detriment, Venus in detriment, Mars in detriment. This is why I swear I end up being attracted to like the men that are just like so toxic and just so why Lord? Why am I attracted to this I need to work on that. I think it's me. I think it's me. I think I need to work on something within myself. I think there's still stuff that I have to work through, in terms of like because there's something I'm not learning. There has to be something I'm not learning. There has to be something I'm not figuring out because well, just how many of like men I've talked to that have just like where shit has just gone so far south, and it's like, how did this even happen? I have men that are always jealous of me. So it's my eighth house Mars, South Node in Libra. I have prospective men, partners that are always end up getting jealous of me. They're always trying to put me down. They're always trying to take advantage of me, or they end up lying to me in some way. And that's one thing as a Scorpio stellium and as doing the work that I do, in ninth houser, like, don't lie to me. You know, do not, you lie to me one time and you're going to be a liar in my eyes. You know, I do not love, I don't, I like, to me, honesty is such an important thing. And if I catch you in a white lie, I'm not going to trust you. Even a little lie, you could lie to me about something small. I'm not going to trust you. I'm sorry. Can't trust you. If you're going to lie to me about something small and insignificant, you're probably going to lie to me about something big too. If you're that loose with lying, if you think lying is just so easy and you're so willing to do it over something small and insignificant, I can't trust you. And that's such an important thing for me as a Scorpio. Like, trust is everything. I'm a very loyal, I'm a very devoted person. I don't lie, I'm very honest, and I live my life in a very moral way. I'm very full of integrity. I don't live a life that's morally uh unsound or morally uncouth. Okay. I have very strong principles. I'm very principled, and I'm a man of God. I'm righteous, like I'm connected to Jesus, like I follow the word of the Lord, you know what I mean? So, and a lot of gay men are just, they don't even believe in God. They're not even walking a spiritual path. They have no sense of morals or ethics. Their discernment around what is right and wrong is so off. And I'm not here to teach a lover this. I'm not here to teach you how to be a good person. I'm not here to correct you morally and ethically. I'm not here to police you. I'm not here to refine you. I don't want to do all that. I don't want to develop you. I don't want to teach you how to be a good person. No, that's not my work, you know? So like, yeah, like, I don't know. I'm really hoping that, this Venus retrograde in Scorpio that happens later on this year, it's going to be in my ninth house and it's going to be with my Venus, right? I'm really hoping that this Venus retrograde brings in a lover or brings in a spouse or brings someone to me that is just honest and just full of integrity and is someone who's full of purpose and has an intention for their life, and they have goals and they have ambitions. I'm a very ambitious person. I'm a 10th house Saturn person. I have a Capricorn moon. I have a 10th house Saturn on the MC. I'm a ninth house. I'm very ambitious, and I'm very like goal oriented, and my work and my career and all that is very, very important to me. It, like, comes front and center in my life. So someone that hasn't figured out their work and their career path, that purpose, get away from me. I'm sorry. You're not for me. I can't, and this is like what I come across. So, like, a lot of men that I end up like that are interested in me or I talk to, they're lost in the sauce. They're like aimless. They don't know what they're doing with their life. They don't know who they are. Can't do it. I can't do it. I cannot do it. It's just not for me, you know? And I don't know. I'm unique. I'm different. I'm complicated. I know this. I know that I'm not a simple person. Like, I know that loving me is not going to be easy. I'm going to test you. I'm going to put you through things. I'm going to, like, apply pressure. It's a Capricorn moon thing. I can't help it. Like, I'm very hard on the people that I love, and I expect a lot from them because I expect a lot from myself, and I'm hard on myself. So as a Capricorn moon, I'm going to do that to the people that I love too. And so it's like, if I see you not living up to your own expectations or not living up to your own potential, I'm gonna poke you a little bit. I'm gonna kind of get you to move a little bit. I'm gonna challenge you. I'm not gonna let you sit there in a space of discomfort. And a lot of people don't like that, especially they don't like that coming from a lover, or a spouse. Um, people like relationships where the person enables them. The person doesn't hold them accountable, you know? The relationship is, it's like we're enabling each other's bad qualities. We're not holding each other accountable. Like, a lot of relationships look like this. I'd rather be single than be in a relationship that is toxic, unhealthy, or not good for my well-being, or that's enabling the more, challenging or the more toxic qualities of myself, right? Um, Also, another thing that is very important, which we always got to remember, is we all have our own individual charts and we all have our own karma when it comes to love. And some of us are here to learn how to be single. I have the North Node in Aries with Jupiter in the second house, and I have the South Node in Libra in the eighth house with Mars. And one of my biggest lessons in understanding my chart is literally learning how to be an independent person, learning how to be an individual and not being stuck in codependent or lifeless relationships. Eighth house Mars, eighth house, South Node in Libra, and not being in relationships where there's an inequality associated with resources. Because I cannot tell you how many situations I've been in with someone where I was like the moneymaker, the breadwinner, the more successful person, and like they were like living off of me, or I was just like the one paying for everything, and I was the one giving everything. It's South Node in Libra, Mars in Libra in the eighth house. like being with men that are broke, and I'm literally like playing daddy Capricorn, Scorpio Sun, Scorpio Venus, Capricorn Moon. I'm over here playing daddy, like I don't want that for myself. And like in all these situations that I get in that I got in like that, they always ended with just crisis and turmoil and me feeling taken advantage of and all this stuff, right? So I also understand a big part of my chart is learning to be single, learning to be an individual. And I think those of us that have the North Node in Aries, or we have particular Aries placements, a lot of our lessons in this lifetime have a lot to do with individuality and, being confident and strong as a person and being able to do things yourself. And then the relationship will come in and add and complement you, right? But I think those, it's very important for me to learn these lessons because with my South Node Mars and Libra, I can be very avoidant and I can let other people, especially when I was younger, I would let other people kind of dictate, things, and I defer my decisions and choices to others, and I let other people confuse me around my own desires and what I wanted. And so for me, North Node and Aries with Jupiter has been about this process of reclamation around my desires and my passions and also around my individuality, like getting clear with who I am as a person and what I want as a person, and not letting other people kind of get in the way of that or confuse me or lead me astray, because others tend to do that. Other people lead us astray. So, that's why we got to be very mindful of advice that we get from others, especially unsolicited advice. I never take unsolicited advice. So I let people say it, but I never take it because with my North Node in Aries, I've literally had to cultivate confidence in my own decision making and confidence in my own choices. And I've also had to learn how to accept responsibility for my choices so that when things don't work out the way that I want them to or things go south, that's also on me because I made that choice, right? And that's been a big part of my learning as a North Node in Aries with Jupiter in Aries as well, and Jupiter being my chart ruler as a Pisces rising, right? It's like I got to trust my own decision making. I got to trust my own um, intuition. I got to trust my own discernment, right? So that's for me though. Not all of us are here to learn how to be single. Some of us are here to learn how to be in a relationship, and you prefer to be single, but the challenge for you is being in a relationship, right? And cultivating connection and learning how to commit and learning how to stay. Like some of us are also here to learn how to do that as well. We all have different tasks and we all have different things that we're here to learn, right? So, and that's what the chart tells us, right? So, all right, my loves, but this has been great. Oh, I'm tired and I'm hungry, and we've been here since 9 o'clock, and here we are at 2 p.m. So it's literally been 5 hours. Crazy. The reason why we kind of had to go deep today and we had to be here a long time today was because there's a lot happening. So let's go ahead and do a quick little recap before I go, okay? The nodes just switched into Aquarius and Leo. The North Node just went into Leo. The North Node just went into Aquarius, and the South Node just went into Leo. So we are completing and ending an 18-month cycle with the nodes going through Pisces and Virgo, and we're starting a new cycle, this new nodal cycle, right? In Aquarius and Leo. Not only that, yesterday, as the true node shift, what else happened? Saturn went retrograde. So we had that happen yesterday, right? What else do we have happening in the sky? Venus squaring Mars, Venus and Virgo squaring Mars and Gemini. That's another thing that perfects, that square builds and perfects tomorrow on Tuesday, the 28th. What's the other thing that we have to talk about? The full moon in Aquarius. And this is not just any full moon in Aquarius coming up on Wednesday. This is a very important, powerful full moon. Because why? It's conjunct Pluto, the sun is conjunct Jupiter, and the barbell's basket formation is being activated by the full moon. So this is why this full moon is in particular is going to be a special one. It's going to be a powerful one. It's going to be a transformational one. And it's going to kind of, it's going to signify this transition of time where we're exiting one period of our life and we're entering the next period, not only individually, but collectively. We're really feeling this on the collective level. So we have to talk about all these things because there's so much planetary activity happening week over week. Like a few weeks ago, it was like the same thing. We had like a Mercury retrograde, and then we had Was this is like maybe like I don't know 3 weeks, a month ago. It was like Mars Uranus together. It was a Mars Uranus conjunction. It was a Mercury retrograde. It was a full moon in Capricorn, I think. It was just like a lot. It was we had another a moment where there was like 4 or 5 things happening in one week, you know. So, but what I wanted to say, what and this is what I'm going to conclude with is the astrological transits of this particular moment in time are incredibly rare. A lot of these transits only happen once a century, once a millennia, once every 600, 700 years, things like this. So we are going through an astrological period that is incredibly special and that is incredibly rare. And this is something that we got to hold space for and recognize because this is why things right now seem so strange and so weird and why change is happening at such a rapid pace. Because we're having a certain, combination of planetary alignments that are rare, that don't happen too often, and we're right here in that timeline for it. So lean into that, okay? It's a very magical time. It's scary, it's crazy. It seems a little surreal. It seems a little too much, you know? It's like funky and weird, right? But also it's incredibly magical. It's incredibly divine. And, there's something sacred about it as well. And we need to honor that. So, okay, my loves, I think I'm done. I'm gonna put my pen down. I'm gonna go ahead and upload this in one big chunk to YouTube. I will post the second half of the live onto Instagram. I'm gonna go ahead and get timestamps together. So by the time it's uploaded onto YouTube tonight, all the timestamps should be there. Okay. I'm gonna break down the live into chapters and stuff like this. But I love you all so much. Thank you for being here. I am gonna be going on vacation in early September. So I'm like I was looking at my calendar like was it yesterday this morning and I'm like holy crap, my August is pretty much like booked up. So I'm gonna have to close up I'm gonna be closing shop for a few weeks in September and then I will reopen my calendar for the end of September going into November, October. End of September going into October, yeah. So I'm gonna be in Egypt for a few weeks. I'm thinking about going to Athens and going to Greece as well. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, thank you for spending your time with me today. And I know this was a very long live, but I just wanted to go ahead and give a nice, comprehensive, in-depth overview of the current astrology, because this is very, very significant, very prominent transits that we're going through at this moment in time. So, okay, my loves, take care of yourselves, be well. Look forward to my posts. I have a lot of posts that have just been sitting and pending. On threads. They've been sitting in my drafts. I gotta finish those posts up, and I'm really gonna be posting stuff like today and tomorrow. So be on the lookout for those posts. More bite-size, digestible information and insight into the current transits. Louis, that's amazing. God bless. Have a blast, and thank you so much for your lives. You are so welcome. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Okay, so I'll see you guys around. Okay, take care of yourselves. Be well. I love you. Love you. Love you. Love you. I love you. I'll see you guys. All right. Okay. Take care.